You know, it often comes as a surprise when I tell folks that there are genuine lakes and rivers on the floor of seas. It seems entirely bizarre, I know, but it's absolutely true. These features, they're the result of salt deposits underneath the sea floor itself. As seawater mixes with these deposits, it becomes incredibly saline and, in the right conditions, it can seep into depressions and other features. Because it's so much more saline than surrounding water, it does not mix, creating lakes and even vast flowing rivers miles under the water. These lakes and rivers, they're an incredibly strange habitat. Fields of mussels, tube worms, and other filter feeders, they crowd their shores, providing shelter for a myriad of small crustaceans. We're not really sure why these creatures huddle around the salty water just yet, as these subsea lakes are deadly to any life that is silly or unfortunate enough to enter them. Or so I thought anyway. Just last week, I was diving one of these lakes in the depths of the Gulf of Mexico. It was part of an expedition to survey any lasting damage done to benthic ecosystems following the Deepwater Horizon incident. The bottom of the ocean is often overlooked in the immediate fallout from an incident like this, but oil will sink eventually, and it's arguably a worse problem when it does, because then it begins to work its way into the food chain. This starts with filter feeders, so a huge mat of mussels. It had to be high on our list. We were running a tandem operation. 2 one-man subs surveying either side of the lake, looking for any signs of diseases or die-offs in the mussel beds. Deep-sea science, it's surprisingly boring work most of the time. You're stuck at the bottom of the ocean in a tiny little sphere, looking at, usually, an awful lot of mud. Or in this case, endless fields of mussels, punctuated by worms and traversed by spindly-legged crabs. It was eerily beautiful, but tedium set in quickly. I'd been sweeping the field for quite a while when I noticed a definite dead patch spreading from the edge of the toxic lake. Green mussels were blackened and cracked, their shells no longer fed minerals by the organisms within. Towards the lake itself, the mollusks were caked in salt, as though the lake itself was splashing over them. That was strange. Whilst lakes like this, they definitely have waves. This one was quite deep and calm for the most part, and the effects of the salt were confined to a small area. It was as though the water was only sloshing out of the lake in this one particular spot. There was a fair swath of dead mussels, enough that I felt it was significant. So, I set off in their direction and I started digging out samples. I started at the very edge of the patch which, on closer inspection, it spanned a good 50 square meters or so. I was so engaged with operating the delicate arms of the submersible that I didn't notice the waves at first. But they caught my eye as they lapped over the edge of the mussel bed, disturbing the crystallized shells on the lake shore. It was strange. There was no real reason for there to be waves at that point. The sub was holding steady, and the current, it was weak. For a moment I wondered if the other submersible was coming over the lake for some reason. But the lack of lights made that seem unlikely. I couldn't see any reason for the lake's surface to be disturbed at all. But the waves were actually getting bigger. The ebb of the oily black water, it was mesmerizing, rhythmically washing over the shells of long dead mollusks. The lights gleaming off salt crystals set down by innumerable waves. As the ripples intensified, something utterly impossible happened. The surface of the benthic lake was broken, and something hauled itself out onto the poisoned shells. I just stared for a moment, not comprehending exactly what I was seeing. Nothing could live in that toxic water, and yet something horrific had just appeared from its depths. The creature that rose from the dark lake, it was like nothing that I had ever seen. Around 5 meters long, it carried itself on 12 spindly legs, which branched out of an armored carapace, almost as black as the abyssal sea around us. These legs, they extended above the actual body of the creature. Knee joints several feet above its back, turning them back down toward the sea floor. At the front of a stocky carapace, something like a torso sprouted upright, looking somewhat like a twisted conglomeration of mantis and crustacean. From this torso, 6 more limbs sprouted, 4 tipped with long, spiny pincers, and the upper pair ending in a scythe-like structure, as though its top claw had elongated and sharpened. There was no head to speak of, but 4 frilled antennae waved like Christmas tree worms in the gentle current, twitching this direction and that in response to unseen stimuli. In this job, I have seen plenty of bizarre things, but the sight of this thing filled me with a sense of dread so pure I felt physically ill. I had the distinct sense that I was seeing something no human was ever supposed to see. Something utterly incomprehensible. I've never been so grateful for the inches of steel that protected me, not only from the crushing pressure of the deep, but from this dismal thing that had crawled out of that lake. After a few moments, the creature turned towards the submersible, and despite there being no eyes, or seemingly any place for eyes to be, I felt as though it was looking straight through the steel and into my eyes. I felt an unbearable pressure in my head as this thing turned my way. The thumping agony of 1,000 migraines rolling through my brain until I could no longer see, hear, or even feel anything but white noise. It was interminable, yet when it stopped, I felt hollow and empty, unable to bear the sudden silence. There was zero sensation whatsoever of time, but when I came to, I was in the infirmary on board the ship. To my amazement, I had been out for over 2 days. The other submersible, it had come to investigate why I was out of contact, and they found me slumped over the controls, convulsing. They had dragged the vehicle back to the surface and fished me out, totally unresponsive. I had absolutely no memory of anything beyond that creature, and something inside me thought revealing that would be a bad idea. So, I said nothing, clinging to my lost memory. I found the quiet of the infirmary thunderously loud. Somehow, an aching absence of sound. I decided to get some fresh air out on the deck. Watching the dark waters of the Gulf slip past as I leant against the rail, glad to be free of the silence. Gazing into the deep waters, it used to bring me a sense of calm. But now, I realized I felt nothing but that pure, sickening dread and a nagging sensation in the back of my brain, like I was forgetting something important. Try as I might though, I couldn't quite get it. In fact, lying here in hospital, waiting for more tests that will find nothing, I still cannot quite figure out what I saw in that lost time. I do know one thing though. That thing is something horrendous. Something that I will regret seeing for the rest of my life. I cannot abide silence anymore, and the sight of the ocean, it fills me with dread on a level far beyond that of simple fear. The kind of dread I imagine a stricken lamb feels upon catching a glimpse of a wolf in the undergrowth. I don't think that I have to know the specifics of what I saw at the bottom of the Gulf, because my body is telling me unequivocally. We have all these ideas and plans for the end of the world. We think it might come from space, or from nuclear war, or disease. But we're wrong. I don't know what I saw, but every instinct within me knows what it meant. There's something awful living far beneath the sea, and it will eventually be the end of life as we know it. For many years, I was something of a drifter. I made a living as a photographer, and I used the advent of the internet to my advantage, spending my life travelling Australia, looking for the perfect shot, selling the prints online or at local craft markets on the road. It was a surprisingly lucrative way to live, I suppose because I didn't really have a mortgage or rent to pay. By about 2016, I started to settle down a bit. I met a great girl, bought a house and studio in Brisbane, and my big trips were limited to a few times a year. So, I spent a lot more time poking around the southeast of Queensland, looking for new shots. That's how I came across the town that almost cost me my life, and made me seriously consider settling down into a nice, normal life. Right now, in Australia at least, the town of Allies Creek is going somewhat viral on social media. Because guess what? The entire town is up for sale. 12 iconic Queenslander homes, various town buildings, a dam stocked with fish, and all for only $500,000. Truthfully, it's been for sale since 2015, but a recent price drop has made it popular weird news. It seems like a great deal in many ways, if that's your sort of thing. It's much cheaper than the average home in Brisbane. But please, for your own safety. Don't buy it. Don't even go there. Allies Creek was built to service 3 local sawmills, but as the logging industry wound down, so did the town itself. It was bought by a couple sometime prior to 15, with plans to turn it into a country retreat. But the husband died not long after, and his wife has been attempting to sell it ever since. There are, allegedly, 4 houses which have tenants, but I don't believe anyone actually lives there anymore. I heard about the town not long after the owner's passing. I'd just settled into life in Brisbane, and I was looking for unique photo opportunities in the area when someone told me about the abandoned town. It seemed like a fantastic idea. There's an eerie feel to abandoned towns that comes through beautifully in photographs. A sense of decay and desolation as nature reclaims the place. And I could do it in a weekend because Allies Creek is just under 4 hours away. The town is barely a dot on the map, so much so that if you enter it in Google Maps, you only come up with a point at either end of the Allies Creek Road. Have you ever looked at a map and noticed all the seemingly dead space between highways? Allies Creek is smack bang in the middle of that dead space, roughly between Dalby and Guyanda. It's achingly remote, something I was all too aware of as I rolled the camper van over the hill and down into town late on a Friday night. The owner had told me I was welcome to use any of the non-tenanted houses, but none of them were locked, and even way out here, I was a bit concerned about safety. Abandoned towns tend to attract various people, and a lot of them, they aren't the kind you'd want to meet in the middle of the night. I pretty much went straight to sleep that first night. I remember hearing a few sounds in a kind of half-sleep state, but I just put it down to animals or one of the tenants. It's not like the town is hugely spread out, and apparently a couple of these guys worked quite a ways away and kept strange hours, so I barely woke up enough to worry about it. I rose with the sun on Saturday, eager to capture the place in the lonely light of dawn. I've always felt the first kiss of the sun in the morning accentuates the feeling of isolation, like the expectation of life in a particular place is more starkly contrasted as the sun rises and nothing changes. No one is waking up, no one heading off to work, no mail deliveries, no shops opening for the day. The absence of all that stuff we expect to happen as day breaks seems to make a place seem all the more lonely. And I think that feeling comes across in a photo. After a quick but awful instant coffee, I grabbed my gear and set out to wander. I was surprised by the condition of the old Queenslanders. I had expected more dilapidation, but they were in surprisingly good nick. Someone had obviously been tending to them on and off. In many ways, I think that made my photos a bit better. It was like people of the town had suddenly left a few weeks ago, and nature had just started reclaiming the town. To one side of Allies Creek is thick bushland, part of a series of national forests. Backed up against this bush is the town dam, where I found the rusting hulk of a boat resting in the reeds and the long-forgotten corpse of an ancient Holden ute backed up to a crumbling boat shed. The scene made for some beautiful shots, but the place itself, it had an unpleasant feel to it. I couldn't shake that feeling of being watched from all angles, like 1,000 predatory eyes were fixed on me from every direction. It seemed to abate as I walked back towards the closest sawmill, and I put it down to simply having the creeps in a genuinely creepy place. The sawmill was much older and more run down than the rest of Allies Creek, a weird combination of the 1890s and the 1980s. It was dusty, full of cobwebs and rust, and just absolutely fantastic. I spent a couple of hours just exploring it, snapping shots of everything and breathing in decades of history. It was after lunchtime by the time I ventured back out into the sunlight, and, blinking, I finally realized why I found the place so creepy. It was completely silent. Obviously, it was a largely abandoned town, and I hadn't seen any sign of the tenants, so I presumed I was alone. But there were no birds, no other animals, nothing making any noise at all. It was utterly quiet. While that was creepy, I wasn't too worried. I've been in a lot of isolated places, and because of that isolation, there's often not a lot of wildlife around at any one time. It's not as unusual for nature to be silent as horror stories might have you believe. So I shrugged it off and trudged back to the camper to grab some lunch. The silence was finally broken as I ate, parked in my camper on the uphill side of town, looking down into the thick bush. From that general area came an odd call, a kind of coughing bark that sounded 5 times and then fell silent again. After the still morning, this startled me, but it sounded something like a possum or a koala, so I quickly calmed down. For the rest of the afternoon, I poked around the old houses, returning to the camper maybe an hour before sunset. I'd parked with a vantage over the town, and I wanted to get some shots as the sun went down and night claimed what nature had yet to. Not long after the sun sank into the sky, I heard that same sound again, closer this time. It seemed to be coming down near the dam, and this time, it made me sit up in bed. Where before, I'd thought it might be a possum or a koala, this was much too loud, reverberating off the hillside. Even more concerning were the responses. Although they sounded further away, whatever was out there was not alone, and I most certainly was. Within a few minutes, the strange calls were sounding off all around the town. Whatever was out there had Allies Creek surrounded, and something in me was screaming that that wasn't good. Normally, I enjoy the isolation of secluded places, but in Allies Creek, I felt so exposed, alone. I decided to drive down to the tenanted area and see if anyone was home, hopefully to explain what that strange sound was, or at least assure me that someone else was around. I could still sleep in the camper, but it would be nice to at least know that I wasn't completely alone. The first house was dark and locked up, so I didn't even bother. The next two had lights on in a window or two, but all the curtains were drawn and there were no cars in sight. Still, that didn't mean they were empty, so I parked in between them and cautiously got out of the van. As I ever so cautiously ascended the stairs into the first place, I felt like I heard something move just at the end of the street, where the grassland intersected with the bush. I hurried up the stairs and knocked on the door, only to find that it was already ajar. The dim light spilling out from inside the house showed that the jamb was splintered, and suddenly, my heart rate went through the roof. "Hello?" I called in a breathy whisper. Is anyone there?" With no response, I pushed through the door and was immediately greeted by a foul odour. Peering further into the house, I saw a dark stain on the lino and, to my horror, a human arm spilling out of the door. Bile rose in my throat and I raced back out the front door, aiming to get in the van and get the hell out of there as fast as I could. As I ran down towards the driver's side door though, there was a loud coughing sound immediately to my left. I skidded to a halt and saw a shadow slink around the corner of the house. Not just any shadow, a huge shadow. Without really thinking, I sprinted towards the other house to the right, risking another gruesome discovery, but unable to bring myself to run even slightly towards that shadow. This house, mercifully, was unlocked, and I slammed the door behind me. Outside, those barking sounds rose in intensity, seemingly coming from all around the house. I didn't even think about what I might find. I just ran through the kitchen and bolted the back door. Thank God all those old Queenslanders are built almost identically. With at least something of a barrier between me and whatever cast that shadow, I took stock of my situation. Outside, I could hear a cacophony of calls and the movement of some very heavy bodies. Inside, I had light, but otherwise, the place looked long abandoned. At least there were no mangled bodies. Remembering the splintered door of the previous house, I barricaded the back door with the heavy old steel fridge and flipped the kitchen table against the inside door leading to the hall, jamming the legs in as best I could. I had to trust that whatever was out there didn't understand windows, as the door was smashed in at the last place, but all the glass was intact. Then, against every screaming instinct, I switched off the light. For a moment, it was unreasonably dark as my eyes adjusted to the sudden gloom. The clear light of the moon, it filtered through the lace curtains quickly enough, and I hunkered down against the cabinet, hopefully out of sight of anyone or anything looking in the window. My heart was pounding in my ears. I listened closely to the unnatural sounds outside, straining for any signs that I hadn't been discovered. Given the number of barks, I didn't think that I would have any chance of making it to the van. There was nothing to do but wait and hope. Sitting like that, hiding from God knows what, was excruciating. The creatures, and I had to assume they were creatures, showed no signs of letting up, and the night ticked by at an absolute crawl, punctuated by horrifying coughs and barks. At some stage, something stomped up the stairs at the back of the house. My heart froze in my chest. I could hear it shuffling around on the patio, sniffing at the wall and the kitchen door. Part of me wanted to try and crawl into a cupboard just to make myself as small and unobtrusive as possible. But I knew that I might wind up making a racket, and that might prove fatal. Instead, I decided to do something utterly mad. I slowly stood up and looked out the window. I suppose it was something of an overwhelming sense of curiosity, coupled with the idea that maybe all of this was completely explainable if I could just see what I was dealing with. Maybe it would be less terrifying if I knew what was outside. Unfortunately, The opposite was true. The creatures I saw out in the moonlight were so terrifying that I'm surprised I didn't pass out. On the back patio was an animal that looked almost like a dog, but much bigger. It would have been well over 1.5 meters at the shoulder, and probably the length of a 3-seater couch. This thing was massive and strong. Muscles knotted under hairless skin as it rooted around near the door, and huge claws splayed out on the hardwood patio. It almost looked as though the forepaws were flexible enough to function as hands. I never got a detailed look at the head, which was down below the window somewhere, because I sat down pretty quickly when I saw 3 or 4 more outlined in the moonlit backyard, playing with what looked an awful lot like a human skull. Eventually, the monster at the door gave up, but the calls, they continued through the night. I have no idea how I survived mentally. It seemed like I barricaded myself in well enough, but the sheer terror of that experience was enough to send a person over the edge. Still, somehow, I managed to keep it together, and as the night faded, so did the coughs and the barks. I gave it about half an hour after the first rays of sunlight before sprinting to the van and peeling out of town at about 4 times the speed limit. I didn't stop until I reached a rest area about 100 kilometers away, where I pulled over and promptly collapsed from the exhaustion of it all. To this day, I've never told a soul about what happened in Allies Creek. People died there, and there's never been any mention of it, not anywhere. Now, the place is for sale, and I can't help but wonder how much the owner knows about the town. It seems like someone out there must know something about what's going on, and about what lurks in the thick bushland near the town. I decided the best course of action would be to pretend nothing happened. To pretend that I drove into town, spent the daylight hours, and left again. So, I never mentioned what happened. I just sold some photos and moved on as much as I could. But seeing that ad shared all over social media, that chilled me to the bone. Someone, somewhere, is going to buy that place and walk into hell. So, please, take this as a warning. No matter how cool it sounds to buy a town, no matter how good the deal is, please, stay away from Allies Creek. Absolute solitude can be a dangerous thing. The world away from the world holds a still, quiet warmth, the promise of a life without distraction and destruction. For some people, the silent embrace of solitude is a siren song that becomes harder and harder to resist the longer they spend alone, until they give into it entirely, vanishing into the cracks of the world where such solitude can still be found. For me, that same siren song led me to take a 12-month job stationed at a small, lonely cottage in Tasmania, miles and miles from the nearest collection of buildings big enough to be called civilization. Ever since childhood, I've always tended towards spending time alone. I preferred the company of nature and a good book to the constant drone of humanity. People say I'm an introvert, but I don't agree. I just value peace in a world where peace is hard to come by. The feeling was magnified hundreds of times when I decided to leave my partner of 3 years, a career-driven girl who had become more and more distant, while at the same time turning to emotional manipulation to try and keep me from noticing. I needed a break from it all, and I felt like I'd find it on that isolated, rugged headland jutting out into the Southern Ocean. The cottage itself was a tiny, utilitarian thing, perched high on the headland in the southwest conservation area. The only access to it being ancient trapping trails and the odd service road. It looked out over the savagery of the Southern Ocean as it smashed into the cliffs far below. A cozy retreat in the teeth of some of the wildest weather on the planet. My job was to monitor the seabirds that wheeled overhead and, in some cases, nested in the windswept dunes down along the bay. 12 months spent walking the beach and birdwatching sounded like heaven at the time. The pay was very reasonable, and I had a 4-wheel drive, so I could make the trek north to Strathgordon if I happened to crave some more modern comforts. As long as the data was good, no one cared about me, and I kinda liked that. I quickly settled into a rhythm, a monthly trip for food, supplemented by fresh fish when I felt like fishing, walks to the various seabird colony sites spread out over the week, and lots of time enjoying the wild beauty of this place, or basking in front of the fire, alone with my thoughts. It was energizing, and all my problems, they quickly felt like they were worlds away. I read, and I wrote, and even took up painting, exploring myself in the moments I had spare between exploring the spectacular land around me. On my 5th monthly trip into Strahan for supplies, I was having a meal and a glass of wine in the pub when I struck up a conversation with a good-looking young girl. We hit it off nicely, and although I was happy with my isolation, it was nice to have a proper conversation and connect with someone. We talked for a few hours, and I was surprised when she expressed concern about what I did for a living. "You should be careful all the way out there," she said. "It's a different world. Things happen that have no explanation. People go missing and turn up places that they couldn't reasonably be. It's not the kind of place to be if you're unprepared." We talked about the southwest forests, then about strange lights and strange creatures and strange disappearances. In many ways, I think it fired my imagination even more, made me keener to explore the amazing place I'd found myself in. We spent the night in my room, and in the morning, I promised to keep in touch, and she promised to tell me more about the wilderness that surrounded my tiny little home. Over the winter, I spent more time inside as the wind howled and the temperature plummeted. My new pen pal and we emailed each other once or twice a week, and I saw her when I stayed in town. But I still relished my seclusion and spent most of my time with myself. I'd hoped to explore some of the mysterious phenomenon my new friend had told me about, but all I'd managed were a few sightings of strange lights flitting through the thick forest canopy. Spring came around, and I decided the lull in the weather was a great opportunity to catch a few fish. Winter was a thrilling experience, but the weather prevented me from fishing, and my food options were quite dull. A few fresh salmon, grilled over the fire, sounded absolutely incredible after a few months of frozen meat and carbohydrates. and I jumped at the chance to throw out a line after checking the seabirds down the bay. It was maybe mid-afternoon when I noticed her watching me. I'd ventured down the low end of the bay, where dunes gave way to the forest, and I'd landed a few small fish already. Suddenly, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and a chill ran through my bones. Tucked almost entirely behind a big tree, watching me from the shadows, I saw a girl. She ducked out of sight when I first saw her, but I kept watching the tree and waiting for her to show herself again. From her appearance, she was clearly indigenous and quite young, in her late teens at a guess. The poor thing almost looked wild, and I wondered what she was doing all the way out here. I offered a wave, and she cocked her head, quizzical, before dashing back into the forest. It was a strange encounter, but I thought surprisingly little of it. My friend in Strahan had told me about communities of illegal trappers and hermits that lived out here, and I knew that Tasmania was home to all sorts of loners and wilderness lovers who spend most of their time completely hidden away. I suppose that formed part of the attraction for an exhausted Sydney guy like me, and I just assumed that the young girl must have been part of a community like that. She'd seemed genuinely afraid of me, so I left a couple of fish where she'd stood before I left and headed back to the cottage. When I woke the next day, I found a leaf-wrapped parcel on the doorstep. Inside were bunches of herbs and scraps of bark, items which I'd learned had medicinal properties over the course of my cottage reading. I smiled at that, thinking that the girl had at least appreciated my olive branch and accepted that I was not scary. Over a few weeks, I went back to her tree. I never saw her, but I left small things for her, old books, food and the like. Sometimes I got something in return. Often I didn't, but that wasn't the point for me. I was just happy to share, especially because she might well have needed more than I did. 3 months later, in the late spring, I was returning from another Strahan trip with food and supplies. I'd come to call them my Strahan trysts in my head. A little inside joke for one, because I usually met up with my mystery-loving pen pal. In a strange way, my visits both to the town and with her made me feel like I was cheating on solitude, the lover at home. Maybe the solitude had turned into something less desirable. I don't know. Whatever the case, that trip home changed everything. Maybe half an hour from the cottage, deep on a tiny service road, so thickly forested it felt like an eternal twilight, a man dashed out of the forest. I braked, startled, but not entirely surprised, given my earlier encounter with the young Indigenous girl. I had come to believe that there must be some kind of enclave out here, and the man appearing seemed to feed into that idea. He looked older and disheveled, clearly a man who lived rough. I slowed, both to avoid him and to offer assistance, before the look in his eyes gave me pause. He was wild, terrified, his eyes darting this way and that before catching sight of the car. For a moment, I thought he might have run at me to try and get in, but he didn't. Instead, he cast a furtive glance at the forest behind him, before looking back towards me. He screamed something at me, something that might have been, "Run, get out," or "Run, they're coming," before vanishing into the thick bush on the other side. I waited for a few moments, quite rattled and concerned for the man, who appeared increasingly in need of psychological help, as the minutes ticked by and no one followed him. Of course, they could have seen my car and been waiting for me to go, or waiting for me to get out. I decided that getting to the cottage was the safest course of action. In all likelihood, the poor guy probably had some kind of problems, living out here to get away from it all. I did call it in over the radio, and that was about all I could do. In such vast wilderness, no one would go looking for a man who probably didn't want to be found. That night, I lay in bed when I noticed bright flashes of light coming through the curtains, like lightning ripping through the sky. Strangely enough, no thunder followed, which did strike me as odd enough to drag me out of half sleep to look. What I saw was definitely not lightning. Over the forest, hundreds of lights danced in mesmerizing patterns. They were white and red and blue and yellow. They flew high above the trees and dipped right down, weaving in between them like sentient smoke. I stumbled out onto the grass, awed by this dazzling and completely unexplainable display. It must have been only a few moments before I heard the screaming. Puzzled, I did something quite foolish, taking several steps toward the sound. My singlet and cotton underwear, I realized, were completely useless against a sudden chill that seemed to hang heavy in the air. It had been a warm evening, and sudden temperature change is basically the norm in this part of the world. But this felt different. Not a breath of wind disturbed the trees as those lights darted amongst them, and the ground still retained the warmth of the day. In the forest, more screams sounded, agonized and despairing, and I noticed the sound of drums beating in the still night. Something was very, very wrong. I turned to run back into the cottage, maybe radio for help, and I screamed in shock. Between me and the door stood a man, tall and menacing, in the garb of an indigenous warrior. His skin was daubed in body paint, and he held a long spear ready at his side. His expression, one of stern hatred. How had he gotten here? I hadn't heard so much as a footstep. I raised my hands, half in peace and half in plea, and I took 2 slow steps backwards, stammering out some useless words. The man seemingly took no notice, just fixing me with that hateful stare. Something gave inside me, and I turned to run, hoping to maybe lose myself down in the seabird colony or the rocks by the bay. I was confronted by an even more terrifying sight. As I turned my back to the forest, it seemed that 100 warriors had made their way out of the shadows. They were the source of the drums, and I realized that they were also the source of the lights. More of the brilliant orbs came down to the earth, and as they did, became a proud warrior, joining the ranks of their brothers. They all fixed me with that same glare, stern, hateful, and unmoving. In amongst them, I noticed other people, some unmoving, some screaming desperately. All of them were strung up on long poles, hefted by 2 warriors, bloodied and beaten. As more warriors materialized, the men holding one of the suspended forms stepped forward and calmly tossed their captive over the cliff. He screamed the whole way down. Those same warriors then turned and fixed their gaze on me, hungry. Without a sound, the warrior behind me moved close, and he grabbed me as I turned to run, strong as a vice. I screamed, and I began to cry, overcome with terror at the fate that clearly awaited me. Suddenly, a breath of wind, and the drums, they fell silent. No. A voice, rough, strange pronunciation, but clearly female. The warriors, who had thrown the man over the cliff, halted their advance, looking unsure. The voice spoke again, firmer. No, this one, kind. This one, grateful. This one, respect the land and the spirits. I realized, somehow, that voice was not speaking English. Yet, I could understand roughly what was being said. Over my head, a brilliant, red orb, by far the largest I'd seen, began to descend. When it touched the ground, the girl from the beach was standing in its place. No harm this one. Let him go. At her command, the warrior holding my arms immediately released me, and I fell to the ground, sobbing and desperate. The girl, she smiled and appeared before me, seeming to cross the distance instantly. Sorry, no mean to harm you. You, kind, respect the ancestors, kind to me. She flicked her head to the poor people still hanging on the poles. These ones, not kind, not respect, poison land, kill and spoil. These ones, punish. I suddenly had a flurry of images in my head. Images of rare animals dying over days in agonizing snares. Images of men beating indigenous women. Images of ancient, sacred sites polluted by laughing drunks. You not look, okay? A few of them still screamed on their way down the cliff. But when I opened my eyes, all but the girl were gone. She looked sad, as though she regretted what had happened. My people, all gone, and still men come, men destroy. She must have been speaking her language, some power of hers, allowing my mind to process the vague approximation of what she said. Men can come, is okay, but men should have respect. Men should be grateful. You, always safe here. You give gift, show kindness, even though no one asked. She stood and smiled, her eyes still swimming with an ancient sadness. Spirits, keep land safe Make sure men respect land. Do not fear. It is just the way." With that, she became light, brilliant and red, and moved off through the forest. I must have been in shock, because I lay on the grass until the sun came up. When it did, I was struck by how peaceful I still felt. It seemed as though the night before had been a bad dream, although the hand-shaped bruises on my upper arms assured me that it hadn't. The warmth of the rising sun on my face reminded me of the girl and her protection, and for some reason, the best thing I could think of to do was to go about my normal day. Surprisingly, I saw out my contract. I moved to Strahan, where I run eco-tours out into the great wilderness. It's just the right amount of solitude, I think. A small town company and a lot of peace. I witnessed something horrific that night at the cottage, but I think understanding it made it less terrifying. This is a land of ancient spirits, and that night, the spirits of the land extracted vengeance on those who had wronged them. Illegal trappers, criminals fleeing justice, and ignorant, callous people with no respect for the beauty of this place. So, I'll leave you with a word of warning, as I do my clients. Go out into the bush, enjoy it, and do not be afraid. Just so long as you remember to pay your respects.
My dad was a good man, honest and hardworking, the kind of man who meant his handshake as a binding agreement and put his only daughter before all else, even himself. Dad worked as a truckie, carrying loads all over Australia. I never knew my mum, and I never had any other siblings or family. It was just me, Dad, and his beloved truck. We never had a house or anything, at least not that I could remember. When I got old enough to ask why, Dad said we used to, but he had to sell it so that he could afford to look after me. It didn't matter to a 6-year-old kid. The cab of a semi was just as good as a house, especially when I could fall asleep in one place and wake up in another. Every day brought new adventures and new places to explore. Dad would take me out for lunch and ice cream, and we'd check out whatever town we'd landed in before dinner. And for me, bed. Dad did a lot of his driving at night. Sometimes, when we didn't have a load, we'd spend a few days in one place, maybe even get a motel room. Just another adventure. We'd eat and watch TV, and then he'd put me down in my own big bed, a real treat. Sometimes I'd wake up and he'd be gone, but I never worried. He always came back. If I was the most important thing in Dad's world, his truck came a close second. It was home and work, a place to live, and his main source of income. He treated that old truck like a second child, meticulous in his maintenance and careful not to push it too hard. The cab was always spotless, except for a funny little man made out of sticks and vines that Dad had stuck to the dashboard. "That's my God," he said. "A God just for me. Everything we have is thanks to him." I'd heard about gods, of course, but normally in the Christian sense. The idea of a personal God fascinated me, something Dad clearly enjoyed. "When you're old enough, you'll find out all about him, love. He'll look after you even better than the way he's always looked after me. But you just focus on being a kid for now, because before you know it, that'll all be over." I didn't have to know anything else to believe in Dad's God. At that age, the fact that he said so was enough for me. Of course, I never expected to see God with my own eyes. One night, way out in the middle of the Nullarbor, we'd parked up to rest. There's next to nothing out there, and it was one of the few places Dad used to drive during the day and sleep at night. Sleep wouldn't come to me though, no matter how hard I tried. I felt hot and bothered, like I might be getting sick. Whatever the reason, it meant that I heard Dad sneaking out of the cab in the middle of the night. At first, I thought he must have slipped out to go to the toilet, but as more time passed, I started to worry. Why would he be outside for so long in the dark? My fear only deepened when I heard the sound of chanting, muffled and gruff. I decided I needed to see what was making the commotion and what had happened to Dad. I could hear more clearly from the front of the cab, enough to know that the voice chanting softly out in the dark desert belonged to my dad. For some reason, that didn't calm me the way I thought it should. I could barely see out of the cab in the inky, moonless darkness, and that didn't help with my anxiety at all. Suddenly, a green light flared, and I instinctively ducked down in the truck. When I finally found the courage to poke my head up again, I saw something that took my young breath away. Dad sat, cross-legged, on the desert sand, wearing an odd cloak that I'd never seen before. In front of him stood the source of the light. His God, it had to be. It stood tall, and I could see the resemblance to the simple effigy on the dashboard. The long, spindly arms, the antlers, and the vines coiling around its form. Somehow, though, this realization did nothing to alleviate my fear. I quickly returned to the bed at the back of the cab, burrowing deep under the covers and squeezing my eyes shut. I must have fallen asleep before Dad came back, and I never mentioned anything to him about what I had seen. In truth, I never got the chance. As we entered South Australia, there was an eruption of sound and light, and we were suddenly surrounded by police cars. It all happened so fast. A kind-faced female officer gave me a lollipop and held me tight as they dragged my dad violently into a paddy wagon. I never saw him again. I learned very quickly that Dad must be more than I ever thought he was. Within days, I found out that the name I knew him by, the name all his friends on the road knew him by, was fake. I knew that he'd done something bad, but I was so little that no one would talk to me about it. I was put into foster care in Adelaide, and although the people were nice, they were distant and refused to even mention my dad. I made a few friends and I grew up, but it never felt real. I prayed to God, the popular one and the one from the desert, but I never got an answer. I hated my new life and I missed my dad. It wasn't until my 20s that I really thought to try and contact my dad again. Even in adulthood though, no one would talk to me about it. I mean, I really only had a handful of foster parents and grandparents to go to, but still, they'd skirt around the issue, tell me I didn't need to revisit that nasty business. But I did. He was my dad after all. I eventually decided I'd have to do the research myself. I didn't have much to go off, but I knew at least one of his names, and I had to start somewhere. The internet turned up nothing useful, which was a blow. But I remembered that the State Library held a huge collection of backdated newspaper articles, so I made that my next target. I knew, obviously, when I had gone into foster care, so I knew roughly when to look. Unfortunately, none of the articles had been digitised yet, so I had to search through an old machine and drag up each front page individually. The process was time-consuming, and I must have sat there for hours, to the point that I nearly gave up in frustration. I honestly wish I had. The face of evil, child killer smiles as judge reads charges. What? It couldn't be. But it was. Right there on the front page. Grainy, but unmistakable. I saw my dad again. I felt sick and angry, sure that there must have been some mistake. My kindly old dad wouldn't have hurt a fly, much less a child. The nausea only got worse, and my heart sank as I read the rest of the story. I must have churned through a month's worth of front page news over the rest of the afternoon. Each story filled me with a heaviness. My belief that the man I knew as Dad had to be innocent fading into a sick rage until I could take no more, retching uncontrollably into the bin at the desk next to me. It was all true. For fuck's sake, he wasn't even my dad. He had taken me, it turned out, from a single mother in Grafton as a 2-year-old. Her body turned up several months after we were reported missing. I wasn't the first either. He'd always seemed older to me, but I had no idea he'd been nearing 65 when they finally caught him. All told, 8 children fell victim to the man who called himself my dad. He would murder the mother and abduct her child, always at around 2 years old, and always a girl. He would then go on the road, raising the girl as his own, using the transient lifestyle he led to stay hidden. This was well before the internet. In the days when no one questioned a working class man having to take his kid on the road. Then, at the age of 8, he would, for fuck's sake, I still can't even say it without wanting to throw up. At the age of 8, he murdered those poor kids and started the whole cycle again. The worst was yet to come though. I realised, reading one of the later articles, what his reasons were. The papers portrayed this monster I'd call Dad as crazy, committing his crimes as part of a deranged series of pseudo-satanic rituals. They said he was criminally insane, that he'd had schizophrenia, all sorts of things. I've seen the entity he called God. I don't know who or what it is, or what it did for him, and I never want to. I know it exists, and I know he wasn't some sick person killing to appease the monsters in his head. The truth is far worse and far more terrifying. We were sacrifices to a very real entity, made by a person who knew exactly what he was doing. To call him crazy diminishes the evil he perpetrated. We were sacrifices, killed for nothing more than to appease some godforsaken entity and make his own life marginally better. 17 lives, mother and child, for the sake of one. I'd been so close to being number 18. He died in prison before my 16th birthday. My dad was a good man. I just wish I'd never known the monster behind the facade. So I've just got back from the most terrifying fucking excuse for a holiday of my entire life. It was meant to be great, a celebration of finally finishing uni after 5 long years. My boyfriend Zach and his best mate Blair booked a yacht for a few nights of cruising around the Great Barrier Reef. To be honest, I'm pretty sure Blair was the driving force behind the whole thing. The fact that he wanted to propose to Sonia, his girlfriend since high school, would have to be one of the worst kept secrets of all time. And Zach figured he must be taking this opportunity to pop the question. They even thought to book a skipper with the boat, an impressive decision for 2 guys who think they know everything about everything, because in reality, their combined knowledge of anything to do with the water amounts to precisely dick all. Zach had never even seen the ocean until he moved to Brisbane at the start of his degree. So, I'd have been more than a little terrified if any part of a sailing yacht through coral reefs and island passages involved his hands being on the wheel. Of course, it would have been a shitload less terrifying than what actually happened. We landed in Cairns late one afternoon, planning to spend a night out on the town partying before chilling out and pretending to be sophisticated on a classy boat. The hotel on the waterfront was swanky enough that I almost didn't want to leave, happy to sit on the balcony and watch the constant party that is the main promenade. But the others were keen and thirsty, and soon enough, we were surrounded by backpackers at one of the local bars. Plenty of cold wine, and probably not enough food, if I'm completely honest, blurred the night and meant I woke up with a thumping head and the unsteady feeling that I might already be at sea. Thankfully, Zach had already wandered out on a coffee run, and the caffeine combined with a cool shower had me feeling almost human enough to head down to the marina and meet the boat. Now, I say yacht because that's what the website called it, but in reality, it was this really slick hybrid boat, part sailing vessel, part motor yacht. It even came with a stocked bar and kitchen, so we didn't have to drag a bunch of groceries around Cairns with us. How the boys afforded to book it, I've no idea, but I damn sure planned to enjoy it while it lasted. We met the captain, a surprisingly young guy named Dan. Before a quick tour of the boat and a lengthy but entertaining safety demonstration, Dan turned out to be a funny guy, and his demeanour definitely put me at ease straight away. Then it was bikinis and boardies as we lounged on the deck, watching the mainland slide away and heading towards the scattered islands and shoals of the Barrier Reef. The first leg of the journey was a short one, anchoring at nearby Fitzroy Island, where we sunbaked with glasses of bubbly before heading ashore for a few hours. There's a sea turtle rehab centre there, and I spent a good hour or so just watching them. The small tanks concern me a little, but I knew these turtles were destined to be returned to the ocean when they might otherwise have died. So that cooled the tipsy wildlife warrior in me down. A few more glasses of bubbles on deck, and Sonia cooked up the most amazing whole fish for dinner. I've never experienced anything so idyllic, the sun setting over the mainland and the moon rising over a glass calm bay. I felt out of place, a girl from the less good side of Brisbane, sitting on a luxury boat in paradise. We laughed and joked and soaked it all in. The atmosphere and the romance. And when a very tipsy Zach dragged me back to our cabin, I certainly didn't resist. The next day, I woke as the sun came up. Just me and Captain Dan out on deck. He shot me a disarming smile as I blinked blearily in the brightening light. As captain of the boat, he obviously couldn't drink, and his perkiness compared to me showed clearly. "There's a pot of coffee in the kitchen. You look like you could use it." He was right. A few moments later, coffee in hand, I leant against the rail with him. We talked about what we did, just making small talk and being friendly. And he showed me a picture of his adorable little daughter, grinning proudly, when I commented on just how adorable I thought she was. "Hey, sea turtle!" He pointed out over the water suddenly as a dark shape popped up not 15 metres from the boat. In case you hadn't figured, I love turtles, and seeing a genuinely wild one brought a lame little squeal out of me. Dan laughed. "If you like that, you're going to love the spot we're going to today." He took a long draught of his coffee, draining the mug. Plenty of sea turtles out in the lagoon. You can swim within a metre or so of them too. Not gonna lie, I was pumped. Captain Dan didn't lie either. Within a couple of hours, we arrived at his secret spot. Quite a small crescent moon-shaped reef that created a sandy lagoon. I could already see the turtles lazily coasting around the clear water, and I barely waited until the boat was moored up before leaping in with my snorkel. I spent hours swimming with them, long after everyone else got bored and retired to the boat for lunch. They were so close I could have touched them, and there were dozens of them around the lagoon at any one time. It might have just been the best day I'd ever had, which makes the horror that we experienced from then on even more troubling. For the late afternoon, Captain Dan proposed a trip to the out edge of the reef, where the coral drops away into massive depths. We wouldn't be able to snorkel for safety reasons, but the guys would be able to do some fishing, before we headed back into the shallower water. So they naturally agreed. Sonia and I took the opportunity to shower off the salt while Zach and Blair eagerly chatted to Dan. They had a ball, and even I decided to have a go and managed to pull in a few fish. Dan showed off by making us all sashimi, which was amazing, and we settled in as night fell to watch the breakers roll onto the reef under the moonlight. In the morning, I woke to chaos. Zach was in a panic, having a full go at Captain Dan on the little bridge. I rushed in to try and drag him away, fuming that he would carry on like that. But Sonia stepped in front of me with a worried look on her face. "We're lost, Ash." I frowned at her, not understanding what she was on about. "Lost? What do you mean lost?" She nodded out the window. "Look, the reef is gone. Nothing but water everywhere. And Dan says it's at least 2,000 metres deep. We woke up and we were out here. And Ash, the boat is dead. No motors, no radio. The only things that are working are the things that have their own power." Inside, Zach was getting angrier. Whatever Sonia said, I couldn't let things get out of hand, so I grabbed him by the arm and dragged him away. "What the fuck is wrong with you, Zach? Calm the fuck down." He looked at me like I'd lost the plot, not him. "Are you serious? This bloke's got us lost miles on the ocean, and he doesn't even have the sack to admit it. And you reckon belting the only guy who knows how to work this fucking boat is a good solution to that problem? Because that's what it looked like you were about to do." He looked like he wanted to argue, but I didn't give him the chance. "Captain Dan, what's actually happened?" Dan, for his part, looked like he was struggling to work it out himself. "I've honestly got no idea. I went to bed, and we were moored up on one of the Dad's old moorings inside the reef. This morning, I wake up, and we're suddenly in the open ocean. Mooring line's been cut. But if it got cut on the reef, it would have been smashed by the surf. We can't have drifted out against the surf. And we can't have drifted over the reef. And we can't have drifted as far as we look to have. Then there's this." He gestured to the GPS and sounder, which had its own power, so it could still operate in emergencies. "The bloody thing says we haven't moved, but at the same time, it says we're in 2,147 metres of water right now. Both of those things can't be true. Could the position be off? Like, if it stopped working, would it freeze on a position or something?" He shook his head. "If it stopped working, it wouldn't show a position. Maybe it's a bloody weird glitch. But I've never seen it before." Zach tried to interject, and I shut him up with a glare. I was just about to ask Dan about the engines when the boat, obviously drifting, came to a shuddering halt. "Bloody hell!" Dan looked aghast, racing out onto the deck. Zach's expression changed from rage into one of concern. "Did we hit something? Did we hit the reef? Do we need the life jackets?" I didn't know, so I just followed Dan. "Well, that's just not bloody possible," he said, leaning over the railing. "We've run a fucking ground. But didn't you say we're in like 2,000 metres of water? How can we run aground?" He shook his head. "That's a good bloody question. But see for yourself." Sure enough, peering over the side, I could see the bottom only a few metres beneath us. It looked different though, covered in seaweed and thick kelp instead of coral. It didn't look like it belonged. On the bridge, we discovered that the sounder still said 2,147 metres. Clearly, it was stuffed, we thought. And Dan resorted to the old-fashioned method, a length of rope with a weight on the end. We figured the depth was about 5 to 8 metres, but it was hard to say. So we just grabbed a long length of rope out of the hold. The rope went straight through the sea floor. Well, that's what it seemed like. We all agreed that we could clearly see the bottom, yet we let out easily 1,000 feet of rope without ever feeling it. If we weren't stuck fast, I'd have thought the image of swaying weed and white sand was a shared delusion or something. We could even see the rope, arrows straight and descending into the apparent depths, not pooling on the bottom. That was when I really started to feel afraid, because I just couldn't understand it at all. How could we be stuck on the sea floor, able to see it, but still apparently be in deep water, leaving the others to debate the sea floor and whether it was an illusion or a hologram or whatever? I climbed up to the sitting area and tried to look for landmarks. It wasn't much higher than the deck, but it gave me a slightly better view. I quickly noted something weird. "Guys, shut up for a minute," I called down to the others. "Do you see that?" They looked at me oddly, following my outstretched arm and going wide-eyed. The sky, at least the horizon and immediately above it, was more green than blue. Blair turned to me, although I think his question was aimed at whatever power might be listening more than any of us. "Where the hell are we?" Sleep didn't come easily that night. The sun going through that green haze made for a sick sunset that made us all uneasy, and obviously being marooned fuck knows where didn't help. I hardly had any appetite and went to bed for nothing else than some sort of comfort not long after darkness fell. The sky, normally black, had an eerie red tinge without the sun out. At least in the cabin, I could feel myself, I suppose I eventually did doze off, at least a little, because something woke me in the dead of night. My watch said about 4 a.m, for whatever that seemed to be worth given our situation. I couldn't work out what had woken me up, but then I heard it again, clear as day. Someone was out on the deck. At first, I figured it must have been Captain Dan or one of the others. Maybe they were looking for answers, or just couldn't sleep and needed some air. I even got up to go check it out, resigning myself to not sleeping for the rest of the night. Obviously, I probably wouldn't be writing this if that wasn't a huge fucking mistake. I padded softly into the main lounge area, catching sight of a figure on the back deck. Definitely large enough to be Captain Dan. My heart stopped the instant I noticed the second figure though, because it climbed on board over the back of the boat. I could clearly see water sluicing off whoever had come on board as I threw myself instinctively onto the couch and out of sight. The first figure could pass for Dan, but the second one was the same rough size and build, and neither of the boys matched it. Someone else had climbed onto the boat. As my eyes adjusted and I sneaked another look over the top of the lounge, I realised they weren't someone at all. They moved inhumanely in a way I can't quite describe, like their joints were all different. They bent in places people don't bend, and their heads stayed oddly level as the rest of their body bobbed up and down. The two figures moved almost silently now they had climbed aboard, gliding towards the glass doors. Now that they were closer, I could see more of their features. Completely hairless, their skin was mottled, black and something lighter, maybe blue, although it was hard to tell the colour in the dark. It looked almost like dolphin skin, glistening smooth in the moonlight. 4 solid black eyes sat on a flat face, 2 large ones, mirrored by a set of smaller eyes immediately below. A strange mouth capped off a terrifying face, almost like it was underslung with too much skin or something. One of them reached a webbed hand out and touched the glass, and I couldn't help myself. I screamed and everything went very pear-shaped, very fucking fast. The creatures at the door flinched and then let out this awful gargling shriek. The odd mouths flew open, flaps of skin throwing teeth and mandibles wide. I once saw this hilarious Facebook video of a pair of fish, fringe heads or something, fighting, and these things had mouths that reminded me of that, except very much not hilarious, especially when the first creature smashed the glass door. I bolted for the corridor that led to the cabins as 2 sets of footsteps came towards me from back there. Zach and Dan. "Move! Shut the fucking door!" They looked more scared of me than anything else, but that changed when they saw what was behind me. "Holy fuck, Ash," Zach shouted, useful as ever. I flew through the small door and skidded, trying to turn and close it behind me. Dan and Zach, to their credit, kept coming and slammed the door shut, putting their weight into it as the monsters outside smacked into it and tried to push it open. Blair and Sonia finally poked their heads out, and I screamed at them to find something to barricade the door. The boys were strong, but the creatures were winning. Suddenly, Blair shouted at them to get out of the way, showing strength I didn't realise he had. He was pushing a heavy metal cabinet towards the door. Zach and Dan scrambled out of the way, just in time. The door latch holding long enough for Blair to block any movement and jam the cabinet into the narrow hallway. We were safe for the moment, but on the flip side, we were trapped. There was an emergency exit towards the bow, and we could still get below deck. But with whatever the fuck those things were on the boat, we weren't going outside anytime soon. Captain Dan ushered us all into mine and Zach's cabin, where we hunkered down to catch our breath. Outside, the porthole in the door shattered, but a quick glimpse showed that nothing more than a searching arm could get through. Zach looked at me aghast. "What the fuck are those things, Ash?" Like I should know. I don't fucking know. I woke up, heard a noise, went to check it out, and boom! Fucking fish face and friend. All I know is they came out of the water. Well, what do we do? I felt like saying something very sarcastic, but Dan cut me off. There's not a lot we can do right now. Calming down is about it. Because it's no bloody good carrying on like dead shits. Right at that moment, there came a series of thumps and a sound like claws on hardwood floor. For a split second, I thought the creatures had somehow got through the door, but the smashing of the cabin porthole heralded even worse news. There were more of them, and they were climbing up the hull. We all let out a series of screams, yelps, and vicious swear words before scrambling across the hall into another cabin. Unfortunately, a few minutes later, the same thing happened. Then another portal shattered further down. They were all over the hull and we were under siege. The not so bad news was that they couldn't immediately get in. Although, there wasn't really any good news. Zach and Blair started dreaming up rubbish plans that sound more like panic than anything else. So, I ignored them and turned to Dan. Should we get further below decks? He looked unsure. I mean, we're probably harder to get out down there. Course, these things sink the bloody boat, we'll be drowned like rats. I think if these things sink the boat, even if we could get off, we'd be torn to pieces before we could fucking drown. He gave a grim smile. Fair point. Just then, a series of thwack sounds echoed through the cabin and an arm retracted from the busted porthole. Opposite the porthole, a group of strange, bony projectiles were embedded in the wall, glistening with a dark slime that probably would have done us no good if it got into our bloodstream. What the fuck? These things can shoot shit at us? How is that fighting fair? Dan nodded at me. Below decks might be a good idea, I reckon. He crawled towards the door, mindful of the latest danger, and we all followed one by one. Down the corridor, the creatures at the door kept up their assault, joined by the thumping and clicking of others all over the boat. At least below decks, there were no portholes. Captain Dan waited until the last of us got down the stairs and then slid a cover over the top of the staircase, locking it in place. The others looked up at him expectantly. "Well, what now?" Sonia whispered. Dan shrugged. "Hope they lose interest. I mean, we're pretty short on options here." Zach snorted at that. "Hope they lose interest? What the hell kind of plan is that? We need to do something." "Sit down, Zach. Seriously." I bit back. "We don't even know how many there are. They're bigger and stronger than we are, and they apparently shoot fucking poison darts out of fuck knows where. We've got a few flares and a boat hook. It's not exactly an even playing field." The silence from the others was deafening, and I thought Zach was going to blow up, but eventually he sighed into feet and sat down. "It's not perfect, but what can we do? Maybe if they can't get in, they'll go away. I mean, I'd love to say we did something heroic, that we fought them off with a flare tied to a boat hook, or our bare hands and sheer moxie or whatever. But the truth is, we sat and we waited. For another couple of hours, the thumping and the shrieking continued. As suddenly as it all seemed to kick off, though, it stopped, with a series of heavy splashes. A few minutes later, the boat started to move on the swell again, like it was free of the bottom. We all looked at each other expectantly, but it took a full hour or more before any of us made a move. By then, the sun had obviously risen, illuminating the edges of the door that slid over the stairs. It had been silent for about 2 hours, and we decided that we could risk a look. Dan crept up the stairs first, followed by Zach and then me. Sunlight streamed in through the portholes, and the only sounds were the surf and the creaking of the boat as it moved. A seagull cawed, and we all jumped before I realised exactly what I heard. Was that... Captain Dan nodded cautiously, heading over to a porthole and risking a look. What? Are you bloody shitting me? He stormed out of the cabin and towards the door to the main lounge area, shifting the cabinet just enough to climb over and get through. Confused, I started after him, only getting more confused when I heard him roar with laughter as I climbed through the door. We were back on the reef, moored right where we had been only about 48 hours earlier. Seagulls wheeled erratically overhead, and the sky wasn't green. Honestly, if not for the smashed windows and the damage to the boat, I'd have wondered if I dreamt everything. The whole weird scene had lasted maybe 24 hours, and the actual attack about 3 or 4. But it felt like a lifetime. Also, the boat started first go. I've got no idea what happened, or how, or why. I've got no idea why it ended so suddenly. Did we travel to some other dimension? Was it some sort of Bermuda Triangle deal? Aliens? Tony Abbott? I haven't got a clue. All I know is, if you're out on the ocean and you somehow find yourself aground in deep water, or the sky goes green and weird on you, it might be an idea to hide somewhere. Definitely don't go out on deck. Actually, maybe just do what I'm doing. Avoid the ocean forever. That seems like a good idea.
All I'm saying is a warning, fella. Sometimes, fellas like you go in them swamps without a blessing. And sometimes, them fellas don't ever come back. The pointed words of the Gunawingu elder echoed in my ears as we followed the winding tributary deep into a dark, heavy mass of tidal mangrove swamp. There had been no malice or threat in them, just an unnerving certainty, one that my boss seemed to miss as he snorted something about superstitious nonsense and thanked the man for nothing. I kind of wondered why he'd even bothered seeking the elder's blessing if he was just going to go ahead with the trip anyway. Image, I suppose. If there was one thing Dr. Irvin Wexley cared about more than anything, it was image. I apologised for his disrespect, and I asked the man if there was anything I could offer that would compensate for his wasted time. He gave me a kindly smile and just shook his head. It's all good, mate. Some fellas'll never learn. Nothing a man can do about that. You got enough respect to apologise, even though you done nothing wrong, and that's enough for an old fella like me. It ain't your fault the boss don't got any. I shook his hand, and I thanked him again, and I turned to leave. But his hand tightened on mine, lingering for a moment. You just be careful out there, mate. Them swamps, they've been around for a long time, before us folk even got here. Fellas like your old boss there, they tend to attract trouble. Look, there are good people and there are not so good people. And that's true of anything human beings are involved with. Science is no different. and Wexley, he was definitely the latter. Arrogant, egotistical, and only worried about progress if it personally benefited him in some way. The man could not have been more pompous and self-serving if he'd tried. More than once, he managed to beat accusations of stealing others' work and publishing it as his own. He also tended to largely hire young, female research scientists. Wexley may have been a prehistoric dick, but he did have a lot of influence. Working for him was like a golden ticket in many ways. Do a good job, and you'd be at the head of any list you wanted to be on. A year or two of misery opened so many doors that I couldn't pass up the offer. Maybe that makes me as bad as him on some level, but I comforted myself with the fact that I genuinely just wanted to be in a position to make a real difference, even if no one ever knew my name. We were sitting in one of 4 little aluminium dinghies, puttering slowly up a narrow, tidal creek into one of the largest mangrove swamps in the region, and one that had never really been scientifically investigated. Wexley was heading up a wildlife survey, keen to attach his name to as many new species as he could. The elder's warning, it stuck in my head, and in that twisted maze of ancient mangroves, I definitely felt a chill. The place was creepy, no doubt. The swamp itself, it opened up before us not too far down the creek, the narrow channel spilling into a shallow depression spread over 25 square k's. Weaving erratically between the mangroves were deeper channels where the water drained with the tide. Dotted around the swamp were tiny spits of dry land that varied in size from a few meters to several hundred. The first thing I noticed, of course, were the crocodiles. They startled into the water as the boats approached, or popped their heads under the surface with a barely perceptible swirl. They were the biggest danger of doing any work in the Northern Territory, capable of happily taking a human, and even a 5-meter animal can be completely invisible in 2 feet of water. Because of the crocs, we had to find a decent piece of land on which to make camp. Aerial shots showed that towards the middle of the swamp there existed a sizable island, one where we could be at least a few hundred meters from the water. So, we slowly wound our way through the mangrove-choked channels towards it. A few hundred meters obviously doesn't make you completely safe from the crocs, but it all helps, especially when one side of the island turns out to be a sheer 2-meter drop into the water. Crocodiles are very poor climbers. With camp set up near the steeper bank and a hot wire stretching low to the ground around the perimeter to at least make any marauding reptiles think twice, we settled in for the first night. That night, in my tent, I had the strangest dream. As with most dreams, I only remembered snatches of it, but they were still enough to set an uneasy feeling in the pit of my stomach. I was floating in black water, surrounded by dozens of crocodiles in a circle, lazily eyeing me off. I started to panic, treading water in faster and faster circles, trying to keep an eye on them all at once. And then, one of them broke ranks and started drifting towards me. I braced for an attack, but before it came, the crocodile morphed into an image of the elder. His skin, unnaturally black. His beard and hair had turned shockingly white, and his eyes, they glowed with a purple fire. He stood on the surface of the water, with those purple eyes boring into me and leaning down slightly, whispering, "The Keeper awakens." Then he shot down into the water in a plume of spray, sending the crocodiles scattering. And that was when I woke up. The next day, I mercifully found myself free of Wexley again. He assigned me the task of overseeing the crocodile traps. See, as part of the survey, we wanted to get an idea of the number and the size of the animals in the area and start tracking some of them to see where they went at different times of the year and so forth. Typical Wexley, he genuinely saw more value in the opportunity to discover a new species of gnat that he could name after himself than in studying the largest predator in the ecosystem. Not that I was going to complain about being well away from him. We'd brought 4 traps with us, 10 meters long, reinforced steel cages that could either float on the surface of the water in a special rig or rest on the bottom in the shallows or on the bank. They were designed so that even a truly huge 5 to 6 meter crocodile could be safely contained, tagged and sampled before release. So they weighed quite a lot and were ungainly to transport. As a result, we had to set them one at a time before heading back to base camp and picking up the next trap. It took pretty much all day. We baited them with feral pig carcasses and set them where we thought the big crocs would probably hang out. From then, it was really just a matter of waiting. Back at camp, Wexley had already returned and summoned me to his tent to marvel at some potential new species or other. A yellow eel, in fact. But despite his self-important boasting, I was pretty sure he'd just caught a rare colour morph of the common swamp eel. Still, I knew better than to correct him, and so I just agreed that it could be a promising find and told him I smelled like boar innards and needed a shower. Camp showers are hardly luxurious, so after a quick soap job, I threw on a fresh set of clothes and retired to the main fire. I was happy to while away the night in the company of the other workers. Sleep was, as far as I could tell, dreamless that night, and I woke feeling re-energized. Hopefully, we'd have something in the traps, and the real signs could begin, while Wexley gallivanted uselessly around the other side of the swamp, looking for the next unfortunate creature to bear his name. Unfortunately, the traps were empty. Not a huge setback by any means. Crocodiles are surprisingly wary of change in their environment, especially for such a powerful and aggressive predator. It might take a couple of days before they approached closely enough to really get a bead on the bait. Once they did, though, that wariness would disappear in an instant. I decided that since we had no crocodiles to wrestle, we should start a bit of a catalogue of the animals that we could see in the swamp. Because of the sparsity of dry land, there were very few large animals. But, still, the mangroves were full of life. We photographed birds, lizards and crabs that scurried in between the breathing roots, and even a huge colony of flying foxes high up in some of the tall gums on the edge of the swamp itself. Then, as we came back around the back edge of the swamp, we entered a relatively wide lagoon that seemed strangely devoid of life. No birds moved through the leaves of the mangroves or stalked mud skippers on the margins. Nothing stirred. The water beneath us, previously never more than about 6 or 7 feet deep, plummeted to over 30 feet. I heard a splash off to the right, just as we rounded the corner into the bay, turning just in time to see a huge swirl on the surface of the water as something very large submerged. Crocodiles basically exist in a sort of loose territorial hierarchy, with the bigger and older males ruling over the territory, while the smaller males jostle for position beneath them. Eventually, the smaller males grow larger and are forced to either challenge the dominant male or leave the river and move to a new territory. We'd just found the perfect territory for a dominant super croc, and that splash told me that he wasn't too far away. I decided to move one of the nearby traps into the small creek that led into the wider expanse of open water, reasoning that At some stage, our super croc would have to pass it on his way out. If we could get data on the dominant croc in a reasonably untouched area, it could do a lot for our knowledge of the species. We set the trap, added a bit more bait to make it even more enticing, and then headed back home to rest for the night. That night, I dreamed again, but these were more like genuine nightmares. Disjointed images and emotions, flashes of the mangrove swamp and black water tainted with rage and hate. I woke in a puddle of sweat just before dawn, real adrenaline flowing through my veins. We checked the nearest traps to camp and, sure enough, this time we'd caught a couple of middling males. Both around the 4-meter mark, they were the perfect candidates for the long-term tags because they were approaching the size where crocodiles start to look for their own territory. A swamp like this one, it acted as a fantastic nursery, and it would be of great interest to us where the animals that eventually moved on from here ended up. Both were released, missing only a few vials of blood and a single scale from their tails, which would be used for DNA analysis. The third trap, it still sat empty, and given we'd only just moved the fourth, I decided to let it soak for another day or so. The food in there was enough to keep a crocodile alive for a year or more, and the position of the trap, it meant that there could be no danger of an animal overheating or drowning. It would not hurt to leave it undisturbed for a while, especially because the bigger crocs are usually the wilier ones. 2 days later, we headed back towards the very back of the swamp, eager to see if we'd had any luck. We'd since caught another 2 crocodiles over 4 meters long, an indication that the dominant animal must be even larger. We were potentially in record territory, given the undisturbed nature of this place. But we weren't at all prepared for what we found as we came around the bend in the small stream. The trap was gone. For a moment, I felt panic at the fate of the crocodile that must have entered it, thinking that maybe it somehow managed to shift the trap into deeper water, sink, and drown. These things were designed to hold a 1-ton slab of thrashing muscle firm, but I couldn't see any other reason it would be missing completely. I would have been shattered if we'd caught the big boy, only to have him die in our trap, and I cursed myself for not checking it earlier. Not far into the bay, though, I saw something much worse. The trap was sitting on the shoreline, empty, and torn open like a flimsy birdcage. There were a chorus of gasps that echoed my own horrified confusion. How the hell could something like that happen? I noticed a severed tail, tangled in the wrecked steel, and my hand flew to my mouth. Was that the remains of the dominant croc we'd been after? And what the hell had happened here? Without any real choice, we motored over and surveyed the carnage. The first thing I noticed was that the tail was only relatively small, probably from an animal no larger than 3.5 meters and certainly not from a true giant. That only brought up more questions. What had happened to the trap? Someone suggested poachers, trying to blow it open and getting the charge totally wrong. Someone else agreed, but I just couldn't. Surely we'd have heard the explosion. I started to look fearfully at the deep, dark water of the lagoon. Could there possibly be a crocodile lurking in there, big enough to do this to a reinforced steel trap? Of course, Wexley blamed me for whatever happened out in that lagoon, and I had to spend a good hour trapped in his tent while he raged and screamed. Over the course of his ranting, I apparently used a flimsy trap, sabotaged the trap to ruin his good name, advertised our presence to poachers, had been working with the poachers, and eventually became the poacher myself. I'm sure there was more, but I just tuned it out and assured him that I'd get to the bottom of it. I really had no idea how I was going to get to the bottom of it, but I would have to. If I didn't, Wexley was liable to block me from working anywhere decent ever again, out of sheer spite. Part of my solution lay in setting up camera traps on the 3 ways in and out of the deeper lagoon where the trap had been destroyed. At least that way, I thought, I might get an image of any potential poachers creeping around. Give Wexley someone else to rage at. I still didn't believe the poacher explosion theory. But what else could it be? Nothing else unusual happened for a few days, and the cameras picked up nothing out of the ordinary. We just went about our work. Although my dreams continued to be dark and strange, and I didn't sleep well. And then, a few days after the incident with the trap, one of the boats failed to return. We were late ourselves, having caught a couple of small crocodiles, and when we arrived back at camp, it was buzzing with activity. Apparently, the missing dinghy had managed to radio just one word, help, before all communication was lost. I immediately feared the worst, not even thinking about the trap incident, and figured that they must have been overturned by a big crocodile. There have been plenty of cases where large animals have stalked and ambushed small boats, sometimes throwing the occupants into the water. I became even more concerned when I learned that they'd been operating down one of the channels that led out of that lagoon, down the far end of the swamp, where even I had yet to venture. Wexley posed a problem though. He flat out forbade any attempt to go and find the missing researchers. He said they were probably just lost and refused to entertain the idea that anything might have happened to them.
Nonsense, you idiot. These same slackers have been behind on their work for days. No doubt they're just out there catching up, or their incompetence got them lost. Either way, they'll learn a valuable lesson spending a night out there in the swamp.
As though he hadn't spent the whole week and a bit looking for living vanity plates. I stopped short of saying that to his face, of course, but I did tell him in no uncertain terms that I was going to find the missing researchers. He went so red that I thought his eyes might start bleeding, and he told me that if I defied him, I could expect to never work in the field again. But recommendations be damned. I couldn't live with myself if one or more of these researchers were in trouble, and I did nothing about it. Thankfully, the rest of the crew agreed, and Wexley was powerless against the numbers and unwilling to dent his image by making a scene. Myself and 5 others piled into 2 separate boats and headed off as quickly as we dared through the dark, narrow channels. A Northern Australian mangrove swamp. It is no place for humans to be poking around at night. Out there, the darkness belongs to the crocodiles. Even with the rifles we carried for the worst-case scenario, it's no good shooting at something you can't see. We had to take our time, making sure we didn't run into a submerged log or any other obstacle that might put us in the middle of the food chain. Back near the lagoon, we were once again greeted by oppressive silence, as though the whole swamp was holding its breath. The very far end of the lagoon, it looked utterly foreboding. The mangroves, almost forming a tunnel over the small channel the missing group had been working in, shrouding it from any natural light. The limbs of the trees caught the spotlights, giving them a beckoning, skeletal appearance. It only made the inky pool of darkness further down the stream even less inviting. I scanned the lagoon, the idea of a monster croc re-emerging at the back of my mind. But it was as still as glass, aside from our own wake, and shortly we were enveloped by that darkness as we entered the small creek. It didn't take long to find the boat, although it wasn't in the creek. Somehow, it had been wedged in a thicket of mangroves, maybe 3 meters off the ground. Had it maybe come in too fast and clipped the bank? We pulled cautiously into the mud, and, against my better judgment, I got out of the boat. The mud gripped my ankles like grasping hands, and getting over to the strangely suspended dinghy was a real slog. Shining a torch on the hull, I felt my jaw drop at the extent of the damage. The thick aluminium, jagged and torn all down the right-hand side of the boat. That couldn't have been caused by the soft bank. Caught up in marvelling at the state of the boat, I almost missed the movement to my right, deeper in the thick mangroves and away from the water. A figure rose from the mud, and I flinched, almost dropping the torch as it began charging towards me as fast as the mud would allow. I calmed slightly when I recognized it as one of the missing members, although his maddened eyes kept me well on edge as he approached. I braced myself in case of collision, but he sloshed past me, uttering a single word: "Run." Despite the man's panic and his insistence that they were dead, we made a point of searching for the others he'd been with. The thick mud and heavy darkness made it very hard. We couldn't do too much on foot, so we had to throw in the towel after about an hour. Wexley, the man who had raged against anyone even searching, now raged that we hadn't found the other two at any cost. One of the workers threatened to throw him in the swamp, and he stormed off to his tent in a temper. The scientists we rescued could shed almost no light on the situation. Whatever had happened seemed to have sent him into a shock, and since picking him up, he had said next to nothing and not responded to any questions. All he did was mutter to himself, repeating the same sentence over and over. "It was so big. It was so big." I was forced, reluctantly, to accept that my initial theory had been correct, that they must have run afoul of a big croc. Although I had no explanation for how the boat wound up so heavily damaged and up in the trees. Maybe the two unfortunate others had fallen in when the croc hit the boat, and the survivor had gunned the engine and hit a submerged rock or something. In my haste to find a logical explanation, I somehow glossed over how far up the creek the boat had been. A huge mistake in hindsight, because the creek didn't offer any opportunity for the chain of events I'd imagined. At the time, though, I just accepted that I must at least be on the right track. I made sure that the injured survivor was comfortable and monitored, and then I went to bed. After all, I figured that we'd have a body recovery mission in the morning. That night, I dreamed again. The same out-of-focus snatches of erratic imagery, backed with bubbling rage. I felt like I was racing through the swamp at great speeds. The land itself was giving way to my presence. The rage gave way to a thrill like I'd never felt before. The thrill of a hunter locked on his prey. I charged through a deep channel as though it was just a trickle, ramming into something with force enough that it exploded, waking me up. Except the explosion was not only in my dream. My eyes snapped open in time to see the orange light of a boiling fireball wash over the tent, the heat and the shockwave blowing through like a gust of wind. Something bellowed, and groggy shouts turned to screams of terror. The ground, dry underneath the camp, trembled both with the aftershocks of the explosion and the movement of something big. I raced out of my tent, eager to escape the flimsy plastic shelter. But before I took more than a few steps, I was stopped dead in my tracks by the scene unfolding in front of me. Whatever had exploded, probably one or more of the drums of fuel near the generators, had already splashed hot flame around the campsite and bathed everything in a nightmarish orange glow. At the center of the flame stood something like nothing I'd ever seen before. It was tall, bipedal, and reptilian. It surveyed the camp with black eyes before letting out a bellow that showed off glistening, crocodilian teeth in a blunt snout. The skull was ringed with short, gnarled horns, and it moved swiftly on long, muscular limbs, using its arms to help it across the ground like an ape. Dinosaurian claws and feet completed the image of sheer terror, and I gaped as it grabbed a man straight out of his tent, swung him up high, and effortlessly tore him in half. I suppose I screamed. I didn't hear myself. In fact, the world had somehow gone almost completely silent, as though I was listening to everything through earplugs. I watched the blood, so much blood, shower around the creature in an arc as it tossed the twitching remnants of its victim to the ground, transfixed by the splatter as it hit the earth. It bellowed triumphantly and fixed its eyes on another victim, scooping her up effortlessly and decapitating her with its blunt jaws. I ran. Whatever sense of shock had held me in place snapped, and I ran. The bellow of this giant thing behind me, echoing through the mangrove swamp. My hearing returned to normal, and I could hear the terrified cries of my colleagues. But I knew that there was absolutely nothing I could do to help them. That thing would deal with me just as easily, I reasoned, and so I saved myself, dashing headlong through the trees in a frenzied effort to escape. Behind me, I felt the creature roar again, and a quick glance showed that it had started heading in the same direction as me, tearing through the rest of the site. As I focused in front of me again, a figure leapt out from the shadows, tackling me to the ground. Wexley, that snivelling, slimy prick. As he clamped his hand over my mouth and manically rasped out his intentions, I realized that he was a much worse human being than I'd ever given him credit for. "You little prick, I told you not to look for those idiots. Now you brought back some monster. This is gonna ruin me. Unless, yes, the only survivor of a tragic incident, Dr. Irvin Wexley. Serves you right too, you prick. You so nearly made it. But, sadly for your family, you broke your ankle at the final hurdle." Agony flared in my leg as he drove his boot into my ankle with surprising power, snapping bones and effectively sentencing me to death. I thrashed and kicked, thinking I might be able to at least scuffle with him long enough to take him with me when the monster arrived. But the pain in my leg, it was still too raw. Realization washed over me as he found his feet again and stood, laughing, over the top of me. I was going to die. Then, behind Wexley, I noticed a shifting in the shadows. Somehow, the creature had crept closer and now stood in the darkness, looming over the evil bastard who had just ensured my death. In a weird way, I did feel a sense of satisfaction that he wouldn't be making it out either, I must have smiled at the idea, because Wexley frowned and followed my eyes, and then started screaming like a frightened schoolgirl. The creature picked him up in a clawed hand, his screams continuing as it examined him closely. I think I heard him beg amongst all the blubbering, and I couldn't help but chuckle at that. I felt totally at peace somehow, resigned to my fate and detached from reality. Realistically, I guess, I was in shock from my injury and the way my life had so suddenly gone to hell. I watched, with a twisted kind of fascination, as the creature repeatedly slammed Wexley into the ground with the force of a pile driver, reducing him to a floppy mass of flesh before tossing him distastefully into the night. Then, it turned its gaze on me. I held my breath as it moved to stand directly over me, wondering how it might choose to dispose of me, how it would feel, and what I would experience after it did. It leaned down, and I braced myself for the crushing bite. But it never came. Instead, the thing looked at me, black eyes, almost soulful. We shared a stare for what felt like several minutes before it growled and took off into the night, leaving me to lie there and wonder when the crocs would find me. I'm not quite sure how long I spent out there. I tried to drag myself back towards camp, but I couldn't. My ankle had been left at an awful angle, and there was no way I could drag myself more than a few feet. I had been spared just to wind up an easy meal for a crocodile and maybe die of shock or thirst. This time, I really did feel the despair. As the sun rose, though, I heard motion in the camp. Hushed, shell-shocked voices told me that others must have survived as well. But it did me no good, because they never came anywhere close to where I lay, and I didn't have the strength to call out. It wasn't long before I heard the sound of a boat motor, and I realized that they must have been leaving. I definitely blacked out more than once, chopping the baking hot day into sections as I got weaker and weaker. And then, after who knows how long, I woke to find a figure standing over me. Through flashes, I realized I was being moved, although by whom, or where to, I had no idea. When I did fully come around, darkness had fallen, and I'd been placed by a fire while someone coaxed me to drink. As my senses returned to at least basic functionality, I found myself staring into the concerned face of the Gunawingu elder. I tried to sit up, and he gently dissuaded me. "Easy, mate. Take it easy. Been a rough day. You just relax. Be sending a chopper out for you in the morning. Here, drink a bit of this." He helped me to sip from a cup, liquid that tasted like very bitter herbal tea. I felt my face scrunch up, and he laughed. "Yeah, she tastes pretty ordinary, all right, but it'll do you good. Kill the pain for starters." Sure enough, within half an hour, the pain in my leg had dulled to a throb, and I was able to sit up and talk with the man. I felt like he must have a good idea about what happened, and so I told him everything, pouring out the emotion of the last week or so while he sat and listened. His expression, it was kind and wise. When I finished, he sighed and sat quietly for a moment. "That ain't no monster, mate. We call it the Keeper of the Lagoon. At least that's the best translation for it in English. Legend goes, it was once a warrior of our tribe, until he messed with an evil spirit that lived in the lagoon. Legend goes the spirit was snatching young'uns up, and this warrior fella decided to do away with it. He managed to defeat the spirit, but it left behind darkness, ready to turn some other poor fella into something evil and continue the cycle. So, this warrior, he called on the ancestors and turned himself into a crocodile so he could guard the swamp and keep the world out the swamp and the darkness out of the world. Nowadays, most white fellas don't put too much stock in our legends. Whatever came first, the legend or the beast, I had no doubt that I would be putting a lot more stock in the local indigenous stories. I asked him why it didn't kill me or the other survivors, and he flashed a knowing smile. I said I wasn't going to give your boss the blessing. Never said nothing about letting the rest of you go in there without it. His smile faded, leaving behind a sadness. Shame it didn't save yous all. Sorry about that, really. Can't say why it did what it did to the others. I suppose it ain't ever had to protect so many folks. And I ain't had to do it from a distance. Maybe it wasn't as strong. Maybe they found it had some darkness in him already. He wouldn't let him leave there then. I did my best to assure him that we'd all be dead without his blessing, but he seemed forlorn. Eventually, I fell asleep, and I woke the next morning to the thumping of rotors. The elder made sure I got on board safely and waved me off, his face once again covered with a kindly smile. We climbed higher, banking over the swamp. Even just looking at the place from the air, it sent my heart rate skyrocketing, especially when the lagoon came into view. From the air, the water looked even darker, and as I peered down, I could have sworn I saw the wake of something huge, moving just below the surface. And when they came upon the clearing, the men were struck by fear, such that some among them began wailing. For the beast that they had seen fall dead with their own eyes, the beast into which 200 men had dispensed the contents of their rifles, was nowhere to be found. The beast of Gevwadan had survived to vanish right before their very eyes. Unknown author, circa 1785. I've always been into the strange and the mysterious. Stories of unknown beasts and weird phenomena drove me to study science, and when the reality of scientific work left me jaded and burned out, to journalism. I make my living writing about the weird and wonderful things that make our world so interesting, whether historical or current, and that takes me all over the country and sometimes even further abroad. It seems, though, that there is someone who does not want this story getting out. No one will touch it. And even my own blog was mysteriously shut down after I posted part of it on there. And so, I'm doing what any self-respecting freelancer would do, and I'm turning to the wider internet. I have no idea who is suppressing this, or how, or why, but I need to get it out there. The story came to me completely by accident. I was researching an historical piece involving a supposed medium who operated in rural New South Wales in the 1800s, when I came across a tiny snippet on an internet forum. The basic gist of it seemed to be that this farmer had been losing cattle in a gruesome fashion, and at an alarming rate, and he'd reached his wit's end. He provided little more info than that, really, but for some reason, my intuition kicked in. I'd been planning to go out to that area anyway, do some interviews regarding my long-dead medium, so a few extra kilometers and a few extra questions couldn't hurt. Of course, I was slightly wrong about that last part. I sent the man a private message, wondering if he would ever even see it, and packed up my laptop. Time to go. The drive out of Sydney would take quite a few hours, and I wanted to make it by nightfall. Most city folk find the drives away from Sydney quite boring, except for maybe the coastal roads. Once you clear the city and the mountains, if you happen to be heading far enough west, it's just endless rolling hills. Some of them are nothing but pasture, others nothing but brown-green bushland. And beyond those hills, you hit the plains. For kilometers and kilometers in every direction, nothing but dirt and pasture, dotted with ancient gums. Personally, I think the dry country is every bit as beautiful as the more popular parts of Australia, and I always loved driving through it. When I arrived at my destination, a small town some 150 k's north of Griffith, the farmer had in fact sent me an email. He told me that he'd received no other responses and that the killings had actually stopped in the months since his post. Still, he was just as confused as he had been originally, and he was keen to talk about it. I told him where I was staying, and he promised to meet me the next day. I spent the morning researching my medium piece, but once I sat down with the farmer, I realised that may have to take a back seat to this new story. He and his wife met me downstairs at the country pub where I was staying. After introductions, Jack and his wife Mary sat down with a beer and told me and my recorder their tale. It had started several months earlier. Jack had woken with the sun, as usual, and headed out to feed the cattle. There's not as many cattle farmers as sheep farmers out that way, but pasture is pasture. Plenty of relatively small-hold graziers like Jack make it work. When he made his way out to the main paddock, though, he noticed that the majority of the cattle beyond the fence had crammed into the far corner near the gate.
That's weird behaviour. Cattle might live in a herd, but they still like their space. I've seen them huddle up like that during a storm and whatnot, you know, when they get scared. So straight away I figured something was up. Couldn't have guessed what though.
From there, Jack took his ute deeper into the paddock, heading to the feeders with his load of feed. That's when he saw why the cattle had huddled into the corner of the fence line.
I saw the crows first, but I knew what they meant. The way they were all down on the ground. We lose a few every year. Part of the job, really. So I drove over there to see what had happened. Can't have an illness going through the herd, for example, you know. So, I needed to work out why this steer had kicked it.
He took a big gulp of his schooner, shaking his head subtly at the memory.
Wasn't no illness that killed this steer. The ute scared off the crows, and all I seen was blood. Blood and meat. It looked like a bloody butcher's shop on mince-making day. Occurred to me later I should have snapped some peckies, but I didn't think of it at the time. Anyway, this steer had been torn to bits. One leg over here, a head over there, Another leg over there somewhere. There wasn't much big meat left either. Something had a good feed and none too fancy table manners. Now, out here, there's nothing that I know of that would do that. We got a problem with feral dogs like most farming communities, but taking a fully grown healthy steer from a herd, I don't want to say it'd never happen, but I've never seen it. We got baits on the property too, and we've not seen a dog for maybe 2 years. Obviously at the time, Mary and I still reckon that's the most likely culprit, right love? So, I'll lay more baits, move the cattle out of that paddock, and I don't think much more of it.
Jack got up here and ordered another round. Mary and I made small talk in the interim.
Okay, where was I? Right, next few weeks, we lost a few more the same way. Started to look a bit like a problem, but there wasn't much we could do. Wouldn't say it was real regular either. Sometimes 2 days between them, sometimes 4 or 5. Folks around town started suggesting stuff like patrolling the place at night, but that's not going to work when you got to bust your balls for 10 hours on no sleep. This isn't one of those massive stations. I employ one part-time stocky and me son helps out when things are hectic. But otherwise it's all me. So we reported it to the coppers. Weird thing was, the locals were happy to look into it. But once they called in for some expert help, it all got stonewalled. Cops dropped it like a warm beer. Told us to just leave it be. Anyway, one night there, I hear a god-awful commotion outside the house. We had some cattle in the house paddock ready to move in the morning, and about 1 a.m, they start kicking up all sorts of hell. So I grab the rifle out the gun safe and go out on the back deck. It's dark as the inside of a dog, so I can't see much, but I can see the steers all gunning it towards one end of the paddock. Then, off to the left, there's this sound, right? Like a crunching, tearing sound. By this point, I'm pretty much packing it, but I grab the mag light from next to the back door and shine it out that way anyways.
Another big swig of his schooner, and his hands were shaking. Mary rests a hand on his shoulder at this point.
It takes me a second to work out what I'm looking at, but there's definitely something there. Big. It's just a dark shape, but when the light hits it, and it turns to me, I realise I was looking at the back end of it. It's got the head of a steer in its mouth, torn clean off. But it's a long way off, and I can't make out a lot of the details. Just the rough size of it, maybe 7 to 8 feet, and it's covered in black fur. Big eyes too, reflecting the torch. Went from orange to green as it moved, a bit like a dog or a fox's eyes. But no dog or fox is that bloody tall, I'll tell you now. Didn't like the light though. Made to come at me, so I shot at the bloody thing. Honestly reckoned I'd missed the thing, but it did the job anyway. Whatever that thing was, it dropped to all fours and shot through.
Mary spoke up at this point, telling me that they had reported it to the police the next day, but they didn't seem very interested. A few days later, they got a visit from a couple of federal police officers, all the way from Canberra. They were nice enough, but they assured the couple that whatever Jack had seen must have been a misidentification, and that folks had been tracking a big pack of feral dogs in the area. Jack scoffed at this.
I could cop the misidentification maybe, I happily admit I was shitting me dacks, and that can mess with you. But you tell me why 2 feds need to come all the way up here and tell me it was dogs. We got the locals, we got rangers. So why do 2 blokes from Canberra need to come out for a pack of dogs?
The man had a point. I couldn't think of a single good reason for the Australian Federal Police to even concern themselves with some cattle deaths and feral dogs.
Didn't much matter in the end though. Never saw the thing again. Although, I did find a couple of roos torn up at the very edge of the property the next week. Since then, not a hair. Whatever it might have been, looks like it's moved on. Heard tell of something else though, a week or 2 ago. Something pretty bad.
I gently prompted him to continue as he looked around, as though making sure no one else was listening.
Me son, he helps me out sometimes, but he's got himself a real job too. Works out of Griffith as a sales rep for one of the wineries. He was a couple of towns over, shilling booze as he does, when he hears this story. A couple of days before, a farmhand went missing out on one of the properties. Good kid, never in any trouble. Found his 4-wheeler smashed up in one of the paddocks. No sign of the lad. They figured he must have rolled it or something, struggled off to get help. Except that there were no tracks leading away from it. So they spread out, looking for a sign. And they did find a track, but it wasn't from the young fella.
At this point, Jack pulled out his phone.
Managed to get me a pic of what they found. Me son sent it through to me. Ground at my place is too dry for any real sign lately, unless you're an indigenous tracker or something. But out here, they got a few tracks. Here, take a gander.
Jack handed his phone to me, and I almost dropped it in shock as the picture registered in my head. Smudges and smearing made it difficult to identify the exact kind of animal. But this was an image of a paw print. That much was clear. Possibly canine, based on the overall shape. But if the scale item against it was real, then that meant the track in this photo had to be at least 20 centimeters long. I found myself needing a drink. This is Australia. What in the hell sort of animal has a foot that big? They had shot a wolf, an impressive specimen, but the beast described in the attacks around Gevwadan did not resemble a wolf, and the villagers were unconvinced. They knew a wolf when they saw one, and none had ever met a wolf that could survive the barrage of ammunition their beast had sustained. When they cut the belly of the wolf open, a most gruesome task, I am sure, the villagers were certain. The last attack had been mere hours earlier, yet no human remains could be found. The king and his men insisted they had killed the culprit, but the villagers around Gevwadan still looked at the dark forest with fear. The beast of Gevwadan, in their eyes, still lurked somewhere out there. Thomas Walter Blake, in a personal letter, 1770. I'm sure you can see why this case sucked me in, even if it wound up being nothing. As someone who has been obsessed with the unexplained for my whole life, the parallels between this and other cases, there was too much to ignore. A whole lot of beastly encounters with unknown, vicious creatures had happened over the years, and there was a chance I might be smack in the middle of another. I had to visit the farm where the young worker had disappeared. Jack gave me the address, and I headed out the next day, a couple of hours' drive further west. There, I met the owners, Terry and Grace, who were only too happy to put on a cup of tea and talk about their own strange experiences. Although, they didn't agree to be recorded, and I had to take physical notes. I've fashioned the below piece from those notes. It didn't start with Tom. The young farmhand's disappearance was the zenith of the activity, but it came after a fortnight or so of strange occurrences. Firstly, Terry found every single chicken on the property slaughtered, or outright gone. It would have been easy to attribute that crime to foxes or perhaps the seemingly ubiquitous feral dogs, except that an entire corrugated iron wall section had been torn off the large coop. Not many foxes can do that. Next came the cries, chilling sounds emanating from the bush behind the farm. They came late at night, carried on the still air, deeply resonant and almost demonic. Terry and Grace both heard them, as did several workers. No one could honestly say that they'd ever heard anything similar before. If not for the volume and the massive timber, the howls could almost be mistaken for a dingo. Although, dingoes had been wiped out many years earlier in this area. But the coughing roars and the chattering, ululating wails were not those of any animal that had ever been heard in Australia, native or otherwise. Grace described it as being how she'd always imagined the sounds of hellhounds, or perhaps the infamous hound of the Baskervilles. There was a wrongness about it that came through loud and clear with every call. They stopped going out at night, and they stopped locking up the guns, laws be damned. Over the course of about a week, the sounds came and went. Sometimes they sounded unbearably close, and others, they seemed to be carried from miles and miles away. Then, Terry started finding corpses in the paddocks. Unlike Jack's cattle, these corpses seemingly were not the result of predation. Terry runs massive herds of sheep and, for whatever reason, they started turning up decapitated. The corpses were otherwise unmolested, each sporting one massive traumatic injury that removed the head. They were also found in strange places, paddocks and yards without stock, hanging on fences or the climbing pegs on power poles, on top of the hay bales in the feed paddocks, and even on top of a water tank somehow. And, chillingly, one morning Terry walked out the front door to find 4 decapitated kangaroos neatly lined up on his porch, thick blood seeping into the wooden decking. For most people, that might have been the last straw. But Terry and Grace live off the land, and if they had fled even for a few days, it could have cost them thousands in income. So, they stayed. They offered their 3 workers the opportunity to head into town, but all 3 refused. The morning of his disappearance, Tom woke early and ate in the kitchen, overlooking the paddocks all the way to a range of small hills several miles away. When Terry rose about half an hour later, Tom said that he'd seen a large dark shape moving in the dawn light down by the creek. He resolved to head out on a 4-wheeler once the sun was higher, and see if he could find any solid evidence of what they might be dealing with. Anything that might help them get rid of it. Terry was reluctant to let him go. They had been waiting until later in the day to go outside. They'd been using the utes just in case they came upon anything. But Tom was insistent, and at about 10 a.m, he gathered a few things into a pack and he left. When he hadn't returned by 3 p.m, Terry became concerned. He and another worker, Grant, took one of the old utes out and followed the creek, hoping to find Tom. They came across the four-wheeler, right near the boundary of the property in the bush, irreparably damaged. Terry knew right away that something awful had happened to his young employee. The idea that he must have crashed, as relayed later by Jack a few hours away, came from the townsfolk. Of course, he could have crashed, but that can't have been all that happened. The four-wheeler showed signs of an attack, for lack of a better word. 2 of the tires were shredded, as though by massive teeth, and certainly not a result of the gentle, pastoral terrain. One wheel was torn off and lay quite a distance away, and what looked like a few claw marks raked over the red paint. Terry, fearful though he was, immediately began searching for tracks. If Tom was still out there, he would be in serious danger. That's when they found the huge prints. There were 5 semi-distinct impressions, and many more others that were no more than marks on the ground where something heavy had passed through. All 5 were smeared heavily, potentially distorting their true size. But there was no doubt that even at half the size of the actual impression, the foot would have been far larger than any animal currently found anywhere in the country, barring maybe an emu. And it clearly didn't come from an emu, a bird whose size belies how light it actually is. These tracks, they were made by something big, something solid, something heavy. As much as he feared for Tom, Terry refused to follow those tracks into the bush. Instead, he called the local police, but they couldn't make it out until the next morning. By then, there was no sign of Tom. Terry told the police everything that had been happening. He showed them the decapitated carcasses and the tracks, and, being local, they demonstrated a real concern. A search party looked for Tom for 2 days before someone found his pack, soaked in blood, on a game trail some 5 kilometers from where the four-wheeler had been found. The search went on for another day or 2, but it was called off soon after. Tom was not officially dead until a body could be found. But, like so many who go missing in the Australian bush, there seemed to be little hope. As the search came to an end, 2 Australian federal police officers in plain clothes visited the farm, in a curious parallel to the case with Jack a few towns over. They claimed to have been in the area and compelled to help with the search, but no one actually saw them out in the bush. Stranger still, they were seen loading one of the decapitated sheep into the boot of their own car before driving out of town. Whilst something terrible had clearly happened to Tom, his disappearance seemed to signal the end of the strange events. The monstrous sounds, they stopped immediately, and no more headless corpses turned up, apart from a few that had obviously escaped notice originally, judging by the level of decay. Terry and Grace mourned the young man they knew in their hearts had been killed by something that shouldn't have been there. But whatever it was, it seemed to have moved on. They hadn't seen any evidence of it since, and no one else around town had either. For them, at least, the nightmare seemed to be over. Terry and Grace were lovely people, and they made a great afternoon tea. But I couldn't help feeling unfulfilled as I left their farm and headed back to my accommodation. They had much more activity than Jack, who apparently frightened the creature off completely when he shot at it that night. And yet, I had no further answers, just a bunch more questions. Why did whatever Terry and Grace encountered make so much noise when Jack had described it as moving through the night in complete silence? Why did it kill but not feed? And why did it put the bodies in the places it did? Why did it seemingly attack and kill Tom when it had fled from Jack? Tom had been armed too. Were they even the same creature? It seemed unlikely that two large, unknown and terrible creatures would pop up in almost the same area. None of this made a lot of sense. But as it turned out, the creature was far from finished. I would get more information sooner than I may have expected. The men found Marie by the river, face down in the shallow water of the margins. The sight was said to have turned the stomach of even the bravest among them. The ragged stump of her neck, still fresh and bleeding. They needn't approach any further, for the evidence was clear. The beast of Gevwadan had returned. Excerpt from a story related to Boris Makarov, 1826. I had left my number with Jack and Mary, and with Grace and Terry, and I had asked them to pass it on to anyone else who might have information for me. When my phone rang with an unknown number 2 days later, I did hope that it had something to do with the strange beast that had quickly become my obsession. As I spoke to the woman on the other end of the line, my heart managed to both leap and sink at the same time. On the one hand, there had been another encounter. On the other, there had been another killing. And this time, there was a body. The attack had happened to the south this time. Given the amount of time that had passed since the events on Grace and Terry's farm, it seemed like the creature moved over long distances without too much trouble. It also seemed I had underestimated the effect of this thing. The caller was a friend of one of the workers from the farm where Tom had disappeared, and she told me that my number had basically been given to everyone in town. They were all terrified of the monster that lurked in the dark, and there were so many more encounters. More pressing, obviously, was the body. In a breathless rush, my contact told me that the attack had happened at a river crossing. The victim, a 55-year-old man. He'd gotten out of his four-wheel drive, maybe to check the flow or the depth. Whatever the reason, he never got back in. His body was found next to the truck later on, when another driver came through. The contact said the man had been torn in two, and that his head wasn't found at the scene. Understandably, the poor soul who made the grisly discovery didn't hang around, and had since been treated for shock. But my contact said that he would be willing to talk to me. He's shaken up, she told me, but he's desperate to know what the hell is going on out there. We all are. But that wasn't even the most important piece of info. Jack hadn't seen the creature for a couple of months. Terry had his last incident several weeks earlier. This attack, though, it had happened only 2 days earlier. Interview with James Knox. Name changed. I've included this transcript in its totality because it's rather short and because I felt like I should not alter it. Myself. Okay, James, I've turned the recorder on, so we are being taped now. If you change your mind about that at any stage, just let me know, okay? James. Yeah, okay. Myself. Thank you, James. I understand that what you saw was very traumatic, so if at any stage you need to take a moment, please feel free. James nods. Myself. Why don't you start by running me through what happened just before you got to the river crossing? James. Well, I was just on my way home, really. Sun was going down, and I'd had a rough day. Myself. Before you came to the actual scene, did you notice anything unusual? James. You know, I hadn't really thought much about that. I suppose everything was pretty normal. I gotta say, I was pretty zoned out though. I drive that track every day, so I'm not always paying much attention. Myself. So, there was no sign then of what was waiting for you up the road? James. No, nothing that sticks out. Just a normal drive home. Then, I came around the bend to the crossing. Myself. What did you see when you got there? James. Not much, at first. I was looking at the river. Well, it's not much of a river. More of a creek, I suppose. But it does get pretty deep in spots, and it can flow pretty quick. Most folks go the main road, 'cause there's a bridge. But this is way quicker for me. Anyway, when I looked back in front of me, I saw the truck. Myself. Just the truck? There was nothing around it? James. Not when I pulled up, but I could see that no one was inside it. I thought that was weird. But maybe he'd ducked into the trees for a leak. So I jumped out to see if I couldn't find the driver. That's when I saw the blood. James scratches his beard and closes his eyes. Myself. If you need us to stop, I understand. James. Nah, it's just you never expect to see anything like that, you know? James takes a deep breath and a drink of water. James. It was all over the side of the car. White truck, so it stood out. I couldn't look away for a sec, but I was pretty worried for whoever the driver was. I thought they must have cut themselves real bad getting out or something. I don't know. It sounds dumb now, but there's not supposed to be anything out here that can do that. James has become pale and requests a short break to gather his thoughts. James. Sorry, I must seem like a total pansy. Myself. Not at all, James. It's fine. It's perfectly natural to be traumatized by what you saw. James. Thanks. Anyway, might as well get it over with, hey? I looked around a bit, seeing if I could see any sign of the bloke from the truck. I honestly missed it at first. It just looked like meat when I noticed it. The grass off the track is pretty long, and I was looking for a person. There was blood everywhere, all over the grass. It looked like one of those docos where a lion eats a zebra or whatever. I couldn't control my feet. Like, I didn't want to go any closer, but my feet were moving that way by themselves. Myself. And what did you find when you moved closer? James. Just chunks, pieces. I didn't even recognize it as a person. Not until I saw the feet. They still had boots on. Everything else, though. I threw up and I ran, jumped back in the car and floored it out of there. I drove back. At this point, James pauses and frowns. Myself. James, are you okay? James. Yeah. I just thought of something is all. Myself. Something about the scene? James. Yeah, it was late in the day, so the sun was on the way down. Almost gone, actually. I had the lights on in the ute when I peeled out of there to head back and get the cops. There's this wattle across the river, old shitty thing, really low to the ground and really bushy. I must have blocked it out in my panic. When my lights flashed over it, I just remembered there was something there. Like the light reflected off eyes. My contact also put me in touch with the medical examiner's office, who was handling the body. The official report was yet to be completed, and the chief examiner who had flown in refused to even speak with me. But one of his assistants was a concerned local who slipped me her own autopsy notes, kept for her own portfolio over a coffee. I've slightly edited for content, names and locations, but her words are unchanged. So if it appears disjointed, that's on me. Medical examiner's notes. John Doe, believed to be Mr. Smith, of 123 Town Road, based on identification found at scene of death. Body found outside vehicle. Vehicle undamaged and running. Massive trauma, not consistent with car accident. Subject, completely decapitated. Head, not recovered at scene. Confirmed identification, not possible. Body presented in 3 large sections. Abdominal organs missing. Lungs and heart, almost unrecognizable. Spine, completely severed between L2 and L3. Severe lumbar vertebrae also appear to be missing. Left leg separated from body at nexus of hip joint. Flesh surrounding wound is ragged, indicates tearing. Very little skin remains. A large amount of flesh appears to have been removed from the body, particularly the organs and the large muscle groups in the legs and gluteus. Left leg, which has been removed, shows almost no remaining flesh. Reports of blood on ground at scene and little remaining in the body indicate severe bleeding at time of death. Force to remove leg, extreme. Hip joint, severely damaged, wrenching force likely. Cause of death: impossible to determine at this stage, beyond severe traumatic injury. Marks on bone suggest consumption or scavenging of the body. Possible explanation for flesh removal. Body does not appear to be old enough to indicate scavenger activity. Predation. By what? Notes from scene indicate signs of struggle. Dr. Williams indicates decapitation from singular trauma as likely cause of death at this stage, but accepts the remains are so badly dismembered we may not know. Hair of unknown origin found on remains. Dr. Williams organises to send samples to lab in Canberra, not on-site facility. Dr. Williams indicates farming accident as cause of death. Fails to account for discovery of remains away from farms and farming equipment. Fails to account for missing organs and flesh. Dr. Williams refuses to acknowledge his oversights. Objections not noted on official records. Dr. Williams has arranged for the remains to be flown to Canberra for more extensive investigation. Remains sealed and placed under guard. All staff asked to leave the premises. It's vague, to a point, because even in private notes, you don't want to put forth anything too crazy. But it was enough to set off a knot of dread in my stomach. Knowing what I did about the sightings of a strange creature in the area. So, based on the assistant's notes, I did a bit of research on my own. I knew for sure this was no farming accident. The decapitation of the body, like the carcasses elsewhere, along with the obvious signs of predation, ruled that out entirely for me. The pattern didn't match any of the known predators in New South Wales. It did not, in fact, match any predators in Australia. We don't have many, to be fair. Dingoes are exceedingly rare around here these days, if not gone entirely. And much like wolves, they have a methodical approach to breaking down a kill, whether they brought it down or came upon a dead animal. Feral dogs are savage and lack any of the hierarchical sensibilities of wild canids at a kill. That could explain the bestial way in which the remains seem to have been attacked. Of course, I don't know of any dog capable of decapitating a grown man with a singular traumatic injury, as the sitting medical examiner apparently believed. Beyond that, the only other land-based predator in this whole country capable of taking a man is the saltwater crocodile, an animal we definitely don't have in New South Wales, and one that takes its kills back into the water. That one terrible death opened up a whole bunch of questions, and it seemed that no one had any real answers. Rumours spread like a summer bushfire, and enough people were on alert that when the beast showed up again a few days later, I found myself front and centre for the show. They had finally, it seemed, cornered the terrible beast. But as before, when victory seemed assured, the beast slipped through their fingers. The hunting party fired and fired, so much so there seemed to be no conceivable way for the beast to escape being struck. And yet, when they entered the clearing, there was no body, no sign of blood. Surely, they thought, this was their proof. The beast of Gevwadan, to the people upon whom it preyed, was nothing less than the devil itself. Excerpt Translated from letter. Unknown author. 1792. It seemed the police had stopped taking reports of the creature seriously, and as a result, my phone and email were inundated. For the next week, I managed to track sightings roughly westward, although why anything would be heading that way at all I had no idea. Maybe this thing was headed for the rapidly dwindling lakes and rivers further out, or maybe for the desert itself. My own research into animals, existent or extinct, that could even remotely describe what had been seen, came up mostly empty. There were a few similarities, but mostly impossibilities. So, I started looking into mythical stories, and that's when I remembered the Beast of Gevaudan. It had always been one of my favourite monster stories as a kid, but time had distorted the details. Rereading it though, so many things seemed to fit. Huge beasts, animal deaths, savage killings, decapitations. It seemed an almost perfect match, except that it happened in the south of France over 200 years ago. I guess, over hundreds of years, coincidence becomes much more likely. Still, I did file it away in my mind, just in case. Then, I began putting together the most detailed or interesting sightings in chronological order, hoping to guess its next move. I was sick of arriving after the thing had moved on. Date: 12th of the 1st, 2019. Approximately 8 p.m. Location: withheld. Details: I was driving along the road near dusk when something on the shoulder caught my eye. The road here is a sharp dip between two small hills, so it was a bit darker than the road either side of it. It was hunched over roadkill of some kind. I've never seen an animal like it. It was big, black, and for a moment, I thought it might have been a big feral pig. But then when it moved, that was no pig. It must have been almost as tall as the car. Reported as a 2012 Holden Astra. It was in a hunched position. Before I got more of a look at it, it shot off into the scrub so fast, like the high beam startled it. It didn't move like anything I've ever seen before. Date: 12th of the 1st, 2019. Approximately 11:30 p.m. Location: provided. Details: me and some of the boys were out the back of the farm spotlighting ferals. We'd had some sheep taken for a couple of nights, so we were out there looking for the culprits. But we weren't seeing much. About 11:30, we hear this god-awful racket. Kinda like this babbling scream, real close. Never heard anything like it, and we all just sort of froze. I felt it in my chest. The bloke with the spotty starts scanning the tree line back and forth, really slow. But we didn't see much. Just chalked it up to one of those sounds of the bush, you know? Every so often out here, something weird pipes up. It happens. So we kept on driving around. A few minutes later, that same scream, louder and closer. It's like it's bouncing around the countryside. The sound out here, it can be weird like that. But one of the boys, he reckons it kinda sounded like it came from behind us somewhere. So, we turned the spotty back around, and holy shit, maybe 200 meters or so behind the ute, is this massive black thing. It looks at us for maybe a second, and then, name removed, panics and takes a crack at it. This thing tears off into the tree line faster than we can swing the light. It was on all fours, and it must have been maybe 5 feet high. Thick, black fur and big eyes that shone green in the spotlight. The way it was behind us like that, I almost felt like it was stalking us. We got out of there real quick, and we haven't been back out since. Date: 14th of the 1st, 2019. Approximately 8:25 p.m. Location: provided. Details: I saw a huge animal crossing the creek behind my farmhouse around sunset. It looked about the size of a large bull, but it was certainly not any sort of bovine. It had thick, black hair, and all the way along its back, the hair looked almost raised, like a razorback. Its legs were long and quite thick, and I think it had a tail. It was hard to tell because it was mostly walking away from me, so I also never saw the head. I thought it must have been a huge razorback, but then it leapt over the creek completely, and I realized that couldn't be any boar. The creek from bank to bank is only small, about 2 to 3 meters wide, but no boar can make a jump like that. Whatever the hell animal it was, it crested the hill quickly and it vanished from sight. Date: 16th of the 1st, 2019. Approximately 6:45 a.m. Location: provided. Details: I'm a truckie, and I got myself caught up behind an accident on the highway. I wound up running late. I was going to sleep at the truck stop at location removed, but I must have been 3 or 4 hours behind, and I was wrecked, so I figured I'd need to park up somewhere and catch some sleep. I pulled into a random rest stop before it got dark, cooked up a bit of food, and grabbed some sleep. I woke up around 6:30 in the morning to continue the trip. I lay there for a bit thinking about going and brushing my teeth and all that before heading up the road to find Brekkie. And then I heard something outside. It's really quiet out there, so no one else around. And I swear, I could hear like huffing breaths. I moved the curtains and climbed up front, and I damn near wet myself. Outside, sniffing at the bottom of the door, is a genuine monster. This thing would have come up to the window on the truck if it stood up. It was like dark brown and black, and it was filthy. It must have smelled me inside the truck, but it hadn't seen me yet, so I crawled back behind the curtains. This thing outside, it did something, and the whole cab shook. That takes some bloody strength. It started scrabbling at the door, or maybe the step. I was scared it might try and get in, or realize the glass was breakable. So I yanked the cord for the horn and gave it a blast. This thing, it gives a terrible howl. I stuck my head out from the curtain in time to see it heading off at a decent clip into the trees. I took my chance. I got into the truck and got the hell out of there before it could come back. Didn't even stop for a piss until I was gone about 200 k's. Date: 18th of the 1st, 2019. Time not given. Location provided. Details. I saw the thing cross the road in front of me at night. It came right to left across the highway, near. Location removed. When my lights hit it, it slowed down a bit and looked straight at the car. It wasn't there long enough for me to really get a good look, but it looked like it had pointed ears and sort of a snub snout thing. It had big eyes that reflected the light very brightly, and it was huge. Then, it was across the road, and I just kept driving. Date: 19th of the 1st, 2019. Approximately 3 a.m. Location provided. Details. We farm pigs for shows and that sort of thing mostly, now that we're older. The land hasn't been much good for stock since the big drought in the late 90s. All told, we keep probably 30 pigs at any one time in a couple of barns and sheds around the place. This night in particular, I was woken by a bit of a ruckus coming from one of the barns. I almost thought about checking it out, but it cut out pretty quick. Not even long enough to wake up my wife, and I guess not long enough for me to really wake up and properly think about it either. Sometimes the pigs get a bit short with each other across the pens or get startled by a fox or a possum snooping about. I just thought that was what it must have been. I had heard the stories, but I never expected what I found in the morning. I just thought people were going a bit loopy. But then I woke up the next day. One of the sheds near the house had the back wall torn out completely. Even from a distance, I could see the carcass of a pig over one of the rails. When I got in the shed, at least 2 pigs were dead, and the rest were nowhere to be seen. Whether they fled or were somehow taken, I don't know. But there should have been 6 large pigs in that shed, and there were none. The bodies were in a proper state, torn up and shredded. Even just being sheet metal, it would have taken a lot of strength to destroy that back wall. And nothing natural can do that to pigs. Not here anyway. It looked like a scene from that movie about killer lions back in the 90s. We did ring the police, but they wanted nothing to do with us. So I'm reaching out to you, because folks around town tell me you're looking into all this. I'm not sure where else I can turn. Date: 23rd of the 1st, 2019. Time not given. Location provided. Details. We were having a bonfire on our farm at location removed with a few friends. It was a fire ban at the time, so I hope sharing this doesn't get the owners in trouble. But that's not the important thing. Late at night, when the fire had started to mellow down and most people had gone to sleep in the shearers' quarters, we started hearing these horrible sounds off in the distance. There were howls, like a big dog, but other sounds too. Sometimes, whatever it was shrieked, like how I imagine a banshee might sound. Other times, it was more like a gargling scream. We were all terrified and we went inside, but it kept coming, closer and louder. After a while, we could hear it clearer, and we could also hear it snarling, making this kind of barking growl, or maybe like a roar. It sounded really aggro and very dangerous. We switched off all the lights, but no one was game to go out and put the fire out, so we just hoped it wouldn't attract whatever it was. Without the lights, it was very dark. We couldn't see anything, but we could hear it. It got to the point where it sounded like it was right outside. And then, something brushed up against the shearing shed wall and snarled. I don't think any of us were even breathing, trying to make no sound at all. Whatever was outside walked along the side wall, snarling and sniffling. And then, as it walked out in front, a bit of a shadow passed in front of the window as it walked by the last bits of the fire. Suddenly, it gave such a loud howl that my ears felt like they'd burst. I don't know if it just didn't like the fire, or it heard something, or what, but it let out this massive howl and it must have headed away, because we started to hear it getting fainter again. In the morning, we could see the ground around the fire had been scratched at, but there was no other sign anything had even happened. Date: 25th of the 1st, 2019. Approximately 11:15 p.m. Location: provided. Details: I think your creature was on top of my water tank last night. We have an enclosed porch, and in the summer, I like to sit out there and have a whiskey or two before bed. Last night, my dogs, who live under the house, started going off like never before. They never behave that way. Even when foxes get in the yard, they tend to just snarl and growl or even ignore it. Last night, though, they were going crazy. And then they just stopped. One or two of them whined, and I heard them shift further under the house. Then I heard a clang out by the tank. We haven't got much light out the back of the house, but I flicked on the yard light anyway and had a good look around. Nothing on the ground, but right up top of the old corrugated iron water tank, there was a dark shape. That was all I saw at first, and if it was just that, I wouldn't have thought twice. But then it must have opened its eyes, because clear as day, I got eye shine reflecting the yard light. It was looking straight at me, or at least at the house. Then it just jumped straight off the tank. Our old tank is about 6 meters tall at the top, and it just threw itself right off. I barely even heard it land, although it was definitely big. It then just ran off into the darkness somewhere. All of these accounts seemed to be clearly linked to the animal I'd been chasing, and they all took place along a path heading west and slightly north. Based on that, and based on the timings, I thought I might be able to intercept it if I got there fast enough. It seemed as though it would pass through a collection of mostly dry lakes and creeks within a day or two, and I resolved to beat it there. I really didn't know what I was in for, but I'd come too far now, and I had to know. I honestly still don't know how I survived to tell the story from this point on. When Jean Chastel finally killed the beast with his silver bullet, he spawned a legend. Many hailed him as a hero, and the attacks, miraculously, did indeed end. But still, the people would not be entirely satisfied. for Jean Chastel himself had a reputation as a beast, and some began to question his motives. Some said Chastel had raised the beast himself, only able to kill it because it trusted him. Some said that Chastel had loosed the beast, a trained monster, to exact bloody and random retribution for some perceived slight. And others, well, they said that the beast of Gevwadan, the loup-garou, had been Chastel himself all along. Albert Dumas, in an essay regarding werewolves, 1813. Before I could follow the trail our unknown monster had left, someone knocked on my hotel door. A young bloke stood there, maybe 5 or 6 years my junior. His jaw set, but his eyes nervous. Have you been looking for that monster thing people have been seeing? He stammered. Yeah, that's me. How can I help? He looked puzzled for a minute, but quickly attempted a recovery. Sorry, I just expected, well, someone else. Can I come in, or we can go down to the bar if you'd prefer? It's okay, mate. Come on in, I said to him. Thanks. I'm Aaron, by the way. He extended his hand, but tentatively, like he wasn't sure if it was the done thing. Tom, the stockhand, is my brother. Well, was my brother. A sadness came over him then. I'm sorry, mate. Has there been any news? I knew there hadn't, but I felt like he could use just a bit of hope. Aaron shook his head. I know he's gone. If he was even alive when he went in the bush, it's been too long in this heat. That's why I'm here, actually. I want to help. With that, his jaw set again, and his eyes hardened. He may have been young and a little awkward, but he had the spirit of a proper country boy, tough as nails. I heard you're chasing this thing all over the countryside. I got a 4-wheel drive and an ATV, and I got a couple of 308s. He spoke with such venom that I doubted his intentions. Admittedly, a proper 4-wheel drive would be a lot more useful than my Toyota SUV, and the security of rifles that could drop a razorback sounded pretty bloody good. But I had no idea what I might find, and I wondered whether I could deal with an impulsive young bloke who wanted revenge. I sat Aaron on the small couch in the room. Look, mate, I understand you're hurt, and you're angry, especially when the cops are apparently pretending this whole thing isn't even happening. But whatever's going on out there, it's really dangerous. I got no idea where it comes from, what it is, or what it wants. But I know that tackling it fueled by emotion, that's only going to get people killed. So that's a no? He looked both angry and crestfallen, so I tried to be more diplomatic. It's not a no, and it's not a yes. Look at it from my perspective, mate. A strange young bloke I've never met finds me at my hotel and wants to help me find an animal that probably killed his brother using his 4-wheel drive and his guns. I don't know you at all. I don't even know that you are who you say you are. I'm giving you some advice more than anything. I sighed. Let me ask around. Think of it like references for a job, okay? I got a couple of hours before I have to get going, and I can think of a few people I can ask. Just hang out in the bar or something and be ready to go, because if I do say yes, we'll be straight out on the road. Aaron cheered up a bit then and muttered his thanks, erratically shaking my hand as he stood and left, promising that I wouldn't be let down. Secretly, I hoped he was right. The idea of running into the beast alone, it didn't exactly sit well with me. Thanks to the barman and pub manager, as well as his brother's employer, a few other townsfolk I'd built up a rapport with, and the wonders of social media, Aaron checked out. I still had some concerns about his emotional state, obviously, but as the day wore on, I realised how foolish it would be to tackle this chase alone. Aaron seemed more relieved than anything, and I took that to be a better response than gung-ho excitement. At least he didn't seem insane. Within half an hour, we were on the road, Aaron behind the wheel of a large, raised four-wheel drive. His shyness had yet to evaporate, so I asked him about himself in an effort to get him out of his shell a bit. He had no issues talking to me once I asked the question, which encouraged me. I wanted to have at least some kind of rapport with the dude if we were going to be hunting monsters. Then I realised how insane the whole thing was. I was a failed biologist turned journalist, hunting monsters. Holy shit. Aaron laughed when I mentioned it. Well, at least it's not boring. He started to warm to me a bit after that. We talked about growing up and we talked about his brother. He was well-spoken, clearly smart, and seemed really interested in my path through life. Living out here, he said, there was really only ever one or two options. You farm with your parents, or maybe you do something else. But it's always related to the land. Everything is about the land. I never got the chance to explore anything else. Well, would you have, if you could? Hell yeah. I mean, the farm is what it is, but it's not exciting. Science sounds cool. Discovering things and all that. I think I could do that and be pretty happy. Is that what you wanted to be when you were little? He looked a bit embarrassed at this. What? We all wanted something silly when we were kids, Aaron. It's not that. I kind of wanted to write plays, like Shakespeare. I couldn't help myself, and I choked out a short laugh. Aaron glared at me and went beet red. No, sorry, I'm not laughing at you, I promise. I had this image of a guy in a flanny and an akubra, rounding up cattle and shouting Shakespearean prowess at them. His glare turned to a grin, and then he burst out laughing. Anyway, what's so embarrassing about wanting to write? I think it's great to want to do that, better than most kids. I guess it's just not the done thing, he said. It's not manly. Out here, blokes are supposed to be blokes, you know? I was the weird kid who enjoyed Romeo and Juliet at school, and that got me quite a few bullies. Well, maybe when this is over, you can write a play all about it. It can be a horror story if we're right, or maybe a black comedy if we wind up chasing a stray Rottweiler. Around us, the country started to flatten out. Not yet truly desert. It may as well have been after a scorching, dry summer. Sun-bleached grass rippled in the hot breeze, and desiccated scrub hissed and rattled as the wind blew through its parched leaves. We were surrounded by different shades of brown and red, and despite being oddly beautiful, it reminded me just how remote and alone we really would be out here. Over 4 hours' drive from the nearest town. All alone, in the path of a monster. The sun had fallen noticeably in the sky by the time we reached the dirt track Aaron said would take us into the heart of the rapidly evaporating lake country. Near the road, we were momentarily surrounded by a surprising burst of green, owing to the still-flowing creek system that spilled into the lake when the rains allowed for it. Quickly, though, the landscape became arid and rocky, dotted with gnarled shrubs and the odd stunted eucalypt. It looked almost Martian, with no real signs of life for miles around. But I was sure the beast would pass through here. We pulled up on a spit of land between two shallow, dry lake beds, and we began setting up. Before leaving town, we'd stopped at a farm belonging to one of Aaron's uncles, a pig shooter. He had several carcasses on hand, and we'd taken a couple, hoping to use them as bait. Before the sun lost its heat, Aaron set about scattering the 4 carcasses around our campsite. No more than 250 meters away and no closer than 200. We wanted to be able to see and shoot the creature if it showed up, but we also wanted to be at a distance if we could. The sun still had an hour or so to bake the carcasses, creating what we hoped would be an irresistible scent in such a lifeless place. With little else to do until nightfall, Aaron decided to cook some food as the sun finally started to sink. It was a fine line. We wanted to attract the beast, but we didn't want to be caught out by it. I had no doubt it remained active during the day, but from our slightly raised position, we could see out over the lake beds for kilometers while the sun stayed up. It seemed like a good idea to eat whatever we could before the sun dropped, and with it, our visibility. We ate quietly, anxiety beginning to set in. I didn't know if the beast would come through that particular night or not, but I felt certain that if it passed within smelling distance of that rotting meat, it would head straight for it. They say dingoes can smell carrion from 4 to 5 k's away, and from all reports, this thing was much bigger than a dingo. As Aaron packed up the camp stove and the remaining food, I started a small, slow-burning fire with some of those hard-packed hardware store fire logs, the ones made from sawdust. I'd heard that one story about the thing investigating a fire, so I figured this couldn't hurt. Then, we settled into the back of the 4-wheel drive, seats flat and guns nearby, to watch a blazing red sunset and wait for whatever might come. The moon was not full, but in a cloudless sky out in the open, arid outback, it gave us plenty of light. Much more than I'd expected. I could almost make out the black smudge of at least 2 baits against the whitish salt deposits on the lake bed, which almost glowed with the reflected moonlight. I almost started to worry that it might be too bright, but the creature had shown no signs of being overly skittish. Around about midnight, I'd started to drift off. Boredom had well and truly overwhelmed the nerves of earlier in the evening. "You can catch some sleep if you like. I'll keep watch for a few hours. I'm used to sitting out in the dark, waiting for pigs and foxes." Ah, shit. I'd hoped he hadn't noticed my little lapse. "It's okay, mate," I whispered, not sure how much noise I could safely make. "I pull all-nighters more often than you'd think. Bad time management. I do wish we'd thought to make some coffee, though." Aaron held up a single finger, rummaging around under the folded back seat, before coming back up with a thermos. Probably not much better than warm by now, but caffeine is caffeine, right? Holy shit, you are a dead-set legend, mate. The coffee was strong and lukewarm, and I slammed it down like a shot, letting the caffeine work its magic. Once it had, I turned to my travelling companion. "So, tell me, Aaron, what's your deal, mate? Why are you out here?" I mean, I get wanting to be here, right now. But beyond that, you're obviously smart, well-spoken, well-read. You don't strike me as being happy to stay on the farm your whole life. I mean, you're not a kid either. You could do whatever you want, go wherever you want. So why stay? Aaron sighed, and for a moment, I thought he may not answer. There's a few reasons, I guess. Family is one. It's hard enough to move away from them as it is, but I reckon it's harder for country kids. I thought about leaving a lot, but I could never bring myself to. He paused, sipping his own, no doubt, cold coffee. Beyond that, I think I felt like, as a kid, I needed to prove myself. I copped a lot of shit all throughout school. I was girly because I liked Shakespeare and Mark Twain, and poetry and whatever else. I wasn't tough because I didn't really join the sports teams. I was less than a man because I never had a high school girlfriend. I suppose all that made me want to prove myself at the same things everyone else was doing. Beat them at their own game, so to speak. If they were going to stay out here and work the land, then so was I. It might sound small-minded, but it was important to me. I think it's perfectly natural, especially to want to change the way people who have belittled you in the past see you. I took a moment to scan the moonlit landscape, searching for any movement. Anyway, mate, I bet if some of those high school girls could see you out here now, ready to take on a vicious beast, they'd be a bit more interested. He broke into a full-on grin at that. Oh, the problem was never their lack of interest. It was mine. Oh, okay. Your turn. Biologist to travelling reporter of oddities. How does that happen? Isn't it hard on your family? Partner? Whatever? Well, I haven't got much of either, to be honest. I'm an only child and my parents moved to New Zealand when I was at uni the first time, doing science. I guess I started that because I felt like it was the best way for me to indulge the part of me that loved the idea that something could be hiding in the dark, or in the jungle, or in the deep seas, or wherever. When it turned out to be a lot more banal than that, I turned to stories and history. I felt like this way, I could at least keep feeding that part of me that loved the darkness. Well, you've found plenty of that out here. Just then, a sound cut through our whispered conversation. Somewhere out there, on the empty plain, a howl, more powerful than any I'd ever heard before, slashed the silent night air. Aaron and I shared a look, wide-eyed, as the howl rose to a ridiculous crescendo, far above what I thought any animal could create. As the terrifying howl died down, Aaron gripped my shoulder firmly and pointed slightly to the south. At first, I couldn't really see what he saw. But as I squinted, I noticed a large, dark smudge moving across the barren landscape. It appeared to be heading for the bait, set 200 meters to our south. And even at that distance, I could tell my earlier joke about stray Rottweilers had been well off the mark. The beast had arrived. This thing was clearly much larger than any ordinary dog, and the way it moved as it got closer reminded me more of a hyena, loping and easy. It made a beeline for the carcass and stayed at enough of a distance that I couldn't make out a lot of other details. Still, it seemed to give off an energy, or maybe my own body had a primal response to the beast. Looking at it filled me with a gut-clenching sense of fear and an uneasy, anxious nausea. Small hairs on my neck and arms stood up with the prickling of goosebumps, and my muscles began to twitch. I realized they were flooding with blood as a result of adrenaline. My body wanted me to run. It recognized the situation, even if I didn't. In the face of the beast, I was nothing more than prey. Aaron, strangled into silence by fear as well, gently handed me a rifle. The original plan had been to open the door and fire from outside the four-wheel drive, but I got the distinct feeling that had gone out the window. I had no idea how firing from inside the car would affect us, but I sure as shit was not opening that door with that thing 200 meters away. Aaron slid open the rear window and motioned for me to do the same with the middle window. Now, I've fired a few guns in my time, but in that moment, palms slick with sweat, I doubted whether I could hit a shed, let alone a moving target at 200 meters. Through the night vision monocular Aaron had passed over, I could see my target much more clearly, although details were still difficult to make out. It loped along like some kind of canine hyena hybrid, a distinctive and strange form of locomotion that made me think, briefly, of the allegedly extinct thylacine. Any similarity to the legendary marsupial predator ended there, though. The beast was far stockier, and it had thick, tufted dark fur. It ran with its head down rather than up, as I'd expected from any of the canids I knew. I thought of a wolverine or a badger, but longer, more languid and massively supersized. It had closed the distance to about 500 meters or so when it stopped. I heard it make the cackling, chattering scream that witnesses had reported. A demonic, alien sound, so unnatural that it made me feel ill. And then, to our horror, something responded. Another chattering shriek rose from further away, somewhere to the northeast. We were not dealing with one beast. We were dealing with two. And we were all alone, in a barren wasteland, stuck square in the middle of them. Even now, some 200 years on, there are those who refuse to believe that the beast was a mere wolf. Some agree that Chastel had bred and trained a vicious, beastly dog. Others suggest that the descriptions of the animal indicate a brown hyena, or perhaps a sub-adult lion. Then, there are the werewolf enthusiasts, as we veer into the preposterous, who believe that Chastel himself actually became the beast. One particularly interesting theory, put forward in the years after the attacks, even suggested that Chastel had made a pact with the devil, summoning something truly evil and binding it within the body of a Gevaudan wolf, creating something halfway wolf and halfway demon. Unknown author, posted anonymously online, 2008. The second beast's call faded slowly, leaving a ringing silence in its wake. Aaron and I were dumbfounded, scouring the plain for any sign of the other visitor, while keeping one eye on the shadow of the first. "Is that it?" Right back there," I choked out, barely making a sound at all. Try as I might, I couldn't pick out anything that I could definitively identify as alive. My attention suddenly snapped back to the first animal. It had reared up on 2 legs, like a bear, no more than maybe 100 meters from the carcass. My already thudding heart almost leapt out of my chest. On the ground, it looked large, but upright. It was bloody massive. Maybe 7 feet tall and as broad across the shoulders as a country rugby player. It seemed to be scoping the area out. It couldn't have missed the car parked on an empty plain, but after a moment, it dropped back to all fours and crossed the remaining distance to the first bait in a flash. It did not waste any time, tearing straight into the carcass with a savagery we could hear even at that distance. Snarls and snapping bone are an unpleasant soundtrack, and it got worse when the other one sounded off. It was much closer now, I realized, as I snapped my head around. Somehow, it had crept up to the carcass on the north side of us while we watched the other one. With ever-growing horror, I realized it was even larger than the one to the south. If this one stood up, I'd have guessed it would get to about 8 or 9 feet, and maybe 25% bulkier. It chattered and whooped like a demon, tearing into its own meal. I am a bloody journalist. What the hell am I doing out here? I thought, overwhelmed by terror in the face of the beast. Aaron's expression seemed to reflect my own. Slowly, he took the monocular from me and focused on the closer, smaller creature. Sliding open the window as slowly as possible, while still moving it, he motioned for me to move further towards the front of the car. I nudged my own rifle and inclined my head towards the other creature, but Aaron responded in the negative. For whatever reason, he wanted to take them on one at a time, and I deferred to him as the experienced hunter. Having opened the window, he eased the rifle out, sighting the beast and blowing out with a steady breath. What followed was nothing but complete madness that's pretty much blurred in my memory. The force of the shot in the semi-enclosed space, it kicked me in the chest, blanked my hearing for a few seconds. The beast at the end of the barrel twitched violently, rolling away from a direct hit and pouncing to its feet. The one behind us let out a violent shriek and shot to a standing position, seemingly looking straight at the car. I had been concerned, in a way, that one or both of these things had been shot at before and had run. I didn't want to have to track it again. But for some reason, they behaved differently this time. Its cry was answered by a wounded, enraged howl from the animal Aaron had shot at, as the larger of the two tried to work out what had happened. Then, the wounded beast charged straight towards us. It's amazing how small a distance 200 meters actually seems when something monstrous is charging headlong at you. It felt like the beast would be on us at any second, but somehow, Aaron managed to slam the bolt back and chamber another round. His next shot was as true as the first, bowling the beast over, and his calm skill with the rifle surprised me as he sent 3 remaining rounds into the sorely wounded monster before it could find its feet. Then, I found myself smashed against the inside of the 4-wheel drive, safety glass showering my face as something hit it with tremendous force. With a bellow of rage, the larger of the two animals had rammed into the car with enough power to lift it onto two wheels for a moment. Aaron yelled something, his voice unintelligible as it joined the crunching of glass and the roaring of the beast. The rifles had been sent cluttering around the inside of the car, Aaron bouncing around with every enraged impact as he desperately tried to grab the unspent weapon. Finally, his hand closed around it just as the beast shoved a wickedly clawed limb through the broken window, smashing his upper arm and eliciting a howl not too unlike its own. The fact that this creature didn't have proper hands probably saved him. Without the ability to grasp his arm, it simply pawed at him, unable to pull him any closer. Every time he aimed the rifle, though, the thrashing paw nearly knocked it out of his hands. He shouted something vaguely recognizable as vicious obscenities and rammed the butt of his rifle into the searching limb, causing it to draw back. The head of the thing loomed above the roof of the car, out of sight, and I had a sudden flash of possibly suicidal inspiration. "The ATV," I shouted. "We can't stay here. It's going to rip the bloody car apart." He nodded as the creature dropped, trying to get its blunt head through the broken window. Trusting that he would be ready, I threw open the door on the other side of the car just as the remainder of the window gave in and the massive, savage head of the beast burst through. Aaron and I both managed to get out just before it could close those huge jaws around either of us, and I put my head down and I sprinted for that ATV, faster than I've ever run in my life. I jumped on the front and whipped my head around just as Aaron piled onto the back with his rifle, just in time to see the beast extricate its head from the mauled car and send a smouldering glare in our direction. Nothing has ever made me happier than the sound of that ATV starting up straight away. I don't think I'll ever be that happy ever again, and I'm completely okay with that. It had been a while since I'd driven one, and I had a momentary panic as I envisioned myself freezing under the pressure and being devoured right next to a perfectly functional escape vehicle. But thankfully, that didn't happen, and I let out a scream of raw triumph as we sped off into the dark night at a truly unsafe speed. The plan, roughly formed in my head, had been to get some distance between us and the creature so that Aaron could shoot it from a better, less immediately dangerous spot. I quickly saw, though, how difficult that might prove when Aaron tapped me on the shoulder and gestured behind us. Not only had the beast taken up the pursuit, it was keeping pace with the ATV. And in the dark, on the rough ground, I didn't think I could go much faster. "Can you shoot it on the move?" I shouted, and Aaron shrugged, non-committally. "Is that a yes or a no?" No answer came back, and I had to turn my attention fully back to where we were going. The land may have been barren, but I couldn't think of a worse time to put a wheel in a wombat hole and flip the bloody thing over. Behind us, the thing giving chase had started that chattering cry again. Jesus, it's gaining on us. I can't go any faster. It'll kill us both. So will that thing. I wanted to scream. I knew the ATV could go faster, but with the deceptive terrain in the dark night, I just couldn't do it. With the beast now gaining instead of just keeping pace, though, I didn't really have a choice. Just as I started to throttle the thing up, Aaron leaned into my ear. "Damn it, we'll have to go into the lake bed." I looked to the left, across the wide expanse of flat land. It would be a huge risk. There could be thick mud underneath the crust, ready to trap us like flies in honey. But if it stayed hard, we might have a chance. Of course, it would also involve slowing down and turning left, giving the monstrous beast a chance to get even closer. "When we turn, Slow down for as long as you can, Aaron said. I'll have a chance at hitting it. Maybe. I wanted to snap back. Something about how useless maybe was in our situation. But he'd already started getting himself into the best position he could to shoot a rifle on a moving four-wheeler driven by a journalist. I probably made it difficult, if I'm honest, but I followed his instructions and made the turn. I couldn't help but look towards the beast as I did, and once again, I regretted it. The eyes shone in the moonlight, silvery and savage orbs set in a blindingly fast shadow. Then, the rifle cracked and it stumbled. Maybe more out of hope than realism, I thought Aaron might have pulled off a miracle kill shot. I almost stopped, but the beast gathered its feet rather than falling. I swore and gunned the engine again. But this time, the monster did something different. I'm not sure if the death of the other one had rattled it, or if the shot had genuinely wounded it. But instead of coming back at us, it swerved hard to the west, loping off into the night and quickly dropping down the slightly raised land between the lakes and out of sight. For the time being, at least, we could breathe again. We made our way back to the camp, slowly and diligently, hyper aware of the possibility of an ambush. On the way back, we stopped to try and gather up the body of the dead creature. What we found, though, made absolutely no sense. It was a dog. Nothing but a normal, everyday dog. A little bigger than I'd expect, sure, but definitely not the massive animal that we both saw. I started to wonder if I was losing my mind, but Aaron pointed to the tracks in the dirt. Huge pawed, pug marks that didn't match the dog in any way. We were not losing our minds, but there were so many questions. Unfortunately, we had very few options. The damage to the four-wheel drive was extensive, and we couldn't shelter there with a wounded monster on the loose. We didn't know if it would start, and the damage meant that we would have to change a wheel before we could go anywhere. Not something we could really do given the circumstances. Plus, a wounded animal is often the most dangerous, and we didn't know who else might be within range or where it might head next. I had already come to the same conclusion, but Aaron voiced it. We're going to have to track it, end it for good. When his brother went missing, the creature had seemingly left very little evidence of its passage. This time, though, it seemed far less cautious. Or maybe it couldn't avoid leaving sign on the brittle surface of the dry lake bed. Either way, it left an obvious trail for us to follow, and we slowly stalked it across the dried lakes on the four-wheeler as the sun began to rise behind us, always heading west. The rising sun gave me a bit more confidence. Visibility improved, and the creature would find it much harder to hide in the shadows of the dark, rocky landscape. With an injured, violent animal somewhere ahead of us, any advantage it lost made me feel much better. Try as we might, though, we couldn't seem to catch up, even as the sun rose higher and the heat of the day set in. Eventually, we had to stop and at least eat something. A long night of fear had taken its toll, and I could have easily dropped right there and then and slept, even with the beast still out there. A few kilometers along, the ground became harder again, and the tracks became harder to follow. Aaron, the hunter, had to get off the ATV and track on foot, with me nursing the vehicle along behind and looking out for trouble. a few kilometres further, and we ran into a problem. It had been dry out there for a long time, but when the rain does come, it comes in torrents. Often, all that water finds a weak spot in the arid soil, and within a few days, it can erode deep ravines as that rain makes its way into the river system. At about midday, we found ourselves standing on the edge of one of those ravines. Not a particularly wide one, mind you. Maybe 12 feet across and 7 or 8 feet deep. But still enough to stop us in our tracks. Try as we might, we couldn't find any sign that the beast had turned away either. It seemed like it must have gone over the ravine entirely. Worse, there didn't seem to be a way around the ravine, not anywhere nearby. We'd failed to chase the thing down, and it had gotten away. I hung around for a few more days, looking for any sign of the creature in the news out west. I wrote up a story, leaving out some of the more preternatural elements and focusing on the mysterious attacks. And in the last few weeks, I've submitted it to everyone I'd worked with for opinion. They all shot me down, with odd phrases like, "This article would not be in the best interest of the publication." I've never heard that one before, especially given I write stories about strange things exclusively. As for the creature, it seemed to have vanished, and I had to get home at some stage. So after almost a week with no more news, I figured I couldn't hang around any longer. I said my goodbyes to Aaron, left him my number in case anything new came up, and set off home. 3 days after I arrived home, I received a phone call from someone with the Australian Federal Police. They were courteous enough, explaining that they had information I'd been involved with a feral dog incident out near Griffith, and wondering if I minded answering a few questions. I played along with a conversation that seemed reasonably normal, except for the fact that the AFP don't usually get involved with that sort of thing, and the words "dangerous feral dog" were repeated far too often. I felt as though the caller was trying to convince me that a feral dog had been the only culprit. I couldn't help but be unsatisfied in a weird way. I'd touched on something I felt was preternatural, some creature well beyond the norm, and I had absolutely nothing to show for it. Nothing but a story that no one wanted to hear. The beast itself had left no evidence that might allow me to answer the questions I still have. Instead, I started scouring cryptid encounters again, hoping to find something that I could relate to what we'd been through. A lot of them were junk, clearly embellished or outright made up. But 2 of them had enough similarity to the case out west that they caused me to dig deeper. Neither had happened in Australia, but I'm not sure that matters. I don't think these events are tied to a place as such. The most recent happened in Malawi 15 years ago, where some kind of terror beast killed and maimed some 20 people, and the other being the killings in Gewuadan in the 1700s that I wrote briefly about earlier. In both incidents, the killers were savage beyond normal predatory behavior. Descriptions of the killers were very similar between both and seemed to fit our beast as well. Of course, I could easily have dismissed these correlations as coincidental, if not for the way both cases ended. In Malawi, they shot a hyena, In Gevwadan, 2 wolves were killed. These animals matched neither the description of the beasts or the patterns of the attacks. The villagers in both cases are well aware of what these native animals look like, sound like, and how they hunt. In both cases, they were convinced that the beast was not a normal animal. In the dried lakes of the western Riverina, we had shot a bona fide monster, only to discover the corpse of a feral dog where it fell. In Malawi and France, some blamed witchcraft, claiming that black magic had been used to turn an animal into something more. I have no idea about all that, but I do know that the body of that dog lay in the midst of tracks that it could not have made. Something unearthly happened out there, in the barren lands bordering the Australian desert. Something I doubt that I will ever be able to explain. I feel like we might never know how many times this has happened, given my call from the AFP. But I do know that we have 2 other recorded events that seem to match almost perfectly over the course of history. Who knows how many more have been lost, never heard of, or explained away. This is not the first time something like this has happened, and I'm certain it will not be the last. It has been over 20 years since I got lost on a family camping trip. And for all of them, that time in my life has been a complete blank. That is, until a few months ago. A few months ago, well, to explain that, I have to first go back to 1997. When I was a little kid, we lived in Tasmania for a long while. Even now, the island state is one of the least populated and wildest in Australia. But back in the 90s, that statement carried even more truth. Hobart had yet to undergo the rapid growth of the last decade or so. The wine industry hadn't exploded yet, and it had not quite kicked off as a destination for tourists yet either. 1997 Tasmania was a pretty, sleepy, rugged green gem, full of wild mystery. And my dad, he made it his unofficial mission to explore as much of it as he could. He and Mum, they used to go on week-long hikes through the wilderness, trekking into places that might never have been seen by human eyes. Of course, when I came along, they had to seriously cut back. No matter how beautiful a bush might be, it's not the place for a young baby, especially in a part of Australia where the temperature can suddenly drop below 0, even in the middle of January. They still hiked with me in a carrier on my dad's back, but they never stayed out with me there. The most they could manage until I turned 6 or 7 were some weekend trips, while I spent the time eating ice cream and watching Disney movies with my grandparents. It must have been early 1996 by the time they were willing to take me with them. They still stuck to short trips, but I wasn't the type of kid to wander off, and their confidence slowly grew. Until November of 1997, when I went missing. We had driven up to Stanley for a short 4 or 5 day break. They took me up the famous nut on the first day, and then, early the next morning, we drove to a trailhead in the Tarkine wilderness for a relatively simple 3-day hike. I was young, and I don't remember a lot, but they always told me that I had wandered off while they were setting up camp on the second day. I'd never once done anything like that in all of our time out in the bush. Dad could never understand it, but I suppose parents sometimes just don't want to face the truth of it, which seemed to be that they had a lapse in concentration and let me out of their sight. That is not to criticize them in any way either. Kids will be kids, and I certainly never blamed them for any of it. And besides, everything turned out okay in the end. Or so I thought, for 20-odd years anyway. I must admit that there has always been an element of mystery surrounding how I came to be rescued. All told, I'd been missing for 5 days when I eventually wandered into a clearing where an older couple had set up their caravan. A child surviving 5 full days in the wilderness through heavy rain and single-finger temperatures is rare, but not unheard of, and not what makes my story strange. No, the weirdness kicks in when you consider that the campsite I had wandered into was close to the Savage River National Park, some 80 kilometers or more from where I went missing. Somehow, an 8-year-old boy had managed to cross that distance in 5 days, at times through heavy rain and nocturnal temperatures below 5 degrees, without food or water, and in some of the most unspoilt and rugged wilderness in the world. Stranger still, I showed 0 signs of exposure, no signs of dehydration or hunger. My clothes were a little dirty, but I could have just walked straight out of my house, they said. I also had absolutely no memory of the time that I'd been missing. When I saw the old couple, I apparently said, "Excuse me, have you seen my mummy and daddy? They were just over there, but now I can't see them." The police basically said they had 2 leading theories. Either I'd been taken in by someone who didn't want to be found, maybe an illegal hunter or trapper, and delivered to safety in secret, or I had been snatched by someone who had a change of mind for whatever reason. Neither line of investigation ever led anywhere, to my knowledge, and my parents hardly cared. They had me back. That was all that mattered. My parents stopped hiking until I grew up. I suppose they were protective of me, which is understandable. Even when they went back into the bush, they said they didn't have the same feeling anymore. Dad eventually took a job in Canberra when I was 15, and we moved away from the rugged country they'd once loved so much. On the other hand, I grew up with an affinity for the wilderness, and once I turned 16 and had a bit of sense about me, I spent a bunch of time hiking around Canberra and sometimes the south coast or the snowy mountains. It's no Tarkine, but I still enjoyed it. Eventually though, I went to uni. I had girlfriends and got jobs, and I didn't have the time to spare trekking through the bush. I also spent years trying to remember what happened to me over those 5 days. Beyond curiosity and the frustration of not remembering, I couldn't help but feel it was important for me to remember for some other reason. One I couldn't quite grasp. I tried everything, up to and including hypnosis, to no avail. After a while, I just accepted that it would always be a mystery. I didn't even think about my dreams. Honestly, I've never even really remembered one. I mean, I get snatches here and there, obviously, but I genuinely never made the connection. I had always had nightmares like a normal person, but I never remembered anything more than the emotion they created. Late last year, that changed. It happened completely by accident. I had been having trouble sleeping. I'd been sleepwalking, and I kept on waking up at odd hours and being unable to get back to sleep. So, my therapist suggested a sleep diary. I started out by writing it down, but that meant turning on the light in the middle of the night, which honestly disrupted my sleep as much as whatever underlying issue I might have had. So instead, I started recording it on my phone. That's how I discovered that, late at night and half awake, I could recount my dreams for a few moments before my brain fully kicked into gear and they were gone. The first time I heard myself talking, I actually felt quite excited. I sort of felt like I'd been missing out, and now I might at least get some insight into what I dreamt about. Even the nightmares I talked about intrigued me. That is, until I heard the nightmare about the forest. That recording, and a couple of them since, set me on a terrifying path that I should never have started down. But I did, and I can't change that. And I'm sorry. Sleep recording, number 36.
It's, I don't know, 3-something in the morning. I can't see the numbers on the clock properly. I had another nightmare. About some kind of forest this time. But it was like no forest I've ever seen. I don't know if everything was huge or if I shrank somehow. The ground was covered in this thick, red moss. In the air, it smelled sweet. But not a nice sweet. A rank sweet. Like spoiled meat. The sky was dark, but there was light, which didn't make any sense. Even the trees were strange. They were so tall, all gnarly and twisted, and the leaves were an odd colour, like a eucalyptus, but with a touch of purple. As I looked at the trees, I noticed that the shadows underneath them were moving, like smoke or something. I was suddenly terrified. I felt like the darkness was full of eyes, watching me, and they weren't friendly. I turned and ran, and I could have sworn I heard something behind me, a whispering almost, following me. Then I tripped, and I fell into the moss. It was wet and spongy, and I pulled my hands away, realizing that the moss wasn't red. It was soaked with something red. I think it was blood. Lying in the moss, I could see it was writhing with creatures of some kind. I couldn't make them out, but the mats of moss moved with them. A shadow fell over me. I turned around and I saw. I'm not sure what it was, but I screamed. And that's when I woke up.
Normally, my descriptions of nightmares didn't affect me at all. But this one, it felt different. It's like it jarred loose a memory inside me somehow. I remembered the moss And not just from the dream either. I remembered how it felt. Kind of sticky, and I remembered the smell. It was just a flash, but I knew it wasn't a snippet or a dream. Or at least not a normal dream. More than anything, I remembered terror. More than the terror of a nightmare. Real, gut-wrenching terror. Like I'd never felt before. Yet somehow, familiar. I had no doubt that nightmare had been more than a nightmare, and I started to wonder if it had anything to do with my disappearance as a child. It certainly wasn't anything I remembered otherwise. I mentioned it to my therapist, although I left out the really weird stuff. She frowned as I spoke, especially when I talked about how I somehow felt that it must have been real. Then, she talked about something called dissociative memory. Basically, she talked about how repressed memories are more complex than just being memories that our brain tries to make us forget. Instead of being forced down below the surface like the movies would have you believe, traumatic memories, at a young age, are often recorded by our brain in flashes and snippets, pieces of imagery and emotion that are more like chopped up pieces of film than a proper memory. Add years and years to the equation, and they start to feel distant, unreal, and even if you do remember them, these memories can feel like dreams. Not only that, but they can bubble up as dreams during times of stress, fatigue, or intense brain activity. She wondered whether my dream had in fact been a dissociative memory. Given the details that I'd left out, that thought made me feel slightly sick. She made me promise to mention it if I had any other similar dreams. And a few weeks later, I did. Sleep recording, number 51.
It happened again. It's 4:43 in the morning, and I'm awake. I don't know if I'll be able to go back to sleep. I dreamt about the forest again. The blood forest. But this time, it was even worse. I was in the forest, surrounded by the trees. They were even bigger up close. They looked as wide as a building. Even though I think I was little again, they must still have been bigger than any trees I've ever seen. Or maybe they aren't. Maybe I've seen those trees before. Anyway, this time, I was huddled under a tree root or something. I was hiding. But from what, I'm not sure. I just knew that there was a monster out there, and I had to hide. The ground underneath me, it was just dirt, no moss. And I could see all the creeping, crawling things moving in and out of the moss in front of where I was hiding. They had so many legs, like a whole bunch of millipedes and centipedes, but they were the size of big snakes. The moss itself, it was so much thicker than it looked from the top. Thicker than I was tall. And the crawling things, they scurried around under it. The red fluid, the blood, it soaked all the way through. All around me, there was a whispering sound, but loud. It felt like hundreds of people whispering right in my ear, but there was no one anywhere nearby, and they weren't speaking any language I'd ever heard. Then, something moved, right outside my hidey hole. I couldn't make out any details. My eyes were too full of tears and too blurry from being rubbed. But it was big. Not any natural animal. I could see it move, but I couldn't make out a shape. I just knew that it was big, and I had to stay hidden from it. I wonder if that was the thing I almost saw in the last dream, that stood over me when I fell. I didn't feel like much time had passed, but I can't explain why. The shadow thing, across the way, it seemed to be looking for something. Looking for me. Suddenly, it turned. I couldn't see it properly still, but I knew that it was looking at me. It was like I could feel it looking at me. It moved across the clearing and into the trees slowly, but with purpose, heading straight for me. I huddled into the dirt, but I knew it would do no good. Behind me, or maybe to my right, something else moved. I turned to look, and I saw a woman. She was naked, and she was covered in the red fluid that saturated the moss. She didn't look quite right somehow. Like her face was off. Then she pounced, snatching my arm and dragging me under the moss with all the crawling things. And that's when I woke up.
I can't explain why I did what I did next. I suppose I had a burning need to know what happened, to know whether the dreams were just dreams, or if they were real, and what it all meant. So, after a few more sessions about dissociative memory, and another failed effort at hypnotism, I decided to take action. I had to go back to the Tarkin wilderness and try to find whatever I had found as an 8-year-old boy. When I was little, my grandfather used to tell me stories, like any grandparent does, I suppose. In my case, Grandpa would tell me stories that had been passed down through his tribe. My grandfather was of indigenous descent, and thanks to the shattering effects of the extermination program run by European settlers, he held a place of esteem within his tribe, despite not being pure Aboriginal blood. He died just after I finished high school. We'd moved in near us by then, and thankfully, that meant that I could spend time with him before he passed. During one of my visits, he told me a story that he'd never told me before. I never knew why he chose to tell me this one, so out of place with our mythology. But on the flight back to Tasmania, it snuck back into my mind. "Listen, mate," he started. "These stories I've told you, they are your heritage, your history. There are strange things in this land, and those stories try and tell us where those strange things come from. They aren't really real, but they tell us about the land and the people we come from in a way we can easily accept. This isn't to say that our spirits and our demons aren't real, you understand? Just that the stories have been fashioned around them to teach us." He paused, his eyes wet and his arthritic hands trembling. There is another story, one I should have told you long ago, but it's dark and evil, and I was too afraid of what you might learn from it. A story that is real. Maybe it can teach you something one day. Our people have been here for thousands of years, longer than the scientists and the history books would tell you, and longer than we can put into words. Our people have been here since a time when this world was much different, when spirits were far more than myth or legend. Way back in these times, before history even began, our people arrived and began to explore their new home. One elder led his people across a vast body of water and into a thick, dark forest where they found plentiful food and water. They settled there, hunting the wallabies and the kangaroos, fishing the rivers, and harvesting the bounty of the bush. Many years later, the old elder passed away. His sons had been and gone too, and the tribe had become restless. A new leader stood in their place, a warrior, still young and strong, but he lacked the wisdom of the previous elders. A medicine man had tried to counsel the young elder, but he was headstrong and he refused to listen. The tribe suffered as a result. Hunting parties returned with less food. The harvesters could find only meagre crops in the wild bush. And even the fish, they seemed to be able to slip the nets and the traps. The medicine man, he tried again, but the young elder, he laughed him off. He said that the animals were becoming more secretive, more scarce, because they'd grown wary of people and retreated further into the wilderness. He said that if they pushed further into the forest, into the mountains, they would find more prey. Upon hearing this, the medicine man shook his head. "You are a fool," he said, "but it is the foolishness of youth." He commanded the young elder to sit and listen to a story about the mountains and the elders who came before him. He told the story of their first elder and how he'd woken one night to the sound of whispers. The fire had fallen to a mere glow, and across the camp, he saw something looking back at him with two large eyes. The whispering then came from all around and even inside him, somehow, and the eyes across that camp, they seemed to stare straight into his spirit. The darkness shifted and turned away, and the elder, he felt compelled to follow. How long he followed for, he did not know. The thing he was following hovered just at the edge of his sight, taking him past landmarks that were alien and unfamiliar. All around him, he heard the whispering, but more than that, he heard sounds of life like he'd never heard before. The ground crawled with long, many-legged insects, larger than any he'd encountered. Above him, the sound of huge wings drew his eyes upwards. He saw bats, as large as a man, feasting on fireflies the size of small birds. Even the trees, they began to look different, huge and knotted, twisted in ways that seemed unnatural. The elder walked for hours until he came to a small stone clearing where the thing before him had stopped. The elder, he slowly made his way into the clearing. Before his eyes stood something unworldly, fantastic, and terrifying at the same time. He could clearly see the thing he had been following under the light of the pale moon, much larger than it should have been. The creature stood tall, large, far taller than a man, and on its head were 4 twisted horns. Thick, long fur covered it from head to toe, giving it a formless appearance. And it seemed to move on 4 legs, like some of the beasts they'd left behind on the plains across the sea. As the elder made his way closer, it followed him with huge, black eyes, watery in the moonlight. He suddenly noticed that the land around him had gone quiet, and then the creature spoke. It spoke inside of his head, and it told him that he had come to a sacred place. It said that his people had wandered into a world that they could not understand, and that it would destroy them all. The elder shrank with fear and asked the creature what it would have him do. He could not, after all, convince his people to leave such a fertile and hospitable place. The creature replied that his people had taken things that did not belong to them, and that if they did not stop, they would die. The elder, frightened but fiercely loyal to his people, thought for a moment. He asked the creature if the land on which they'd set up their camp belonged to it, and it replied that it did not. It stated that it could keep them safe as long as they avoided the mountains. That, it said, was where the old things lived. The elder, he asked what the old things were, but the creature told him he could not possibly understand it. They are not of your world, it told him, but they will pass through from time to time. And do you speak for them? The elder asked. The creature replied that it was of the old things. The elder then asked what price he must pay to keep his people safe in these lands, and the creature fell silent for a moment. You must never enter the mountains, it said, but that is not all. At the time of the blood moon, you must organize a hunt. You will send 6 hunters, your finest, into the woods when the moon is highest in the sky. A hunt, the elder said. For what? The creature laughed inside his head. They will not be the hunters, it replied. They will be the hunted. Of 6, 1 will not return. His existence forgotten by this world. In this way, the old things will be satisfied. With this, the creature began to sink into the ground, absorbed by the very earth itself. As it did, it spoke one last time. Remember this, elder. When the blood moon is highest, 6 must enter the forest. If they do not, one way or another, the old things will take their due. When the elder finally made it back to camp the next morning, his people were stunned. He'd been missing for 9 nights. The medicine man paused here, looking at the young warrior. In this way, he said, our people have been kept safe. The old things are preparing us for the hunt, ensuring we are keen and hungry. The blood moon will come, and we must send the hunters. The young elder, stubborn and brave, he scoffed at the medicine man. Where is this creature? He exclaimed. I will take the hunters, and we will hunt it. The medicine man shook his head. You will kill us all, he said. But the young warrior, he would not listen. He assembled the warriors and the hunters of the tribe and marched them into the forest, into the mountains. They walked for a full day and into the night, longer than it should have taken to get to the mountains, and some of the men began to feel uneasy. This is wrong, they said. The spirits of this land, they are misdirecting us." But the young warrior would not be swayed and kept his men walking well into the night. When they finally reached the mountains, the men were seized by a feeling of terror. Around them, voices came from all angles, whispering through the thick trees, words that none of them could understand. They tried to turn back, but the young warrior, he still would not be dissuaded, and he drove them forward. All around him were many-legged creatures, crawling and writhing through the bush. They became aware of shadows shifting under the trees, of eyes watching them intently. In the distance, a tree lifted up and slammed back to earth. No, not a tree, a leg the size of a tree. A voice filled their heads then. "You should not be here," it said, "for there are things here of which you cannot even conceive." The young warrior turned and saw the creature described in the story. The sight of it filled him with fear. But it was the sense of it that broke him. Cold and uncaring, as though he and his hunters were as significant as the tiny flies that filled the forests. He began to run. At the same moment, the shifting shadows came spilling out from under the trees and set upon his men, devouring them. He ran and he ran, the whispering following him through the forest in the writhing shadows. He ran through streams and swam over rivers. He ran until the skin flayed off the soles of his feet, and still he ran. Eventually, the young warrior saw the sun, and he stumbled into the safety of the camp. Except, he was not safe. As he reached the center of the camp, he became aware of the silence. Nothing stirred, and nobody greeted him. He cast his eyes left and right, dread filling him up as he realized why. All around the camp, his people hung from the trees. Their blood ran from their feet, staining the ground, and they had been hung from their necks by their entrails. Unable to bear the sight, the young elder, he fell to the ground and wept. After some time, he began to hear whispering all around him. He welcomed it, knowing that the creature had come to ensure he shared his people's fate. As it entered the clearing, the young warrior stood to face his death. But it didn't come. Instead, the creature spoke. "These people were yours," it said. "They were under your protection. Your forebears made a promise, and they honored the old things and upheld it. Now, that promise has been broken, and the old things have taken their due, as they too had promised." "And what of me?" the young man screamed. "You are surely here to kill me too, so get it over with." The creature did not respond for the longest of times. "I am not here to kill you," it said. "I am here to do far worse." The man trembled at those words, unable to find a response of his own. "You will not die today," the creature continued. "In fact, you will not die at all. The old things do not suffer a broken pact lightly. By their will, you will walk this world forever, tied both to it and to the world that awaits beyond the door, bound to follow the door wherever it may open, never wholly within this world or the one beyond." The creature then spoke a spell, words that the young elder could not understand, and began to sink into the earth once more. The young elder realized that his wounds had healed, that he was no longer hungry or thirsty, and he fell to the ground once more and wept. With his gruesome story finished, my grandfather gripped my hand firmly. It was unlike any indigenous myth I'd ever heard, so alien that I thought it must have come from a completely different culture. This story is older than our people. The warrior led his tribe into doom, and no more made the journey across the water for thousands of years. And when they did, the warrior was there, waiting. We call that cursed warrior Morum. It means wicked scout, loosely, in an ancient dialect that died when they wiped out our people. He is the precursor to the appearance of the doorway, and he brings nothing but pain. Wherever Morum goes, you will find that door. Remember that, mate. A few days later, he passed away. I always wondered why it had been so important to him to tell me that story before he went. Why it mattered so much to him that I remembered Morum and the door. On the flight to Hobart, though, I thought of the story and how elements of it matched my dreams. The many-legged creatures, the whispering, the lost time, the trees. It all felt so relevant, and my grandfather's telling of the tale had been so pointed that I felt like it had to be related. But how? I thought about what he'd told me, but I had no idea what it truly meant. If I had, I think I would have turned around and flown straight back home. If I could have, I'm not sure I could have. Something seemed to be waking up inside my mind, and I don't know if I could have resisted it, even if I wanted to. I landed in Hobart with only the barest idea of where to look next. I needed to find someone who could tell me more about the door and the wicked scout that came before it. I had been back in Hobart for a few days, trying to find someone to talk to me about Morum, with zero luck. The local Indigenous historians and community elders I contacted had no idea, or they wouldn't talk to me. I was getting nowhere fast and very frustrated by it. So, I decided to contact an old friend and see if he could help me, even if that meant just bouncing ideas across a table over coffee. Nathaniel had always been the quiet kid who lived up the street, ever since I could remember. We grew up together. We went through primary school together, and would probably have gone through all of high school together if we hadn't moved away. Social media kept us barely connected, but we had only spoken rarely over the last 5 years or so. He'd been somewhat a strange kid, curious, and with a never-ending imagination. My disappearance fascinated him, and I knew he'd had all sorts of strange ideas and theories when we were growing up. He stopped all that when I opened up to him as a young teenager about how hard I found it, being the kid with the childhood trauma, but never really knowing why. Still, I thought he might have a different perspective to me, and it would be nice to catch up and focus on something else for a while anyway. He agreed, but with his work, he couldn't get away long enough for a couple of days. So, we planned to meet up in a little bar he knew down by Salamata that evening. He'd grown taller than I remembered, more athletic, but he still had the same sharp eyes and goofy smile. We ordered a glass of wine, sat down at a quietish table outside and caught up for a while. Eventually, the conversation turned to my reason for coming back after so many years. I told him everything about my dreams, dissociative memory, my grandfather, Murrum and the door, and my need to find out what really happened. I told him I needed someone to talk to, someone who could help me work it all out, and I thought of him first. Nathaniel listened intently, smiled when I finished, and got up to order a bottle of wine before returning to the table with the sun setting all around us. He poured us both a glass and then sat back for a moment, thinking. You weren't the only one who disappeared around that time, you know. What do you mean? Well, you know how I used to be obsessed with stuff like that, right? When you moved away, I kind of took it back up again. While you were here, I kept my curiosity focused on other stuff so that I didn't upset you. But once you were gone, I think I just naturally gravitated back to it. Anyway, I eventually found out that there were more disappearances in that area around the same time. 6 of them over a 6-month period, which is much higher than the average. People do go missing in that bush all the time, but not that many, and not that regularly. 7 people went missing in those 6 months, once we take you into account, and only 1 ever came back. Oh my God. For whatever reason, you came back when the others didn't. I did some digging, basic stuff, obviously, but it seemed like the only connection was the area. I even spoke to some relatives of 2 of the missing, but they couldn't really point me towards anything concrete. I know you're right though. I know there's more to this than just a little boy wandering off into the bush. But what could it be? I have no idea, but I have a good reason to suspect something bizarre. He pulled out his phone, typed something at the screen for a few moments and then placed it on the table in front of me. Your story and the blood moon. You went missing in the first week of November. The others, they went missing over the rest of a 6-month period that started from there. 2 weeks before you went missing, in September, there was a total lunar eclipse. Holy shit. Maybe it's not related, but when did you start to have trouble sleeping? Not when you noticed the nightmares. I think it's clear they started before that, and might be why you had so much of a problem sleeping. Last winter sometime, I think. Maybe around August? I went for a little while before I brought it up with my therapist. But I know I started my sleep recordings in September. Oh shit. You don't mean 27th of July, the longest lasting lunar eclipse so far this century. I remember I got up early. I watched it setting. I took crappy photos of it. You don't think that somehow set something off in my mind, do you? I'm not sure, but it's a decent coincidence. I gulped my wine and I held it out for a refill, floored by the synergy of it. The story of Murrum placed a genuine significance on the blood moon, a name we've given to lunar eclipses for ages, and I had gone missing 2 weeks after an eclipse. I'd potentially started having my nightmares, or dissociative memories or whatever they are, after witnessing a lunar eclipse. That couldn't be coincidence, could it? Nathaniel had this intense look in his eyes, concern mixed with excitement. His natural curiosity had never left him, and in the time it took to drink 2 glasses of wine, we'd rekindled all of the mystery around my original disappearance. Nate, this is crazy. Maybe I'm just going out of my mind, but I feel like there's really something to this. I've got this, I don't know, this sense that went off when I remembered the story, and it's going off now. I just feel like this stuff is at least taking me in the right direction. I have someone I want you to talk to, if you're up to it. I nodded, quickly. Of course, I need to get to the bottom of this. I took another big gulp of my wine, which didn't help my spinning head. Nate, would you help me with this? If you can. If you have the time, I mean. He grinned that goofy grin. I'm shocked you even have to ask. We raised a glass and we laughed together. But behind the smile and the sense of relief that I would have someone else along for the ride, my stomach churned. Even then, I knew that I was about to start down a road that I wasn't sure I should be traveling. The weekend came around, and Nate's workload eased off completely. His project had been delivered and he'd taken some time off to help me with my search for answers. We met up at my hotel early on Saturday morning, piling far too much stuff into his car and setting off to meet with the man Nate wanted me to see. Mark Rutherford lived on acreage in practically the middle of nowhere. His old, weatherboard house backing onto the forests and lakes of the Great Western Tiers. As we pulled up, we were greeted by an exuberant and friendly German shepherd whose excited yips summoned a grey-haired man from the house. Nate described him as a historian of weird things, and his appearance, well, that certainly fit the bill. He looked academic, bookish, with thick glasses, but his grey hair hung loose and long around his shoulders, giving him a bit of a mad scientist vibe. He had a wide, welcoming smile though, and he greeted us warmly.
Nathaniel, it's good to see you again, lad. And you must be Chris. It's an honour to meet you at last.
He ushered us inside and directed us to sit on one of 4 armchairs scattered around a table, piled high with papers and books.
Can I get you anything? Tea? Coffee? Beer? It's the weekend. I won't judge.
We both settled for coffee and Mark joined us in the lounge room.
So, what can I do for you this time, Nate? I think I can guess at some of it given who you've brought to see me, but let's start with the basics, yeah?
Well, we've talked about Chris's disappearance before, and the others at the same sort of time. But there's more now. Mark raised an eyebrow, and Nate gestured at me. Yeah. I think I may have started to remember some things about what happened to me. Mark expelled a breath in surprise, or maybe satisfaction, and sank back in his chair, assuming the kind of pose a therapist might take. I told him everything I'd told Nate, including the stuff about the eclipses, while he listened intently. When I finished, he took off his glasses, polishing them thoroughly on his shirt.
Wow, there's a lot there, honestly. Where do I begin?
He closed his eyes and rubbed the bridge of his nose, collecting his thoughts.
Okay, let's start with some background. Generic stuff. Tasmania has always been different to the rest of Australia somehow. There are places all over the country where strange things happen. But Tasmania is an undeniable hotspot. We've got it all. The most famous UFO event in the country at Kettering. Thousands of ghost stories, strange creatures, strange places like the southwest wilderness. That's just scratching the surface. And of course, disappearances. Some of those are to be expected for sure. Rugged country and dodgy weather. That'll always increase the average, but the fact is, if you sit down and do the research, there are more unexplained disappearances here than anywhere else in the country. He talked about his work, cataloguing Tasmanian folklore and other strange stories and encounters for the University of Tasmania. And he went into some detail about the statistics of these encounters before coming to my story. Now, this brings us to your case. I doubt you remember, being so young, but it caused quite a stir at the time, and it's never really gone away. There are still people with loads of different theories. I probably see a reference to it on a forum somewhere at least once a month. It really picked up with the missing 411 stuff out of the US, if you saw any of that. Anyway, that particular string of disappearances, it always intrigued me, and I could never work it out. But you've rattled a few things loose in this old brain of mine. Why don't we start with your story? The one your grandfather told you. Yeah, sure. Have you heard it before? Not exactly, no. But there are familiar elements to it. For example, I've heard mentions of old things several times before. The one that stands out is in a story that I believe originally came from the early settlers in the Savage River area. Two brothers who lived out of a cabin met a luckless trapper and invited him to stay with them for a few days in exchange for a few of his furs. Back then, there was a loose community of widespread people trying to make a go of it out on the frontier. So, a couple of days later, a neighbour from a couple of miles away rode over to ask for help moving some fallen trees. Instead, he found both brothers dead. I won't go into the detail that the person I heard it from did, but suffice to say that they were killed with an axe and apparently a lot of rage. Even stranger, the few animals they had brought with them, they were all killed too, gutted and spread out over the ground in a rough circle. The man returned with a search party and it didn't take him long to find the trapper. He was sitting in a small clearing on a flat stone, totally naked, covered in dried blood. It seemed like he'd been there a while. They arrested him and he did not resist. He also refused to speak, simply responding to any questions with a strange, absent grin. The men thought he must have lost his mind. They sent word to a town several days' ride away for a constable, but he couldn't get any more out of the man. With no real option and a very clear law, they decided that, insane or not, he'd clearly murdered the brothers, and therefore he would hang. Oh my God. As he went to the gallows, the trapper kept that same, absent-looking smile. The only time he struggled was when they tried to put a blindfold on him. In the end, they decided not to bother, and they slipped the noose over his neck. Finally, the trapper reacted. He laughed. The few people who had come to the execution didn't know what to do, and the trapper, he kept on laughing. Eventually, he spoke. He told them that he had done what the old things required him to do, and that they would all meet the same fate, no matter what they did to him. He told them that the old things were waking up, and that he was glad to die before they did. In the middle of his rant, one of the men kicked his feet out from under him. They say that smile never left his face. My gosh. It was enough to drive settlers away eventually. The events with the trapper and the murders started it. But they said that the bush out there was darker than elsewhere, and stranger. Of course, you have to remember, this is all anecdotal evidence. Records from that time were poor anyway, and not much survived from places like that especially. But hearing your story mention the old things in a completely different cultural context is very interesting.
Okay, said Nate. But what do we know about the eclipses? Or Murrum? Or some kind of door?
I'm getting there, Mark responded with a chuckle. This stuff is complex. There's a lot going on here.
My bad.
There are a couple of things you'll need to leave with me for a bit. Lunar eclipses are all well and good, but whether they relate to any pattern or not, I can't say without researching it. The old things ring more than one bell, but I'll need to remember where from. That name, Murrum, that's not familiar to me immediately, but I feel like I've heard it before. I've heard thousands of stories over the years, although admittedly, not as many indigenous legends. So many of those have been lost.
He shook his head, sadly.
Now, the door. That is interesting, although it's vague, and it's the first time I've heard anything like that referenced in Tassie. I've heard something like that when I was trying to establish a link between some of the indigenous folklore here and on the mainland. Except they called it the Gateway. I remember that it felt incongruous, not to put too fine a point on it. But these people didn't even have a word for gate in their native language, or door for that matter. I thought they must have just been using the English word to loosely describe something. But they told me that the gate had been there long before white settlement. They said the word they used was a buraka, borrowed from a language that preceded theirs. It means the path of misery, or the path of the wicked, depending on who you ask.
Nate looked put off, but he tended to want to believe in some of the strangeness of the world. I didn't necessarily see any of this as definitive, even if I felt like something within me agreed. Okay, but that doesn't mean anything, does it? There are a lot of myths and legends out there. Surely some are going to overlap.
Sure they will. They do. Hundreds of Aboriginal myths line up. But in 40 years, I've only ever heard this mentioned once, maybe twice if we accept that your story is related, which even though it is anecdotal, seems likely. Think about it. What would you say the odds are of two tribes on either side of the Bass Strait, both having a myth that references basically the same thing, when that thing does not even have a word in their languages? This is history, not so much science. Anecdotes are often all we have, especially doing something this obscure. So while I can't say that they're definitely related, I can say that it seems bloody likely. There were other details too.
Like what? What is the door, or a buraka, or whatever you want to call it?
I couldn't tell you. This myth is ancient, way older than anything else they remember. They know that the gate is no longer there. They don't know when, but it moved. That seems to fit with your story too. The creature tells Murrum that he will be bound to the door wherever it goes. This tribe also believed that the gate was the source of many evil spirits, ancient spirits from before the dreaming. Old things, maybe. It bears some more research, I think.
With that, he told us that he would be in contact as soon as he had anything, waving an arm vaguely at the massive pile of papers and books on the table and the shelves that lined the walls. I didn't feel like he ushered us out, but he made it clear that if we wanted answers, we were going to have to let him work on it, which I didn't mind. I had my own things to do too. I felt like it was time for me to go back to the place it all began, even if I found nothing. Nate and I, we said our goodbyes and we headed off, eventually moving northwest. I didn't know what I expected to find, if I just wanted to break through a barrier for my own reasons. But as the dark forest closed back around us, I must admit, I felt more than a bit nervous. For the first time in over 20 years, I settled in for the trip to the Tarkine wilderness. The Tarkine is not as large as other wilderness areas in Tasmania, although it is right up there. It's also not quite as remote overall. Bordering the coast along its northern edge means that it can be easily accessed by many of the residents and tourists who enjoy the north coast. It makes up for that with a wide range of terrain. Swamps and grasslands share the same national park as small, rugged mountain valleys and thick, dense, ancient rainforest. The kind of thing that would not be out of place in a fantasy novel. The southern edge of the wilderness, it's far more remote than the north, with very few visitors outside of serious hikers and the parks and wildlife ranges. This southern edge, that's closer to where I eventually ended up in 1997. But we were in the north when I disappeared, and so that's where we started. We entered the wilderness as near as we could to where my parents had on that trip. The actual entrance to the tracks has changed over the years, moving east, but the tracks are still very much the same, and we quickly found the right path. Anywhere in Tasmania, the weather can change in a split second, and we were reminded of that very early on the first day. Nate and I, we set out under clear skies and warm sunlight, winding our way along a path that took us through clumps of forest and open meadows of green and red grasses. Within an hour, the sun had retreated back behind grim, black clouds. The temperature had dropped into single digits, and we were being drenched by freezing rain. The rainforest, it provided some shelter. The thick canopy of leaves and intertwining branches blocked a bit of the rain. But the path, it had become treacherous. Every step, it brought the risk of slipping on the slick rocks or the ever-present moss. And as we trekked deeper, the terrain became more rugged. We were descending into a small valley. The rain had created a heavy mist that steeped into every nook and cranny of the forest. Eventually, late in the day, tired, cold and soggy, we came to an overhang, and we decided we should settle in for the afternoon and try to wait the rain out. It didn't totally keep us dry, but a hastily erected tent fixed that, and a gas camping heater and stove, it slowly started to thaw us out a bit and dry our sodden socks. Over a cup of tea, Nate grilled me about how the whole trip made me feel. Man, I'm okay, really. I was pretty anxious about the whole thing, but apart from being a little jumpy, I'm honestly fine. I'm glad I'm not out here alone, though. And have you any, I don't know, epiphanies or flashbacks or whatever? Nah, nothing. None of this looks familiar, which I guess is not really unexpected. I'm not sure if I really thought I'd recognize anything from when I was 8 years old. Honestly, I'm not really sure what I expected at all. I don't think you should be expecting anything. Just enjoy the trip. If that's the only thing that comes out of this, then at least you've beaten a demon or two, taken another step towards putting all this behind you, right? Well, I guess. Anyway, we've only gone a little way. I think we were further in when it happened. I'm not gonna get too disheartened. I didn't mention it at the time, but based on my dreams and the stories I'd started to believe, more than I would have liked, I wouldn't have been at all disheartened if nothing happened. We bounced what we'd learned from Mark back and forth as the dull, grey sky started turning much darker. The rain, it slowly eased off, leaving a glistening forest wreathed in fog. It was beautiful, and I found myself feeling glad that I'd come. A sense of peace had settled over me as we talked and laughed in the darkness of the forest. For the first time in months, I slept easily. We entered a clearing the afternoon of the next day, and I froze. My gaze had settled on a very unique tree, one that seemed to split at right angles, midway up the trunk, as though it had once been cleaved down the middle and continued growing. I suddenly felt like all the air had been expelled from my lungs, and I swayed as a wave of nausea swept over me. I knew that tree. Nate turned around and put an arm around me. "Whoa, you okay? What is it?" He followed my eyes to the tree. I wanted to climb it, but Mum and Dad said no. I loved climbing trees. It made me feel like a superhero. And this one, it looked so cool. But they thought the moss on the branches might make me fall. I felt really hard done by. I sulked around while they started to set up camp. The tent, it would have been over that side of the clearing, near those big rocks. I sat there and I watched them. I pointed to the rock pile that kept the forest at bay on the right-hand side of the small clearing. For some reason, that pile of rocks, it made me shudder unconsciously, discomfort crawling up my spine. Nate, he looked at me, concerned. "I feel like there's more, but I can't remember. It's so frustrating. I know it's there, but it's like it's behind a door or something, and I haven't got the key." An appropriate choice of words, I suppose. "Maybe we should set up here for the night." Yeah, maybe. I couldn't help being drawn to that pile of rocks. I noticed, as I looked closer, a small trail leading into the forest behind it. A game trail, maybe, or an old, overgrown track. "Hey, Nate, let's walk down that little track for a bit. See if anything else sticks out." He peered into the secluded brush. "Sure, if we can get anywhere along it. Why don't we head down there and see what we can see, then we can come back and camp here tonight." I agreed, and headed towards the tiny game trail with purpose. My stomach, it twisted in knots, and I wanted to try and work myself into ignoring it. Before I realized it, I ducked under the foliage and into the forest. A few meters in, the path, it opened up enough that we could at least stand. Further down, a flash of brown fur put me on edge for a moment, before I realised that we'd just startled a small group of paddymmelons and sent them off bounding into the brush. Clearly the trail was still well used by the local wildlife. Beyond that though, it looked like a bit of a waste of time. We walked for about half an hour, but the forest, it all looked the same off the main trail. Very few things stood out the way the split tree and the rocks had, back in that clearing. In my memory, it stayed fuzzy and frustrated. I had almost decided to give up and head back when I saw something just off the path. To my right, I spotted a small clearing through the trees, strangely bare of vegetation. I felt somehow drawn to it. As I stepped through the forest and into the open space, the sounds of the bush, they seemed to fade away. The reason for the lack of vegetation, it became clear immediately. Underfoot, the ground was actually an immense slab of stone. Maybe the top of a flat rock, mostly buried in the earth. Apart from a small covering of lichen, some moss, and scattered leaves, it prevented anything more from growing. More than that, it gave the whole space an eerie feeling. Somehow detached and removed from the rest of the forest. I felt different, and I remembered that feeling, thinking that I'd entered a magical place. It was then that a word popped into my head. Distracted, I said it out loud, wondering what it might mean. Tjanalla. Behind me, Nate reacted to my whisper. What was that? I'm not sure. It just came to me. Okay. When you walked into here, you mean? I nodded. Do you think it's important? Yeah, I think so. But I can't tell you why. I mean, I feel like it's important, but I can't remember anything about why it would be. It's just a word that came to my brain and shouted out to me when I came into this spot. I tried to cross the clearing and see if I could get anywhere on the other side. But the forest, it kept me firmly within the stone area, as well as any wall. Nate, on the other hand, looked down. While I tried to breach the thick, old-growth forest, he'd knelt down and brushed away the leaves from something in the middle of the stone slab. Chris, look at this. He crouched over something in the center of the clearing. A pattern or a carving in the stone. I could see it, even from a few meters away, and partly obscured by the moss that Nate had started to pull out of the lines. As he did, the pattern became clearer. I had no doubt that it had been carved by human hands at some point in history. The lines, they were not natural. In the way that it was weathered, it spoke to the age of it. Tasmanian Aboriginal people, they were known to carve more often than most of their mainland compatriots. Although, this shape, it looked different to any of the carvings that my grandfather had ever shown me. Nate finished scraping the moss from on top of the carving, and he stood back, trying to get a sense of what we were looking at. The carving spanned about 3 meters. I couldn't be sure which way it had originally been oriented, but it was simple enough. A large circle with a pair of eyes, and then what looked like 4 legs. I guess it must have been some sort of simple animal representation. I could not put my finger on why, but that carving, it made me deeply anxious and uneasy. Nate wanted to stay and check out the rest of the stone for more carvings, but I convinced him to head back to the main track. As we left the stone clearing with its strange carving, I realized that the place felt colder than the rest of the forest. A shiver ran down my spine as we stepped out and onto the game trail, and for the barest moment, I could have sworn I heard a whisper in the wind. Then we were out of view, and the forest, it returned to normal again. Later that evening, Nate and we were sitting around the stove cooking. The sun had come out again, and being summer so far south, it still had a way to go before setting. The golden light, it warmed the still, damp forest, and it filled the air with thin mist as all that moisture started to evaporate. Glancing around the clearing, I noticed that the sun had cast the rocks by the game trail in shadow. As those shadows lifted on the breeze, I froze. That's rock pile. Chris? You've been staring over there for like 2 minutes. Everything all right? No, Nate. I turned back to him, aware of the tears that had started forming in my eyes. He seemed taken aback by this. What's wrong? Tjanalla. I remember Tjanalla. He sat close to me, not pushing me to speak about it, while another set of memories bloomed in my mind. It was the rocks. Mum and Dad were setting up the tent, and they wouldn't let me climb the tree. So, I climbed up the rocks instead, and I sat there. Around the other side, I couldn't see them. Not really. I was sulking about the tree, and I didn't even want to see them. So I sat there for a good while. And then I saw something down in the shadows. I couldn't really make out what it was, but I thought it must be an animal or something. It was black and furry, like a devil. But it seemed pretty big. I was curious, so I said hello. You know what kids are like. Okay, then what? It said hello back. That seemed completely normal to me as a kid. It asked me what I was doing, and I said we were camping. I asked it why it was hiding. It told me that it wasn't hiding. I just couldn't see it properly. I don't think I knew what that meant, so I asked if it was magic. It said that it supposed it was. I took a deep breath, my throat tightening with a combination of tears and terror. I asked it what its name was, and it told me that it didn't have one. I said something like, everything has a name, and it said that really only new things had names, which I didn't really understand. It said that it had been called many things, and it told me that people like me used to call it Tjanalla, and that I could too. I said to it that that's a funny name. It said that it was a name for a messenger, and then it told me that I should be careful, and I thought that maybe I'd offended it. But then it said that things were waking up. bad things. Tjanalla told me that I was not one of the ones they were looking for, and that I should go back to my parents. And then I don't know, it stood up, and I saw it. I looked over at my parents, and I followed it into the forest. I started crying then. The emotion of the memory and feeling like I was living it for the first time again overwhelmed me. The memories only seemed to go a little bit further, but I guess, knowing now that something completely outside the world of normal things had happened to me, sent me over the edge a bit. I settled down after a while, and I felt like I needed to finish. I followed Tjanalla into the bush, down the game trail, but it was a slightly different trail then. It ran straight into the clearing, the one with the stone carving. By the time we got there, it had gotten dark, somehow. It should have only been about 5:30, but the sun, it had completely gone. I was cold. In the forest, it started to whisper. I'd been sneaking around, but I started to cry, and Tjanalla heard me. It turned around, and I heard it speak again. It sounded sad. It told me that I should not have followed it, and that it could not protect me. And then, it vanished into the stone, and I was all alone. Jeez, Chris. That's not the worst of it. I mean, that's pretty much all I can remember for now. But in the clearing, I finally saw Tjanalla for what it was. Its real form. Nate, it was massive and covered in black fur. I couldn't tell exactly what it looked like through all the fur. And it had 4 horns on the top of its head. I drew the symbol from the clearing in the dirt by the stove, upside down. Nate's eyes widened. A circle, 2 eyes, and 4 horns, not legs. The carving is a representation of Tjanalla, or whatever it really is. And Tjanalla is the thing from my grandpa's story. I think. Damn, this is all so crazy. But I think that clearing is where the elder spoke to Tjanalla in this story. That's what the carving means. Nate sat back in shock, silent for a moment. Does that mean that stone clearing is the door? I thought about it for a moment, but I didn't think so. I doubt it. The stories say the door, or the gate, moves around. Maybe it was the door at some point, but I don't think so. I think the door itself is something different, and the clearing is something else. But I've got no idea, honestly. I'm not sure I want to keep doing this, Nate. I don't know if I can keep dragging all this stuff up. It's too much. There wasn't really anything he could say, but I had one more memory. I agonized over telling him for a few quiet moments. There's one other thing. When Tjanalla disappeared and I thought I was alone, I wasn't. I remember noticing that the ground was suddenly covered with crawling things. But there was something else. A horrible thing, like a shadow. It rose from the other side of the clearing. It had these smoking, purple eyes, and it looked at me and laughed. I just ran. I think that thing was Murrum, Nate. What makes you say that? Because of what it said as I ran away. I had tears in my eyes again. The fear fresh in my chest, as though everything had just happened that day. It said that I could run as far as I liked, but it wouldn't matter. It said the door was opening, and the old things were coming.
I was back in the forest, the one with the bloody moss. I looked down at my hands, my arms, and I realized that I was covered in the blood or whatever, soaked into the moss too. Closer to the trees, I could see that the red substance came from them. It oozed out of the bark like sap. But when I reached to touch it, I found it was warm. The trees here, they were massive. The roots were like those ones you see in the rainforest. The tops of the roots were taller than me. I looked up, and I saw this creature sitting on the root. It looked like a furry black bird, kind of. But it had these skeletal wings and more of a mouth than a beak. It opened its mouth wide, far wider than it should have. And I could see bits of meat caught in between teeth that looked so jagged, like they'd all been smashed. Suddenly, something dragged me to one side as the thing lunged at me. The woman from before, I think. I could see her better. She was Aboriginal, and she looked different somehow. I think she had something wrong with her facial bones. I don't know. She also had filed her teeth to points. But I didn't think she wanted to hurt me. She already kept me safe from the shadow thing. And now that bird. The woman. She dragged me off through the forest. My arm hurt, but I was too scared to say anything. She seemed to be in a real hurry. Suddenly, we came out into a more open place, free of the huge roots. And I could see why. Walking through the trees were 3 or 4 huge creatures, or at least their legs. Only one of them was small enough for me to see their whole bodies before they vanished into the leaves of the trees. It's hard to describe what they looked like. I think they looked kind of wooden, like their skin was more like bark or maybe stone or something. All over their bodies, they had protrusions, spikes and bumps. I only got a quick glimpse of them before the shadows moved. They pooled, and they slithered out from under the trees like oil, before heading straight for us. I saw their almost featureless faces, mouths, and eyes weeping red fluid before I woke up. Is this real? How can any of this be real?
That sleep recording. It came 5 days after Nate and I left the Tarkine. although they'd become more like nightmare recordings. Well, when I remembered to anyway. I don't know why I kept doing them. We were staying in a wilderness lodge near Cradle Mountain. Just trying to process how I felt after the revelations and returning memories of the forest trip. Nate had wanted to get 2 separate cabins, but I convinced him that I absolutely didn't want to be alone given everything. Since the clearing, I'd found myself occasionally feeling a presence behind me on the trail, or the back seat of the car, or the corner of the room. But when I looked, there'd never been anything there. I felt watched, but I could never work out by who, or by what. We checked in the day we walked out of the forest, Nate driving us to Cradle Mountain, while I stared off into nothing. I'm not sure if I spoke a single word that day. I basically spent the few days it took to hike out and then the first day or so at Cradle Mountain in a complete daze. So, if anything had happened, I'm not sure I would have remembered it. Most of all, I think I was trying to work out if I wanted to go any further with this. Everything had been so insane that I didn't know if I wanted to remember anything more. On the 3rd morning, though, I decided I did. Nate and I were sitting in front of a small fire, eating breakfast and talking generically about the stuff I'd remembered, when his phone rang. "It's Mark," he said, looking at the screen with a frown. He picked up the call, greeted Mark, and he asked him if he could put him on speaker so I could hear what he had to say.
Listen, you two. You need to stop looking for this. Now.
Nate and I must have both had the same what the hell moment when Mark's voice came out of the phone, urgent and frightened. "What? Mark, what's up?"
I need to see you face to face. Nathaniel, where are you?
Nate told him, and he said he'd be there in about an hour. Then he hung up. "What the hell? What was that all about, Nate?" He looked concerned. "I have no idea, but I've never known Mark to act like that. Whatever he found, I don't think it's good." Mark knocked on the door to our cabin just over an hour later. Hard enough that I thought it might come off its hinges. Nate answered the door, and he spent a couple of minutes calming the man down before bringing him through to the lounge area. I think he thought that a worked-up Mark may affect me in the wrong way, because when they did come in, Mark made a sheepish apology as he sat down. "Do you guys have a kettle in here? I could really use a cup of tea." Then he settled in and waited for Nate to join us. "Look, I'm sorry if I was a bit over the top earlier, but I was a little bit shocked. I found a lot actually." He sighed and removed his glasses. "I meant what I said though. You guys, you need to drop this. It's so much more dangerous than I could ever have thought." I frowned. What does that mean, though? Isn't this all just stories and dreams? I believed in what I'd experienced, but I'd been pretty sure Mark had a more scientific approach. He shook his head. "Yeah, realistically, some of what I do is just recording myths and legends. Most of it. But some is a lot more than that. I do this because I know that sometimes myths and legends are a lot more than myths and legends." "What do you mean?" "Not important. What is important is that I spoke to the elders of the community that originally told me the story about the gate. They were reluctant to talk much,
as they were before, until I mentioned what you'd gone through and the story you told me. Within half an hour, I was talking to a guy who is basically the premier historian for their community. He told me a lot, but I'm going to start with a story he told me.
He produced a little recorder of some kind. He set it on the table, and he pressed play.
The gate moved sometime before I was born, we think. But before then, brother, it had been on the headland for years. I mean, we call it a headland, but it's about 10 clicks end to end. You gotta understand what the gate is, I suppose. But the problem is, I don't reckon anyone really does. No, I don't. See, brother, our ancestors left this place because of it. They mixed with another mob. So our stories and our history gets mixed up too. When our ancestors come out here, out from Africa I suppose, before the dreaming, they were the first, but they were also the last. They were the last people to find their place. Before that, this land had no people. It was the oldest place left, and it was very different to the rest of the world. In this land stood a gate, or a door, or a path that stood for millions of years. Where it went, we don't know. Why it was created or by who, we don't know. We don't even know if it always moved or if we somehow made it move. But that gate was powerful, brother. Powerful and evil. The gate is the only way that the elder things, the things that existed before, can get back to our world. The only place they can still survive. But they can still spread their influence. And when they all wake up, they can still come through. That's why the gate is so dangerous. Now, when the gate was here, it attracted people, you know? I guess, like when you have a town with a haunted house, or something else bad. People go for a thrill. They go to prove how brave they are. They go to see if it's real. But you see, this ain't no haunted house. This thing is real. I've seen what it does. When I was a little boy, the gate was already gone. But the people who went there before it did, some of them were still around. And brother, they come back changed. There was one old man, we called him Uncle Crazy. He lived out in the bush, but we were told that if we ever saw him, we had to run straight back to town and not look back. The story goes, Uncle Crazy was one of those young fellas who wanted more from his life. Back then, the white fellas wouldn't let us do a lot, you understand? And we didn't have any warriors left or any reason for them, really. Things were modern enough that people thought the gate was just a story. I don't know why, but for some reason, only some fellas ever seemed to find the thing. Anyway, Uncle Crazy, he wanted to go to the gate. He wanted to prove he was tough, I suppose. Probably because Uncle Crazy was already a bit crazy. Anyway, he went off out to the headland with a couple other fellas. It had been years since anyone had gone out there. That's how it goes, ain't it? Something happens. People stop going someplace. People eventually forget. So, other people go back. No one knew they were going until after they went. And when the elders found out, they was angry. But more than that, they were terrified. You see, the last fellas who had gone out there not only come back different, but they brought something back with them. A sickness, they said. Folks start losing their minds, dancing out the moon, covered in animal blood, or worse. When one of them cut off a neighbour's face and stitched it on his own, the elders had to do something about it. They rounded the crazies up, which they said took every man in the village, because these fellas were so strong, and they banished them to the headland. None of them ever come back. Anyway, Uncle Crazy had gone, so all any fella could do was wait. But days ticked over, no sign of him or his boys. Eventually they just figured the gate, or something from the gate, had got them fellas. A few weeks after that, Uncle Crazy sorta wandered into the village, but no sign of the others. Well, one sign. You see, Uncle Crazy was wearing something when they found him. Something made of skin. Human skin. He'd skinned his mates, and he made a cloak. He even stitched bits together. Grim stuff. Of course, they couldn't call the authorities. Even if they did believe him. Blackfellas, they weren't worth much in the eyes of the coppers back then. So they chased old Crazy off with spears and arrows. Every time he come back, they chased him off. Eventually, even his cooked brain got the message. Used to see him around a bit, but he never come in the village. I only seen him once, and let me tell you, brother, that was more than enough. This mad fella wore animal skins, and he painted himself totally red. When I ran into him, he was squatted down in a clearing. I was behind him when I came up on him, so I didn't see what he was doing. I tried to back out of there, but he heard me. When he whipped around, brother, have you seen a predator get startled? Like a big cat or something? He moved like that. Took that one movement to show me Uncle Crazy wasn't no man. Not no more. He stared at me, and his eyes, they was pure white. Then he snarled, like a dog, and his teeth, they were all sharp. But they was long too, like they'd grown. I just ran, brother. Point is, Uncle Crazy might have been the last of our mob to go out to the gate. But wherever it is now, no fella's safe. That thing, whatever it is, ain't a thing to stuff about with, you hear? The things that return from there, that's pure perversion.
Mark clicked off the recorder, and Nate and I, we shared a horrified glance. The stories, while told in a hard-to-follow manner, were dark. And I think being told stories about the door affecting people recently had a more profound impact than hearing something supposedly from thousands of years ago. Still, stories were just that, right? Okay, I said, that was creepy. But I don't get why you would get so worked up. Surely you've heard much worse. Mark stared out the window, into the forest, but not at anything in it. His mind was clearly elsewhere. I've heard much, much worse, sure. But I've seen much worse, with my own eyes. He let his words sit for a moment, heavy between the three of us, while he stared at something millions of miles away. Then, he changed direction. Anyway, these guys are the best source of information I can find on the door. But things they said, it resonated with me. Without wasting too much time on it, they say the door influences the world around it, and that it attracts or maybe generates evil. They say that those who get close enough to be influenced by the door, they change, like Uncle Crazy. But those who actually go through the door, they find something much worse. The other thing that really interests me is they say the door isn't part of their mythology because it's not part of their world. It's older, and it was here before the dream time. He took a gulp of his now cold tea, seemingly not fussed by the temperature, lost deep in thought. I took some of those things and cross-referenced a few other stories, and I found way more than I'd thought possible. Elements of their stories about the door pop up in about 5% of everything I've catalogued. That doesn't mean that 5% have anything to do with the door, but it means that some absolutely will. Even if it's half of those, that's a massive number. Do you know how many stories you hear when you seek them out actively for 40 years? I started to fidget, uncomfortable. You're talking as though all this is real.
Well, don't you think it is, Chris?
I mean, I'm not sure. I think I experienced something, but how much of it is just nightmares? And how much of it is real? I'm so confused at the moment. I'm not sure we're all real. Mark looked at me, sternly, but with an obvious sympathy.
Look, I've catalogued a lot of stories and a lot of folklore in my life. Some of it is obviously not real, and some very real. Not all of the unreal stuff has been supernatural, and not all of the obviously real has been properly explainable. But when you first came to me last week, I'd have said this one fell in the middle. A story perhaps based on years of legend and a touch of truth. But speaking to those people and doing the research, I realised something that changed my mind.
You mean something that makes you think it's all real? Mark nodded, his face now slightly ashen.
Yes. The thing about new information is that sometimes it can make things that happened in the past make a whole lot more sense. This door, or gate, or evil energy vortex, or whatever it really is, I'm nearly certain I've encountered it myself. Have you ever heard of the Wild Rivers Massacre? No? I'm not surprised, really. Tasmania was small back then. News didn't travel the way it does now. And this wasn't something that many people wanted to spread. It was also well before you were both born. Massacre is a bit of a sensationalist term. But, nevertheless, 6 people died. Brutally. I was quite young at the time, and new to all this. I'd only been collecting my stories for perhaps 2 years, when the massacre happened in the winter of 1979. I'd been living in Strahan for, well, about a year at the time, I guess, recording the stories of one of the more unusual and overlooked historical towns in Australia. They called me in because they needed an input into some of the details, some of the stranger aspects of the killings. And well, they thought that maybe someone with my background might be able to help them catch the killers. There were seemingly important, possibly ritualistic symbols found around the site, as well as some of the things done to the victims that, well, it confused and, I suppose, frightened the investigators. These killings, they took place in a remote part of the forest, within Wild Rivers National Park. So remote that we had to get in and out via the Gordon River. This is old logging country, you see. The kind of place loggers used to spend months at a time, painstakingly sawing down trees and dragging them to the river to float out the mills in Strahan. Plenty of men died out there over the years, but not many died like those poor 6 souls in 79. We had to go hours upriver to even get to the right area, and then we had to camp overnight before making a 4-hour hike into the forest to find the site. Out there, if they hadn't been working for forestry and in constant contact with their employers via radio, I'm not sure that
they would have ever been found. Certainly not as soon as they were, anyway. As it was, it took 5 days for anyone to be sent, and another 2 more days for any police or anything to make it out there. 2 weeks had almost passed by the time I set foot in their camp. The bodies long since moved. The site they called home for the duration, it wasn't so much a clearing, but a large flat area near a small stream with sparse tree coverage. On the hike in, my guides told me the details. They were not pretty. 6 bodies were found, although not at first. At first, they had no real idea how many bodies there were. The initial party, they walked into a campsite that, well, looked more like a butchery. Those poor bastards had been totally dismembered. Pieces of people strewn all through their camp. I had to look at the photos of the scene later, and let me tell you, it was bloody horrifying. I still have the odd nightmare about it. I'll spare you the more horrific and irrelevant details, but some of it is certainly relevant. The long pieces, you know, the arms and the legs, they'd been arranged in a pattern, a sort of concentric spiral in the middle of the camp. The, intestines, they were laid around the spiral in 6 wavy lines, as though they radiated out from below the spiral shape. Around the top of the spiral, 4 heads were arranged to follow the curve. It almost looked like some kind of jellyfish representation. Certainly nothing I knew of, or know of to this day, in terms of indigenous, occult or arcane symbols. The rest of the remnants of the bodies were dumped in piles. On the tents, and some of the trees and rocks around the place, the killers had drawn symbols in blood, but more symbols that I didn't recognise. My guide took me through those symbols, now brown stains in the fabric, as well as the location of body parts and a few other points of interest. I was in well over me head, and I knew it. The problem I had was that no one else had ever seen any of those symbols before either, so I had no way to determine what they actually meant, or why they might be relevant to the killings. Originally, there'd been 8 researchers out in the field. Given that only 6 bodies were found, the police believed that one or both of the missing people must have been the killer. Before losing all contact, the group had been acting strangely in their reports back. I heard some of the transmissions myself. About a week before they lost contact, one of the researchers reported seeing a man in the forest. That was unusual, but not entirely unheard of. The forests out here are home to a surprising number of hermits and social outcasts. I've heard enough stories of people who just never came back to society once trapping and logging were banned that I believed there are probably even very small communities way out there in some places. The next transmission I heard was from that same researcher. He said that he'd been followed by a man this time. A man who crept along on all 4s, like an ape. The man looked feral, and he had milky, white eyes that led the researcher to wonder if he was blind. I didn't know it at the time, obviously, but that feral man bears a striking resemblance to Uncle Crazy, who allegedly came into contact with the gate. Of course, at first, the police didn't put much credence in the sighting because the man who reported it was one of the 2 missing conservationists. They believed that he had suffered a psychotic break, especially based on the other transmissions he sent. He spoke about living shadows and missing time. He spoke about hearing voices. My problem with that idea was that others mentioned missing time and hearing things in their reports too. The last contact with the group, their final transmission late in the evening, that was bizarre. The unidentified man who sent it, he spoke in a monotone, reciting a sort of nonsense poem or a chant. The things that come, the things that feed, the things that rip and tear, the things that wait, the things that bleed, the things that gather there. The police believed that was the man that they suspected as the murderer, but me, I disagreed. See, the other thing I noticed on that tape were the sounds in the background. It could have just been an artifact to the poor quality, but I found if I turned it right up, I could make out something behind the man's voice. Like other voices in the distance, or maybe whispering. It could easily have been the others in the group, I suppose, but I couldn't make out any words that were in English. Searchers went out into that bush for weeks, combing the forest for any sign of them. One group reported that they'd found some kind of dwellings in a series of small caves up in the mountains further to the north. Before they could come back to take anyone else out there though, that group disappeared without a trace, despite an extra week of searching the area they'd been in at the time. The search was called off then, all the resources pulled back to civilization. Winter had well and truly set in and it was dangerous to be out there. The missing two, along with the 4 missing searchers, they were never found. My association with the investigation ended there too. But I believe the police did send a small team into the forest over the summer. I'm not sure if they ever found any more evidence or the supposed dwellings. I kept an eye out for any more symbols like the ones I'd seen in that horrible place, but I never did find anything like them. As far as I know, it's still an open case. Mark told his story almost like a university professor, slipping into an academic mold that I hadn't seen from him before. When he finished, he shook his head as if it would help him clear those memories from his mind. But I could tell from the look in his eyes that it didn't help. So, when you ask me if this door is real, I don't know. I don't know if I believe that there's some gateway, physical or metaphysical, into some other world or place. But I do know that something happened in the wild rivers that I've never been able to explain. And even if you accept that it was the work of people with some kind of religious or cult connection to a myth about the door, then they are very real and very violent. People still disappear in that area, even though it's very rarely visited. That's why I believe you should drop this. Either there's a group of very dangerous people associated with the myth in some way, or this thing is based on something real that has led to more than 20 known deaths and disappearances around the area where that massacre happened. Nate had turned a little pale, and I wondered if I looked the same. Clearly something terrible happened out in the national park, something that had affected Mark deeply. For me, though, the story had the opposite effect to what he intended. I had to go to the Wild Rivers National Park. I asked Mark about the symbols on the tents, and he happily drew them on a hotel stationery. Most of them were meaningless to me. But the third symbol he drew quickened my heart. A circle, 2 dots inside, 4 lines on top. A head, 4 horns. The symbol of the emissary to the old things. The symbol of the many-horned messenger Tjanalla. As soon as Mark left, with assurances that we were going to seriously consider what he said, I started packing my stuff. My actions were apparently astonishing to Nate, who put himself in the doorway to block a return trip to my room to get more things. Whoa, Chris, what's the plan here? I'm going to Strahan. I need to see this through. Not just for me. I think this is dangerous, Nate. I think something's happening, and it's not good. What does that mean? I sat back down on one of the armchairs, and I gathered my thoughts. I've been dreaming and remembering things about places and things that simply cannot exist, but I believe they do. The things I remember, like Tjanalla and Murrum and what they told me, the eclipses and everything associated with them, my disappearance, my dreams, the fact that the same number of people vanished in wild rivers, and when I went missing, as were supposed to be sent out for the hunt in the original story. I mean, I just can't not think that something's happening. It's not just about me anymore. I just feel it in a way I can't describe. Something is coming, and I feel like I'm linked to it. Suddenly, I felt like I was on the verge of a mental breakdown, without really knowing why. A deep sense of powerless sorrow settling over me. I didn't feel like it came from within me. Somehow, more like it was an external force I couldn't resist. It never really passed. Not completely. Sorry. I don't know where that came from. I must just be exhausted by all of this. I didn't believe that myself, but I didn't know what else it could be. Maybe some kind of subconscious response to the likelihood of encountering something like my dreams all over again. You don't have to come, Nate. I can do this by myself, mate. I think Mark is right. And whatever this is, it's bloody dangerous. Of course I'll come. I'm not letting you go. You're not wandering into some kind of crazy ancient hellhole alone. I've wanted to help you work this out ever since we were kids. And I'd be a pretty shit bloke if I pulled the plug now, wouldn't I? Thanks, dude. That means a lot. But we should get going before I lose my nerve and change my mind. Strahan is a pretty little town on the west coast of Tasmania, on the shores of the Macquarie Harbour. It used to be a major logging port, utilised by the Gordon River to access deep old growth forest. These days, it's mostly an eco-tourism town. You can do a famous cruise around the harbour and end up on the Gordon River. My parents took me on it once, as a kid. It was so cool. I saw a bunch of seals. With dawn breaking, I saw the boats down at the docks, and I wished we were here for something like that instead. There are no real roads from Strahan into the Franklin Gordon Wild Rivers National Park. It's possible to hike in, but the distance we would be travelling, it made that an unpleasant option. Ditto for the access points along the Lyell Highway, which meant our only real option would be the Gordon River. It also made sense, because that's the way Mark had gone in 1979. A couple of days' research in Strahan had given us a likely location for the massacre. Somewhere to the north of the Gordon, along an old logging track, near an unnamed creek. Nate had managed to get us a drop-off further up the river by boat. But we would have to make the last few kilometres of the river journey by kayak. Macquarie Harbour and the Gordon River, they are stunningly beautiful. The water is deeply tannin-strained, and once you move into the river, the forest is thick and impassable, right down to the edge of the water. Like so many places in Tasmania, there is an undeniable magic to it. I tried my best to focus on that instead of the growing knot of fear in my gut. All too soon, though, I had to face that fear in a very real way. We were in the kayaks and off up the wilder section of the river. As the sound of the boat motor faded away, replaced by the gentle sound of paddles dipping into the dark water and the birds that filled the trees, hours passed in relative silence, both of us lost in our own thoughts, muscles burning as we propelled ourselves up the river. Mid-afternoon, we took the sweeping turn east with the river, and shortly after the cleared land that marked the entrance to a long-abandoned logging track opened up on the north bank. We pulled the kayaks out, dragged them under the canopy, and we set off into the forest. The sun, it had almost gone by the time we found the clearing, although Mark's description had been closer. Long grass had overtaken the once empty space between several unusually wide-spaced trees. But I knew we'd found the massacre site. I could feel it, and I could feel more than that too. Something tugged at me, something I couldn't really explain. As I looked around the grassy meadow, I felt a sudden, crushing dizziness, and I heard whispers rushing, roaring through my head. Before I could reach out to Nate to steady myself, I heard that sick laughter, the twisted cackling of the ancient creature that accompanies the door. And then, the ground raced up to meet me. I woke up in a tent, the light of a small fire flickering against the canvas. Nate must have set the camp up while I was unconscious. Wait, how long had I been unconscious? Nate must have heard me roll around in the tent because he stuck his head in, face tight with concern. Oh, thank goodness. You scared the hell out of me. I was about 10 minutes away from using the PLB. I just fainted, dude. Yeah, and then smacked your head into the ground. You just dropped. I couldn't get there in time. Jeez, I thought you'd cracked your skull. He sat down, catching his breath. We should head back tomorrow, get you looked at. Nate, seriously, I just fainted. Well, you were out for like 2 hours. I'm not a doctor. I can't do a concussion test or whatever. But you hit your head hard, and I definitely don't think you should be thrashing around the bush. Not with a concussion. Have you ever even fainted before? We can't leave, okay? Look, I'm fine. I tried to sit up, but a wave of nausea knocked me back down. Shit. Maybe I wasn't quite fine. Nate frowned, looking worried. Or not. You need to see a doctor. I can see a doctor when we get back. If we get back. What's that supposed to mean? I fainted because I felt him, Nate. Marum. He knows I'm here. I think I remember something, but my head, it's still all fuzzy. I'm not concussed, I swear. I cut off his comment before he could even make it. It's Marum, dude. Maybe it's the door. I can hear him. Or it whispering to me. I remember it from when I was a kid, in that other place. It messes with my head. I felt like I knew, with a kind of vague certainty that lacked some specific details. Some things I hadn't before I fainted. I knew that we were on the right track, for one. And I knew that we were not safe. Especially in the dark, the time of shadows, when Marum and other hideous things could move more freely. And as I managed to come back to consciousness, more and more, the whispering subsided. I started to remember again. We would not be able to sleep comfortably that night. Keep the fire going, Nate. We're not safe in the dark. Marum, he'll wait for me to come back to the door. But there are worse things in the shadows than him. I ran. The monstrous, black thing that was Marum roared with manic laughter, chasing me further into the forest, herding me. I realized, with 20 years of hindsight, further from my world, further across the bridge, towards the door. All around me, gigantic worms and millipedes and centipedes. They crawled, opening like a parted sea as I ran. I was crying, and I could hardly breathe. But some ancient sense kept me running from Marum. Over my head, the moon looked huge, and it illuminated huge winged creatures. Amongst the trees, I saw thousands of eyes, hungry, but restrained by something I could feel but not see, hiding themselves from whatever was running towards. I knew they were hiding, because I could somehow sense that too. I could sense an energy, horrid and alien. I could sense their fear. But I had nowhere else to go. With Marum still roaring behind me. I knew he wanted me to run, but I also knew if he caught me, I would die, or worse. I could feel whispering in my head, like a physical symptom of something, like a headache, and then, suddenly, it fell quiet. My head still felt full, pulsating, but the whispering had stopped. I'd gone too far, and the whispering was afraid they would hear it. Around me, the night, it had been replaced by an almost impossible light. Massive, gnarled trees reached high into the still, dark sky. The moon either gone or hidden somehow. Beneath my feet, creatures crawled beneath the thick moss, stained red with oozing fluid. And suddenly, I knew what came next, even if I didn't remember the pieces in between. I looked up, down a pathway between the trees, and the shadows shifting menacingly around them. I knew that I would follow that path, that I would fall into the bloody, oozing moss, and that I would soon be face to face with the shadowy thing, soon to be hiding under those immense tree roots as it hunted me. I had passed through the barrier into the place I'd dreamt about. I had crossed through the door. Just like I figured, we didn't get much sleep. Beyond the light of the fire, things moved, and I could never tell if they were a trick of the light or something more real. Did the cracking of twigs come from the bush around us, or from the wood popping in the fire? The rising sun, it came as a relief, especially after spending the whole night mulling over my newest unlocked memory, trying to jolt more pieces of the puzzle free in my mind. We packed up the camp and we moved on, Nate reluctant, but unable to sway my determination. In truth, my head still throbbed, and I don't think the strange sense of whispering fullness could be totally blamed. The bush had calmed somewhat, seeming normal after the nocturnal activity. But as we walked north, I realized that it was silent. Not the normal silence of these deep, damp, ancient forests either. This silence felt heavy, oppressive, as though the world was holding its breath and waiting for something to happen. Almost surprisingly, the day passed without incident. We hiked further and further north, into the bush that grew increasingly thick and wild. The land began to trend uphill, and we soon began to head up quite a decent mountain. A long, upward slope, towards a higher line of ridges. We reached the top towards the end of the day, and we were greeted by a far steeper drop on the other side. The length of the trek up, it had given us a false impression of how high we were. But we could still see right out over the valley on the other side, where both wild rivers cut through swaths of thick green. To the south, over the other side of the Gordon River, birds still wheeled about above the treetops. The canopy stirred in the wind, and the forest, it felt very much alive. All around us, though, the forest sat dead still. No birds flew over the canopy, and not a single leaf stirred in the flat air. This part of the world, it seemed empty, abandoned even by the winds. To the north, more mountains pushed their way out of the green carpet, and I felt a shadow over them. In fact, the more I looked, the more I became convinced that there was a darkness hanging there, despite the cloudless sky. Nate decided we should make camp for the night, before the sun set. Not far along the ridge, we came to a rocky outcrop that would help provide us with some protection, and we decided to camp there. The rock would keep the fire from being visible from the valley below. For the second night in a row, we found sleep very hard to come by. This time, nothing moved around us, but the forest below the ridge, it came to life when the sun went down. All through the night, we could hear strange voices carrying on the still air, the movement of large things, and the cries of creatures I'd never heard before. In those valleys, I realized our world and everything we knew had been replaced by another. In the distance, once, I could have sworn I heard the dark, twisted voice of Murrum echoing off the mountains. I felt him, though. Him and his army of shadows. The whispering in my head. Somewhere out there in the dark. They were waiting. Waiting for me.
The things that haunt, the things that scream, the things that slash and bite, the things that hate, the things that deem, the things that bring the night.
I woke with a start. Murrum's black voice echoing through my mind. Had it been real? Shit. Was Murrum standing right outside the tent? I panicked for a moment, waking Nate and tangling myself in the sleeping bag, before realizing the sun had risen. That didn't mean Murrum couldn't be out there, though. But somehow, I knew he wouldn't give up the advantage of the night like that. His rhyme, the continuation of the one the scientist had been repeating over and over before the massacre. It stayed in my head for the entire trek down that mountain. The hike took a lot out of us, sleep deprived and well out of our depth. The deep gradient of the descending caused leg and back muscles to scream in protest. But we struggled on, down the heavily wooded slope and into the thick, mossy forest below, driven by something neither of us could quite explain. As we crossed from the more exposed bushland into the valley below, a darkness fell over us that had very little to do with the thicker vegetation. This forest, it felt cold and alien. A chill that transcended the physical sensation had seeped into my core. Even the trees around us, they seemed different, twisted and contorted, as though in agony. And the moss that draped the low branches hung limp and lifeless. We had only gone a few hundred meters into the forbidding darkness beneath those trees when I started to hear the whispering of Murrum's shadows and feel their thrumming energy in my head. A flash of memory, shadows boiling around me as I ran through a red-stained forest, whispering, filling my head like they were now. I looked around with a newfound horror, realizing what the whispers meant, even if I couldn't see it. The shadow things were all around us. With an almost physical ache at the thought of doing anything but running, I forced myself to keep putting one foot in front of the other. Nate didn't seem as affected by the whispering voices, and I knew then that they'd been with us pretty much the whole time, so we'd lost all hope of leaving undetected anyway. We trudged through that dark, foreboding forest for hours, our instincts growing more and more frantic and cutting our pace down to a crawl. And then, suddenly, and despite the rare shafts of sunlight piercing the gloom around us, indicating that it was still very much daylight, I happened to glance up and see a black, starlit sky. All at once, my subconscious mind went haywire. I had seen this before. At the other end of a small clearing, a dark mass arose out of the ground and oozed out from between the trees. I swung an arm out to stop Nate in his metronomic march forward as Murrum, the pilot fish that swam before the door, squirmed out of the shadows in front of us. Nate. Nate. Run! Everything seemed to happen so fast, but I remembered it in pieces. Nate said that Things I remembered as taking mere moments were like a highlights package of an afternoon spent running. We cowered in a thick patch of ancient green ferns, having fled just far enough before the wicked scout found form. Nate looked shell-shocked, struggling with the fact that the madness in my memories had come to life right in front of him. The black voice echoed through the forest around us, twisted laughter at first, then bellowing in a language we couldn't understand. And finally, I heard him, in my head.
Hide where you like, little things. My hunters will find you.
There was a sound like muffled thunder, a crackling electric energy in the air, and I peered out from our shelter amongst the ferns. Along the barely discernible path through the forest, I could see shadows flitting around the handful of patches where the sun still held sway. Behind them, walking down the path, came a monstrous, dark thing. Easily 4 or 5 meters tall, Marum walked like something real, but his shape, it seemed to constantly shift like liquid darkness. The only thing that seemed to stay in one place were his eyes, those terrible points of malicious purple light. Marum had thousands of years of pent-up hatred, and those eyes, they expressed every single bit of it. Behind him, 12 smaller figures trailed in his wake.
I was a man once, before the old things. Before that abysmal thing they call the messenger. I was a hunter. I was a leader of the hunt. Do you know what it means to lead the hunt, little things? I have not forgotten. My people abandoned me to my fate. They deserve to share in it. As do you.
The figures behind him, they fanned out, and I could see that they were human, or at least humanoid. They looked like twisted versions of men, formed from the same liquid shadow as Marum. They held an assortment of weapons, obsidian black spears, and evil-looking clubs, mostly.
My people were not the only ones to suffer because of the gateway. For centuries, the messenger hunted the blood moon and took his toll for the old things. 1 of 6, always the best. Those stolen hunters are now mine to lead. Hunters formed of hatred and shadow. I smell you, little one. You will not escape the 4 this time. I will see you dragged back through the gateway to face them.
With that, he made a guttural, barking sound, and with unbelievable speed, the twisted shadows surrounding him shot off through the forest. They tore through the air, right above us, like wraiths, causing us to drop right back into the leaf matter beneath the ferns. The horrid shadow men, they made a thrumming, tearing noise as they whipped over our heads. One of them dropped to the ground maybe 15 meters away, so instant that it looked as though it had been spliced into a film. With no other option, Nate and I stood and ran. Behind us came a snapping sound, and a black spear flew just past my shoulder, cracking with energy. The hunter clearly had a spear thrower. If I hadn't stepped down a slight depression, that spear would have been buried deep in my right shoulder, and I got the feeling that that would be the end of the road. I also got the feeling that I would not be that lucky twice. I snapped right, hoping Nate would follow, but too scared to turn around and check. It seemed hopeless. The hunters were otherworldly, fast, and able to move in a way that we could not. A sense of despair fell over me. Deeper than that moment, something dredged up from the distant past. I'd been in this position before, run from this before, and it seemed that this time I wouldn't be getting away. Just as I started to think about giving up, a shape rose ahead of me. I thought it must be a hunter lying in wait. But as it stood, I realized it was a person. Apart from a heavy cloak, I could make nothing out. The figure gestured frantically, taking my arm as I careened to a near stop. Behind me, I could hear the strange tearing sound of the hunters, creating a terrible concert with a thrumming in my head. In front, a strange figure, unidentifiable beneath a black cloak. I hardly felt I had any real choice. I followed the figure as it dragged me into a deeper, thick, mossy section of the forest. Nate's footfalls were right behind me, reassuring me that he had at least made it this far with me. A few long minutes later, the cloaked stranger dragged me into a large, fallen tree trunk. It lay on its side, in a rotting pile, the hollow opening almost like a cave, and the moss so thick that the rest of the log was impossible to make out amongst the green carpet. Curtains of yellowish white moss obscured the entrance until we were almost upon it. Inside, the air smelled dank and damp. I had to stoop. Nate, being even taller than me, hunched over like a parent in a kid's cubby house. A small fire glowed towards the back of the hollow. My lungs, they burned. Words impossible to even contemplate until I caught my breath. But our apparent savior didn't seem to mind. A shift of the hood revealed her as a woman, indigenous, and somehow oddly familiar. But I didn't get a chance to think about it before she gestured for us to stay and ducked back through the moss. She came back only a few moments later, and she hung something in a notch at the entrance to the cavern. Something knotted in a dark leather cord. She then turned to Nate and I and spoke in uncertain, heavily accented English. "We'll be safe here. The Murrum will grow frustrated when his hunters cannot find you. Even after thousands of years, he is impulsive and erratic. When he recalls the hunters, we must flee. What you seek, it is not here, not yet." I had so many questions. Who was she? And how did she know any of this? Why had she saved us? Nate jumped in before I could process my own thoughts. What was that you hung up there? How will that keep us safe from those things?" "It is a fragment, something of power. It deters lesser beings, like the hunters. They cannot sense anything beyond it." She turned to look at me. Her face caught the light, and all of a sudden, the questions fell from my mind. Her eyes caught my attention first. Milky, but not blind. Her cheekbones were heavy, and her brow, it seemed to knot above her eyes. Certainty bloomed clear in my mind, and I knew why she looked so familiar, where I'd seen her before. The woman, standing in front of me, was the woman from my dreams, the one who had guided me through that horrible place as a child. All at once, the memories hit me like a cyclone as I looked into those eyes. I remembered everything. The flashes I had already recovered and the vast swaths of missing pieces. In a single moment, everything that had happened to me, an unbelievable terror, raw and all-consuming. The endless and immeasurable time spent running, hiding, soaked in the foul blood that seeped from the horrific trees. The living shadows, the carnivorous mockeries of familiar creatures, ravenous from centuries of hunger, and the myriad of nightmarish entities so alien and unnatural that they threatened to undo my fragile sanity. The inconceivable face of a slumbering god, coiled and waiting, waking. I stumbled back and I fell against the tree, eyes locked on those milky orbs, the damp and rotting wood giving way beneath me. My mind tore open and, with every piece of my soul, I began to scream. I woke up in a motel room. I don't know how I woke up. I don't know how I woke up sane. The blinds were drawn, and a blanket hung over the curtain rail to block out even more light. I could hear whispers from another part of the room, the near, muted drone of a television. My head, it felt like it had been split open and been poorly stitched back together. Images of that pounding space, horrifying and impossible, but real all the same. I rested my aching head into the pillow and I sighed, closing my eyes. It was then I heard footsteps entering the room. A weight lifted off me as I realized it was Nate. Although he didn't speak, I'm not sure he felt like he could speak. What do you say to someone who's clearly losing their mind? I remembered him practically dragging me out of that abysmal forest. I remembered the trip back down the river, floating with the current while he steered us clear of danger. 2, 3 hours later, maybe even longer, I felt like I had to wrestle myself back into the barest kind of control over my own mind. I couldn't stop the memories that played over and over again, but I could at least tune them out, at least for a little while. Darkness had fallen by the time I managed to speak, and even then, it took all my energy to ask Nate for a simple drink of water. When he brought me the glass, I noticed her, sitting on a chair in the corner of the motel room, milky eyes, watching me. I couldn't help but shrink away. Nate quickly stepped in at this point, and he said that we had nothing to fear from her. He wanted to know what I remembered, but I could not tell him. I just couldn't speak about it. Not just then. The nameless woman stepped in. Then, she offered to briefly fill Nate in on the story as she remembered it. And I did not stop her. You may call me Lilith. It is not my birth name, but I learned it after my time beyond the gate, and I believe it is more fitting. I did not expect you to have such a reaction to seeing me again. I am sorry. I was not sure you would even remember me, I had hoped you would not. That you were being guided to the door by some forgotten instinct rather than a true memory of that place. Sadly, it seems that I was wrong. For my part, I was taken through the gate by a creature called Inbik many, many years ago. To those that created it, the servants of the Four Kings, the gate, it is known as the Farrow Lane. Like so many of its brethren over the centuries, Inbik slipped through the Farrow Lane for no other reason other than to spread evil. It stole me from my people. It carried me through the Farrow Lane and into its world. Inbik would turn his victims into husks, vessels to be filled by the essence of the zealots, and sent back through the gate. The people we always believed to have been twisted by the evil of the Farrow Lane are, in truth, empty shells inhabited by the life force of a zealot, a simple, childlike thing that exists only to serve the old things. But I am getting away from myself. I managed to escape from Inbik, but I could not find my way back through the Farrow Lane. The opening, it attracts all sorts of creatures, crowding the door, waiting for it to be fully opened so that they may pass through and carry out their misery in this world. They are resentful of us. This world, it used to belong to them, long before life as we know it rose. The energies that created this world created the Four Kings. In turn, the powerful and pitiless kings, they created minions. Minions they used to fight wars and shape the world around them to their perversions. These minions, they are creatures like Inbik, the old things, the things that our distant ancestors huddled from when the darkness fell. But they overstepped. They drained this world of the energy that created them, and they doomed themselves. The Four Kings, they could no longer live in this world, nor could the minions. They came together, they put aside their quarrels, using the last of their power to create the Farrow Lane, a doorway to a world where they could access the ancient energies that fed them. Some called this new world Rilorne, although it has many names. Over the centuries, they retreated through the Farrow Lane more and more, until eventually they fell into a state of hibernation. When this happened, the power that kept the Farrow Lane truly open diminished. It trapped most of the old things within Rilorne. And again, I am getting away from my story. I existed within Rilorne, among the old things, for centuries. I hid with the crawling creatures amongst the crevices of the forest. My mind, it broke quite quickly, and I became little more than another crawling animal, hiding from those monstrous things around me. Even without the attention of the old things, the world itself, it began to change me. After all, the hunters were once people just like me, twisted by Rilorne and the old things. But then, my dear, I saw you. A child in Rilorne, standing in a clearing, just outside the garden of the Four Kings, alone. I saw your fear and your confusion, and something in me remembered humanity. I never had the chance to bear children of my own, and perhaps that instinct and longing was strong enough to repair my broken mind somewhat. While I watched, something came through the trees behind you. It was one of the old things. The shadow hound, called Entes. Few of the old things have any regard for humanity, and Entes is amongst the worst. You saw the beast, and you ran under the root system of one of the giant trees. I knew Entes would follow, that he would take you. So, I burrowed under the moss that forms the forest floor, and I made my way towards you. I managed to reach you before Entes did, and snatch you away into the subterranean world. But we were not safe. Entes hounded us above until I reached my sanctuary. Do you remember the hollowed out tunnels underneath the forest, in the caverns, where we huddled near the black artifact, the fragment that I used to protect us from Murrum? It comes from that piece. I stole it from the garden, a piece of a weapon used in the ancient wars between kings. The energies used to forge it are designed to oppose the energies that feed the kings and their minions. The old things, they do not have the strength to approach it. Only the hibernating kings can abide it. That artifact, it kept us safe from Entes and any other creatures that sought us. I am sorry. I keep losing track of where I am. My mind is not what it should be, and these memories, they are jumbled. There is so much to tell, so much to explain, and so little time. I fed you on what meager edibles could be found, and I kept you safe within the tunnels for many days, insofar as the term has meaning beyond the Farallane. There are creatures that will harm a person, even out of sight of the old things. I fought them off as best I could. But eventually, I knew that I would fail, and you would be taken by some vile predator. Or worse. I knew I had only one option. I could not send you back through the Farallane. And although it would be a mercy, I could not end your life myself. What I decided to do may have been worse. Within the Garden of the Four Kings is a stone structure, much like your Stonehenge, called the Pillars of Arl. It is one of the very few places where powerful creatures such as the Messenger can open a small pathway to your world without having to open the Farallane. It was said that the Pillars of Arl, they possessed of an energy that would allow creatures from outside Relorne to return home. I had been there once and I failed, but I had to try. But the garden, it is no place for humans, much less for a child. It is the place where the kings slumber, where their energy is most keenly felt, and therefore the worst place within the hell that is Relorne. To take you there, it would mean exposing you to things that may well have destroyed you. Even if I managed to send you home, you may not even have been human by the time you arrived. I took you to the garden. Forgive me, but I did. I only hoped to return you home. The journey, it was long. There were many times I felt we would not make it, despite the protection of the fragment around our necks. The things that live in the garden, they are not simply minions of the kings. They are the most powerful of the old things, the oldest and most pitiless, guardians who walk the garden while the kings slumber. I will spare you the trauma of reliving that nightmare. It must have been another month before we reached those pillars. By this time, you had retreated into yourself entirely, unable to speak or respond to me in any way. I feared the worst, but I continued onward. As it happened, the worst was still to come. We reached the pillars, but we were not alone. In trying to find a safe place to hide from the creatures that blocked our way, I made a hasty decision. I stumbled upon the resting place of one of the 4 kings. The sight of it seemed to cause a complete collapse in your state of mind. You began behaving like a trapped animal, wailing, screeching, scratching, attacking me in an effort to get free. Even in hibernation, I could feel its presence. It probed at my mind with an unnatural and ancient power. I could feel my madness returning. I ran. I dragged you back to the pillars. I didn't even think about the creature that had lurked there and sent us fleeing into the jaws of the sleeping king. I just needed to get away. Part of me, it accepted that death would be preferable to whatever that terrible god might have for us, even in its hibernation. We managed to approach the pillars from the opposite side. The creature noticed us, of course, but too slowly. The pillars of Al, or whatever leftover energy remained from your world, it dragged us into a swirling light. I believe that you may have activated it unknowingly. Your energy, it had no place in Relorne. You had not been marked by the old things, nor had you been tainted yet by long-term exposure. The stories the lesser things used to tell about the pillars, they indicated that they could return something to the world where it rightly belonged, and an innocent child rightly belonged there. You somehow dragged me with you. When we arrived in your world, you had fallen into a deep sleep. I was worried that you had not survived, but you were breathing. Happily, we came through the pillars deep in the forest. Your world had changed so much since I left it, as I would find over the years. But I knew the forest. I took you to the river and I washed you. I dressed you in the clothes you arrived in through the Farah Lane. I washed myself for the first time in so long. And then I carried you through the forest. You did not stir, even as night came and went. 2 days you slept before I came upon what I now know to have been a camper van. All that mattered to me was that there were people who could help you, but I could not speak your language. I had no clothes, no clue what the world had become. My sanity, it had not yet fully returned. I did not even recognize them as people, not really. If not for your skin being the same color as theirs, I doubt that I would have given you to them. I am glad that I did. We hid near the camp until you began to wake, and then I slipped into the shadows and waited, ready to steer you in the right direction. You didn't need it. I think you were still confused, perhaps as a result of the experience. You shuffled into the clearing, and a white-haired lady scooped you up. Nobody ever saw me, and I vanished into the forest, and never expected to see you again. I realized, somewhere around the time that Lilith was speaking about seeing me in the clearing, that I'd started to freak out. A dazed, manic expression oozed across my face as my memories matched up with her brief telling of the story. Or, worse, when my own memories exceeded the detail Lilith went into. It told me its name. I whispered this, to myself mostly, and Lilith and Nate did not hear it. Nate was too busy trying to wrap his head around the tiny fraction of the story Lilith told him. Wait, you were talking weeks and months, right? But Chris was only missing for like 5 days. And you'd been there for centuries? What does that mean? Time is different through the Farrow Lane. I am not of your world, with its sciences, and I cannot explain it, but I know it to be true. As for me, the energies that help the old things to survive also affect us. You will not die of hunger or thirst or cold while in their world, but you will feel them. Eventually, I had to eat, no matter how foul the options, just so I could feel full. This stuff all seemed irrelevant to me. I didn't care how or why. I just cared that it was real. It had actually happened. I tuned them out, fixating on the sensation of sheer horror that I felt at the memory of what that sick and ancient god had said to me. It told me its name. It told me that it was already awake. Sometime later, Nate went out to get some food. I'd been out of it for days, and I needed to eat. There was a takeaway joint just down the road from the motel. This left me alone with Lilith, something that still kind of unnerved me. I associated her with the place beyond the door, and I didn't like being around her. Her story had been accurate, and I knew the way I felt wasn't fair to her. She had saved me from something inconceivable, but all I could think was how heavily she featured in it. Still, she spoke to me. I had no choice but to listen. I know that it is traumatic. You are living something that you had forgotten all over again. Your spirit tried to protect you, but your mind was too curious. That is natural. You could not have known the pain it would cause, but you need to fight it, because where you once needed me, I now need you. I was taken aback by this, but I continued to listen. There are so few left who know of the Farrow Lane and what lies beyond. So few who can see the danger. If the door opens and the 4 kings awaken, the world as we know it will change. Slowly at first, but more and more as their influence spreads. Our world will begin to resemble theirs in subtle but horrific ways. If the door is open for long enough, or the wrong things make it through, it will never recover. Lilith looked tremendously sad, like she had the weight of an entire world on her shoulders, and I realized, in that moment, that maybe she did. She had been spat out into a world that she no longer knew, cold and alone and utterly out of place. When she brought me back, pushing my suddenly ingrained fear aside, I put a hand on her shoulder, something she clearly wasn't used to. There is a reason I am telling you this, and you alone. I have found a way to block the Farrow Lane. It is an ancient ritual, older even than my own people. The door is nearing a cosmic peak, where energies far beyond our experience will allow it to open fully. There is a ritual that can counteract those energies for a time. To put it in the context of your world, this ritual acts as a doorstop of sorts. If the door does not open, the 4 kings, they will not wake until the next peak allows it to. Although We will need your friend. It is you I must convince. The ritual, it must be performed within the gap between this world and the other side of the Farallane. The world of Marum, the shadows, and the messenger, where the elder met Tjanalla by the light of the moon. You are the one who has experienced the sickness of their world. You understand the danger, but you also understand what may happen, what we will encounter, and what we must endure. I cannot ask you to help me without knowing that you may go through even worse horrors than you have previously. At that point, Nate returned with 3 burgers from the takeaway and a mixture of chips and potato scallops. He also had 2 six-packs of Bogues. The smell of the food hit me, and suddenly, I realised the full extent of my empty stomach. I didn't even wait for a plate. I just tore into the proffered burger without even remembering to chew properly. Nate had to slow me down before he handed me a beer. It's such a deceptively simple thing, strength. Nate ignored the mood. He talked to Lilith about our childhood, the good things, not the missing chunk that had been so violently filled. He told her about growing up in the world we did, and the stupid things we did as kids. The time we put a firework in a teacher's letterbox. The time we took home a possum, thinking it was a cat. When we opened the box up, the poor dazed thing, it just about scratched Nate to pieces. He needed 14 bloody stitches. The time we snuck into a scary movie, then both of us couldn't sleep for a week. The time he dared me to jump off a cubby house and I broke my arm. The time he almost drowned when he fell in the bloody Derwent skateboarding along a pier. The time we stole half a bottle of vodka and spent half an hour pretending to drink it because it burned so badly, only to realise that the level had stayed the same the whole time. All those stupid moments that make up a beautiful childhood. The energy of my first meal in days. The warmth of those memories that Nate brought up so enthusiastically. It helped to fight down some of the shattering smallness I'd felt in the face of my recovered memories. For her part, it seemed Lilith had never had alcohol before. 2 beers, and she was laughing uncontrollably, telling her own stories. I don't know where she had spent the years since our return, but she had obviously missed having company. Obviously, our trip down memory lane couldn't repair everything that the revelations of the last few days had done to my psyche. But it helped. It gave me strength, that fickle quirk of the human spirit that can come and go so easily. Our stories reminded me that the horrors of the world behind the door were only a small part of my life, a life that had otherwise been full of warmth. They reminded me of the things that the world through the Farallane could have taken from me, and threatened to take from anyone unfortunate enough to be near when it opened. I still wanted to run, to leave all of this behind and hide as far away as I could. But I knew that I could not do it. I couldn't live with another little kid ending up where I had, with innocent kids losing their childhood to the uncaring evil of the old things as it seeped through the divide between worlds and into their lives. Whatever Lilith needed from me, I would do it. I would help her to close the door. Some years ago, whilst living wild until I could learn the ways of the world that replaced mine, I stumbled upon a body a body of a lost hiker. He carried a journal, and upon reading it, it became clear that he had lost his sanity. He had been lost, badly so. He had wandered for many weeks. Many people, they believe that a man who has parted ways with sanity will be incoherent, but that is generally not the case. The man had written down his memories of where he had been. He described hiking the walls to a lake, but he then became disoriented. For many days, he wandered aimlessly, never able to define a landmark that might guide him home. Eventually, he came to a river that ran red. At this point, he became convinced that he'd lost his mind. But what he described, it was all too familiar to me. The man had perfectly described the very brink of the Farrow Lane. He had taken his own life, gruesomely, as those who encounter the old things so often do. The Farrow Lane does not move, nor is it ever in one place, or in many, yet all of these things can be true. The simplest way to imagine it is that the entire world is the Farrow Lane. It is a door between this world and the other, and it can open anywhere. However, there are places where the barriers are stronger. The energies of the world, strong enough to override those of the old things. Normally, these are places of strong humanity. It could be said that we are drawn to these places, and it could be said that we hide from the places where the Farrow Lane is strongest. This is a far more complex system than those who encountered it thousands of years ago could ever imagine. During the peak, this will not be true. For as long as it lasts, the Farrow Lane can open anywhere. There is always one place, however, where the barriers are weakest. Always one place where the Farrow Lane is most powerful. It will open there during the peak, but it may also open anywhere the barriers can be breached. Even if the door only opens in the remotest of places, it will devastate this world. Things will come through that can move along ancient lines of power. Things that can manipulate consciousness, even alter reality itself. It will spread. To complete the ritual, we must be where the Farrow Lane is at its strongest. We must go here, beyond the walls, to where the river runs red. Lilith pointed to the area we were currently hiking towards, somewhere between Lake Burberry and the walls of Jerusalem. A massive valley. It runs from the northern end of Lake Burberry, practically all the way to the northern end of Lake St. Clair, on the edge of the walls. It is traversed by many rivers and streams, the most notable being the South Alden and the Murchison. Like so much of this island, it is wild country, and the high terrain on the northern edge of the valley is near on impassable in places. This is where we found ourselves slinking quietly through the forest, following Lilith into what may as well have been the gates of hell. By this time, 2 days had already passed, uneventful, since we stepped away from the shores of the lake and started following the South Alden River. We travelled light, the rivers and streams flowed pure, and Lilith, she was so at home in the forest that it honestly seemed she could summon food from the ether. If not for the heavy, silent dread that hung over us, it could have just been a beautiful hike. 4 days in, I saw the ravens. Perched in the highest branches of the trees and mostly obscured by the canopy. They watched us pass in uncanny silence. There must have been hundreds of them, and not one of them made a sound. Not a single caw, not even the ruffling of feathers as a bird readjusted its wings. Beyond the quiet burbling of the water flowing downstream, we were surrounded by silence, which only served to emphasize the feeling of so many eyes watching. The others noticed them too, their eyes spending more time looking up than at the ground where we trod, nervous. We eventually came to an area where the banks of the river widened to provide an easier path. When we stepped out, I could see the birds clearly for the first time. They were not ravens. They had no feathers. Instead, they were covered with patchy fur, and their wings looked stunted, like there was no way they could fly. The things I'd seen in my dreams, creatures from beyond the door. Lilith recognized them with a grim smile. We were getting closer. We spent the night huddled underneath a thick undergrowth, in a place where the smaller plants formed a kind of natural cavern of leaves and shrubs. Around us, as darkness fell, the forest came to life with alien sounds that I had only recently come to know all too well. We had slipped into the space between the barriers, where the two worlds mix like rivers meeting. Lilith held the cloth-wrapped shard tight, doing her best to keep us sheltered from whatever horrors found themselves prowling. I didn't sleep. I can't speak for Lilith and Nate, but me, I lay there listening to the world around us, feeling the wrongness of it all deep in my gut, until I watched the sun rise, slowly, in a purple-tinged sky. We ate a hasty, early breakfast and we set off as soon as the sun cleared the horizon. I was keenly aware that I didn't belong to this world. Not totally, anyway. We were well outside anywhere humans were ever supposed to tread, walking straight into a kind of eddy between worlds. As we walked, I felt it once again. The familiar whispering, the swirling of not quite there shadows as they danced around me. Deep in my chest, somehow both physical and metaphysical, I felt a tightening. Not dread, nor fear, no, worse than that. I felt certainty, inevitability. Today, we would find the very cusp of the Farrow Lane. Today, we would close it, or die trying. If we were lucky enough to die. I noticed immediately that the forest had begun to change. Wilder, darker, and deeper. It felt older. Familiar trees stood amongst ancient, twisted things with black bark that ran with rivulets of oil sap. Except, I knew it wasn't sap. Between them, shadows shifted, alive and waiting for the sun to fall and the night to release them from their darkened prison beneath the trees. Strange, fronded plants, they moved in the undergrowth, independent of the breeze. Looking closer, as we ventured further in, I realized they were being moved by masses of centipedes and huge millipedes. My skin crawled, remembering the feeling of those many-legged things crawling over me as I huddled from the great beasts of the ancient world. All around me, The whispers of Murrum's shadows grew louder, hungrier. Nate had fallen silent, dumbstruck by the changes to the landscape as we passed through. Lilith constantly surveyed the surrounding forest in every direction, milky eyes darting quickly. Each of us digested our situation silently as the lines between our world and theirs became more and more blurred. Lilith came to a sudden halt, motioning us to stop behind her. In front of us, the path dimmed and the sky darkened. Although the forest itself, it stayed oddly lit despite the darkness above. The ancient trees, they twisted together far above our heads, knotted together like obscene, skeletal limbs. Our guide veered left onto a smaller path, and she beckoned us to follow. Leaves from the lower branches, they brushed at us as we passed. It was giving us the impression of a world that was grasping at us, trying to draw us in. Just as I thought the forest would close around us entirely and seal us in, we broke through to a very different landscape. I found myself staring out over an undulating landscape of long grass, somehow both green and pink, swaying even in the absence of any breeze. The sea of grass was broken sporadically by weathered black boulders and a rugged mountain. It rose beyond a narrow river that churned a jaggy, rocky path through the gently murmuring grasses. A river that ran blood red. The land sloped gently down towards the crimson passage of the river, where it crashed over the sharp, black rocks. Pink foam swirled in the eddies and switchbacks as the water weaved its way downstream. If it was water. Lilith did not hesitate as she pushed her way through the long, thick grass towards the river. I followed quickly, while Nate gawped in terrified wonder at the scene, his unease not helped in any way by the gigantic old thing that swooped across the sky from the mountain, slithering through the air above like a huge, impossible worm. He gave me a look of sheer panic, but, to his credit, he slipped into the path Lilith and I had carved through the grass behind us. The grass sliced at my skin, opening tiny cuts that bled freely, and soon my bare arms were stained as red as the river. Nate hissed behind me, slapping at the scratches as they formed. But Lilith, she seemed oblivious to the tiny rivulets of red that marred her dark skin. On reaching the edge of the water, Lilith turned toward the mountain, and we scrambled our way over the sharp rocks to follow. To our left, the sickly stream. It crashed against the steep rocky bank, barely contained. I slipped on a particularly slick spot. My heart leapt into my throat as I slid inevitably toward the sanguine waters below. Not for the first time, Nate's quick thinking saved my life as he grabbed my arm just in time, heaving me back to safety. Ahead, Lilith continued, single-minded and oblivious. We closed the distance to the mountain and I slowly began to realize just how massive it really was. After maybe another hour of walking, it blotted out the entirety of the sky in front of us. Our ancient guide paused at an even more ancient stone bridge, head cocked, listening for something. Even without speaking, I could tell what the look on her face had to say. Where are all the monsters? I hadn't been in the other world anywhere near as long as her, But I knew that the Farrow Lane itself should have been seething with old things and their minions, just waiting for their chance to get through. It made me feel uneasy. As though answering our silent question, a bellowing roar rose over the black forest we'd left behind. Even at that distance, the sheer force of it punched me in the lungs and made me miss a breath. On its own turf, the power of this horrific thing that made that sound was palpable. Ions of rage and hate and madness screeching out over the land like a physical thing. Lilith and I, we shared a look of tense anxiety, and all three of us turned to see an immense black shadow lift over the trees. It crackled with bolts of vivid, violet energy. Murum, the wicked scout, the guardian of the gate. Lilith breathed the words so faintly I could barely hear her, but my body seemed to know exactly what to do before it even crossed her lips. Run. The cavern at the base of the mountain, it swallowed us, just as Murum began to stalk over the grasslands. His shadow hunters swirling around him in an eerie vortex. His manic laughter, it crackled over the valley as Lilith hung shards at the mouth of the vast cave, desperately attempting to keep the twisted hunters at bay. Do not concern yourself with the Murum for now. We must begin the ritual. She pulled off her pack. She began emptying its contents onto the dusty ground, motioning for us to hurry and dig out the supplies she'd given us to carry. Then, she scurried back towards the rear of the cavern, swallowed by darkness, until she sparked a cigarette lighter, set a flickering light to the scene. I watched the orange glow slowly push back the darkness and gasped at what it revealed. We were in a much larger space than I thought. The rocky walls of the cavern stretched 4 or 5 stories over our heads. The body of the room they created must have been several hundred meters from wall to wall. Lilith had set her fire at the feet of a huge statue. Many of its features seemingly worn or chipped away, either by the passage of unimaginable time or a deliberate act. It stood almost as tall as the roof, although nothing about the form made any sense. There were not enough limbs in some places, and extra limbs in others. Had more heads than my mind thought appropriate, but I couldn't fix on a single form. I felt like my brain didn't want me to see it. Not really. The fire spread through the channels on the surface of the statue, and almost brought it to life in an eerie way. Lilith looked up at me, the firelight giving her milky eyes an unsettling orange glow. This is the Hall of Astoceti, the first of the old things, even older than the kings. Some say Astoceti is even older than this world, a relic of another place and time. In the beginning, many of the old things worshipped it, even though the kings eventually drove it out of this plane. When they created this world, some of the creatures still worshipped. They created this hall, a place where some of the essence of Astoceti could be invoked. Its essence, it will disrupt the energies that allow the Farrow Lane to open properly, long enough to keep it from doing so. A crash came from the mouth of the cavern, followed by a familiar booming voice. A voice that sounded like black tar and coal, like splintering graphite. An oozing, sinister laugh filled the cavern.
It's by a river, always always wondering, what is this vast, violent expanse that snatches our brothers away, never to be seen again? Always wondering, fated to never understand, to never comprehend the enormity of the things before them.
The shards, called Lilith. The hunters, they cannot harm me now that the statue has been lit, but they can harm you. The shards will hold them at bay, but not for long. The space is too great. Put the shards around your neck, and the hunters cannot touch you.
Oh, little ants, still fighting the river, even as it floods.
I snatched the shards of whatever ancient horror Lilith had pried them off from the wall where they were hanging and did as she instructed, allowing the swirling shadows to enter the cavern like black lightning. They snapped into focus, as they had in the forest before. Men, made of pure darkness, brandishing ancient weapons with an eager malice. Somewhere behind us, I could hear Lilith chanting something guttural and jarring. In front of us, the shadow hunters stood, coiled like snakes. They slowly edged towards us, livid but unsure, repelled by the objects around our necks. Despite their reluctance, Murum laughed again, his voice emanating from each of the hunters in a sick chorus.
Oh, little ants, wearing pieces of something far beyond them to repel my hunters. But you have misunderstood the situation. My hunters alone, they may not have the strength to overcome the atrocity you have done. But my hunters are a piece of me, little ants. And I have no such weakness.
Moving as one, the hunters seemed to break free of the trance as Murum himself flowed into them. Nate and I, we had the barest moment to share a horrified glance before they howled a single, many-voiced war cry and charged straight at us. The feeling of the shadow hunters flowing over me, it is still indescribable. They didn't attack us as much as engulf us, seeping into every pore with a sensation of searing cold that choked the air from my lungs. I couldn't even scream, and how I wished I could. Reality collapsed around me, both my own and the horrific unreality of the world behind the door, and all I felt was hatred. Pure, ringing, inhuman hatred, like I could never have felt on my own. It twisted in my gut, and it filled my heart with rage. An unbearable rage at the fact that I existed at all. With some detached piece of my mind, I realized where it all came from. What I felt was Murum invading my mind and my soul, taking me for himself, turning me into one of his instruments, as he had been doing to sacrificial victims for thousands of years. Despite the unbearable agony and the torturous perversion of my sense of self, all I wanted to do was break down. I felt myself slipping away without any fear, but overwhelmed by sorrow at what would become of me when Murum had finished erasing the person I was. And then, with a final flash of existential terror, everything blinked out. Consciousness returned to me slowly, and then, as memory returned, in one panicked flash, I remembered the darkness that had invaded me and violated me. I jolted upright, wild, frantically scrambling backwards to get away from the living shadows that I thought had smothered me out of existence. But all I found was cold rock. Nevertheless, I became aware of a presence. An energy filled the room, thrumming and pulsating in the darkness. It was as though the air itself was alive. A strange sensation filled my head, the sense that I need not be afraid, calming me without words. I wondered if I had died and found myself in an afterlife of sorts. The energy around me, it seemed amused by this. I took that to mean I was not dead, at least, not yet anyway. Over an indescribable amount of time that may have been minutes or days, I started to gain some understanding of the way the energy that surrounded me in the darkness communicated. And then, as though a light switch had been flicked, I understood it perfectly.
Good little one. I did not know whether your mind would be able to perceive me as I am.
It spoke to me. In words, I guess, it knew that I could understand.
Your companion has invoked the power of Astor City. The dark instrument of the usurpers cannot harm you now.
Questions entered my mind unbidden.
No, strange one. Astor City has long since left this world and any others. I am merely a shade, a portion of its energy, imbued into the idol. I cannot answer your questions, nor could you understand if I were able. I am simply what has been left behind, to keep the idol safe from the wretched things that have taken over this world in the absence of the creators.
But then, if this entity was not Astor City, why had it chosen to speak to me at all?
Astor City was a curious being, vastly powerful and hungry for knowledge. I suppose that as my creator, it must have imprinted some of that upon me. You are a curiosity, something that I have never encountered. Lighting the idol for the first time in uncountable generations. I simply sought to understand the creatures that had woken me before I returned to slumber. A strange creature you are, no match for the scrabbling vermin that have filled the void left in this world, and yet determined to fight them you are all the same. The creators, they would have admired your courage, if nothing else.
With that, the energy seemed to shift, chilling the dark space even further.
The dark things draw near, little creature. It is time for you to go.
Suddenly, I woke up, for real this time. The sound of someone pacing back and forth beside me. Groggily, I realized it was Nate, frantic, whispering something. "Please, Chris, please." I stirred, and he gasped, and then breathed a huge sigh of relief. "Oh God, Chris, you were... I thought... Oh God." He offered me a hand and pulled me up to my feet, pulling me into a bro hug so tight that I found it hard to breathe. "Dude, I'm okay. We're okay, brother. It's okay." Before the conversation could progress any further, I looked towards Lilith as she chanted something in a harsh language that hurt my ears. It gave me an uncomfortable feeling in my gut. Nate gathered himself somewhat, wiping his eyes and gesturing towards her. "She's been at that for ages now. Every now and again, the statue flashes, like it's responding to her somehow. My voice didn't really want to work, but I managed to rasp out my other question. What about Murrum? Lilith did something, I think. Him and his monsters just kind of blew away like smoke. I was just about gone though. I thought you were. I didn't feel like this was the best time to mention that I thought so too. I still wonder if maybe I was, for a time. Whatever might have happened, Murrum could not get to us anymore. While Lilith chanted away at the mind-bending idol of Astor City, I took some time to gather my thoughts. Sometime later, Lilith, she stopped chanting. The idol now stood fully lit, glowing with both fire and some internal light. Its form, it was still inconceivable to my eyes. Lilith slumped to her knees with exhaustion, and she motioned us closer. The first half of the ritual is complete, but we have very little time. I sense the kings themselves are moving to stop us. If we are still beyond the Farallane, when they find us, we will wish for the comforts of your Christian hell. It is time to move. The ritual must be completed on the bridge between worlds, in the center of the gate. Nate and I helped her to her feet, and together we supported her out of the cave and into the awful light of the world outside. I expected to find the path and a field of razor-sharp grass beyond the Red River, crawling with old things in their vessels. But, to my surprise, we were uninhibited as we retraced our steps. My skin burned with 1,000 paper cuts, and the feeling of oily, hate-filled blackness that was Murrum, it still lingered on me, physically and psychologically. I think that I'd mostly checked out by this point, if I'm honest, shut down and accepted that I would not escape a second time. The old things and the creatures of their world would make sure I never left. I expected death. My mind had already started to close off in preparation. In real life, you see, plucky humans, they don't heroically defeat evil forces beyond their understanding. They heroically die, and the darkness they gave their lives to defeat, it barely flinches. Knowing that, I almost felt a strange kind of relief as we plunged back into the edge of the festering, blood-soaked forest, and the shadows boiled to life around us. Hundreds of twisted creatures launching themselves from their lair in the darkness in an effort to stop us. Things that had watched curiously as we passed now roared into life. Bigger versions of the bird-like creatures that sat in the high branches, and strange, chitinous things with too many limbs that screeched and clicked as they darted out from under tree roots and inside hollows. There were four-legged, snarling things caught part-way in decay, their fur tufted and patchy, flesh drooping off their faces to expose tooth and jaw. I watched it all in a disconnected daze. This was it, I thought. This was where I died. "Run! Quickly!" exclaimed Lilith, carving a trail through the carpet of many-legged crawlers as she bolted down the ancient forest path toward the point where their world met with ours. With some shock, I realized my body obeyed her, while my mind watched on from somewhere else. I saw myself run, Nate pushing me in front of himself. I saw the horrid creature surge after us like a wave, living and deadly. I saw the beast that loomed over them all, massive and dark, its bestial laughter echoing amongst the sticky trees. And I remembered it from my very first hours in this awful place all those years ago. The shadow hound, Entes, had let me slip away once. I doubted that it would let it happen again. As though I was watching a dream, I saw the sea of creatures part as the monstrous form of Entes stalked us, calm and deliberate. I felt the thrill that it felt as it loosed a guttural howl and set itself on our trail. I watched from somewhere else as I turned back to see it, eyes wide and face white. I watched myself stumble and crash to the ground, the flash of pain as my ankle broke, no more than a distant inconvenience. I watched Nate skid to a stop at my side, reaching down to try and help me up, ignorant of the horror that would fall on us at any moment. He screamed to Lilith, and the sheer desperation in his voice snapped me back into my body. Full and total awareness rushed back to me, the pain in my ankle forcing the air from my lungs with a sharp sob. I could see that I would be going nowhere fast, my foot limp and useless. I looked back past Nate towards Entes, who had stopped, eyeing us almost leisurely with the triumphant look of a victorious predator. I wished that I'd stayed away, wherever my mind had been, because I knew what would have to happen now. I would tell Nate to run, to leave me behind, and he would, or he would not. But either way, the pain in my ankle would be nothing compared to what I would feel for my last few moments as Entes ripped me apart. I hoped he would run, but from the way he tried to pick me up and drag me clumsily down the path, I thought we were both gonna die right there. Behind us, Entes shifted, ready to pounce. I felt surprisingly calm. I dreaded the pain, of course, but I knew it would end. Just as I tried to struggle free from Nate's grip and tell him to leave me behind, I saw a dark figure slip back past us. Lilith. She placed herself between Entes and the two of us, and I realized that we must have passed into the blurred zone between the two worlds during our flight. Above me, the branches were heavy, with the bald crows that seemed to mark the place where the worlds mixed. The trees, they no longer wept their heavy red tears. The ground below, it was free of the masses of crawling things. Lilith turned to us as Entes chuckled, a low, rumbling sound that filled the forest. I noticed, for the first time, that she had stripped naked, her skin coated with her own blood, manipulated into odd patterns and sigils with her own fingers. I'd been so checked out, I'm not sure when she did it. I suppose back at the cave. I wanted to scream at her. She had to finish the ritual, not die here with us. I didn't understand why she would risk failing instead of fleeing to finish what we came to do. She now stood within arm's reach of the shadow hound, without any hope to escape. Within seconds, he would pounce. I am sorry, child. I could not tell you what the ritual entailed. Her smile was sad, but satisfied. Just know that it is done for you and for your world, and know that I no longer belong there with you. This is what must be done, and I am happy to be the one to do it. With that, and before I could process her words, or respond in any way. She drew her hand to her throat. Too late, I realised she held a piece of obsidian in her hand, razor sharp and black. A line of blood appeared across her throat as Entei's launched, turning into a dark red torrent as the wound opened. Her eyes glowed with the same light the idol in the cave had, and then her body folded to the ground. Entei's missed a clean strike as a result, but his jaws still closed over her upper half. I screamed, an outpouring of shock and grief that surprised me with its force. There came a loud sound, like metal on stone, persistent and painful to the ear. I watched as Entei's tore Lilith in half at the waist and fixed his eyes on me. But before he had the chance to strike, the world went mad. I felt like I'd been thrown into a broken DVD. The world around me, it seemed to flash in and out of existence, skipping and chopping and twisting in ways I still don't understand, like the skipping of corrupted scenes in a movie. The metallic grating sound, it reached a shrieking crescendo. Entei's himself, distorted, as though viewed through a novelty lens, and then, suddenly, it all stopped. Utter silence fell. All around us, there was nothing but the forest, familiar bush that smelled and tasted like home. The hideous creatures, they had all vanished. The door had been closed. Five weeks later, I sat on my back patio, sharing a beer with Nate, looking out over the dark garden and the Brindabella Mountains beyond. The hike out of the walls of Jericho had been agony. Days and nights spent slogging through the thick wilderness with a poorly splintered leg. As soon as we reached the lake and the gear we had stashed, Nate radioed for help. We were still so remote that we waited another night for an emergency helicopter. We didn't speak until we made it back to Hobart. I needed surgery to repair the broken ankle. Otherwise, I would have flown out of Tasmania that very day. I had yet to go back to work. Apart from the moon boot, my therapist had given me indefinite leave to deal with the memories that had resurfaced. Although, I quite obviously did not tell her anything close to the full story. I still had nightmares. I mourned for the woman who had saved my life twice, and I still felt unbelievably frail. Nate being around helped. If anything, he was more affected than me, more shell-shocked by what we'd been through. But I think we helped each other stay sane. I was starting out on the road to recovery, even if I knew that process might ultimately take years or decades. There were still so many things I did not understand about Lilith, about the Farrelane and the world beyond, about whatever Lilith had done to close the door. I wish I knew more. But from the moment we met Lilith, Nate and I were no more than companions to her as she fulfilled her own story. She held so much more back than she ever told us. I had followed my own story to her, and she had taken over and finished the journey that I had started. Except, even that is not at all true. Back at the beginning of this whole mess, I told you that I should never have started down this path, and that I was sorry. It had nothing to do with the toll it took on me. That night, sitting on the patio, the moon It suddenly became brighter, as though a cloud had cleared. It looked way too big in the sky. A chill ran through me. In the garden, a shadow seemed to form, whirling and twisting into something solid. Something that filled me with incomprehensible dread. Something huge and black, with 4 horns. The air began to buzz around us. I turned to Nate, but I found that he had vanished. That's when I really panicked. It was then the voice of Tjanalla filled my head, the messenger of the 4 kings.
How easily the lesser creatures are manipulated.
The thing turned to face me, frozen in the deck chair, and it seemed to shake its head. I felt a wave of pity wash over me, the kind of pity you might feel for a mouse flattened in a trap.
Your kind are weak, infirm of spirit, and unwise of mind. The old things know this well. They know that in order to shape this world once more, the door, it must be opened in a more agreeable place. A place of greater power than the previous pathway. A place where we can touch more of your kind. The weaker places must be closed so that more energy can be poured into the correct breach. In this way, the old things can more readily shape this world in their image.
What did that mean? It hit me in an instant, sucking the wind from my lungs. The weaker places must be closed. Lilith had said that the Pharaoh Lane wasn't exactly one spot, nor was it many. Rather, the entire Earth acted as part of the door. The flow of energies against each other created weaker and stronger places in the barriers. We had not closed the door at all. We'd just patched up the greatest weakness. And, much like patching one leak out of many, that would change the pressure on others. Without that weak spot, the energies would be redirected, creating new weaknesses. Instead of opening in the middle of the wilderness, the door would now open elsewhere, closer to where the old things wanted it to open. Maybe in one place, maybe in many, as the world beyond poured through smaller breaches instead of one weak place. The messenger had come to taunt me. As though sensing my epiphany, this thing, standing in my garden, it started to laugh. A gentle laugh, but one dripping with a cold, compassionless apathy. In some ways, that felt worse than evil. The messenger had the same feelings toward humanity as I might a fly. Tjanalla faded, and the world around me, it returned to normal. As did one final memory. The memory of the words of an ancient god planted in my head. As a child, in the garden.
Do not fret, tiny one. We have great plans for you. I am Bellator, third of the kings. We are awake. We are ready. All we must do now is ensure the door opens in the appropriate place. The world we once ruled will be ours again, however, briefly. And you, my tiny little one, will be the key that opens that door and brings us home.
We failed. Worse than that, I was always fated to fail. Everything I went through, everything that happened, had been plotted out by ancient beings far more powerful than any of us. I escaped because they needed me to escape. I forgot because they made me forget. And I remembered because the time had come for me to remember. The kings, they made a pawn out of me, and I blindly did everything they needed me to do. We don't know where the focal point is now. It could be anywhere in the world. Wherever it is, the horrors that wait beyond it, they are pleased. The Farrow Lane will open. The peak that Lilith spoke about, it may happen tomorrow, or not for years, but it will happen. The old things will come. And I'm sorry,